There are people who were never meant to become heroes, yet fate forces them to be. And Wang Lin is one of them. Born into an ordinary family, he carried a simple wish in his heart to cultivate immortality and repay his parents' kindness. But the world is never that kind. No talent, no background, no guidance, everything seemed to whisper to him, the path of cultivation is not for you. Yet in the midst of that hopelessness, Wang Lin chose something that very few have the courage to do. He kept going. He walked forward with stubbornness. He walked forward with longing. He walked forward with everything left in his resilient heart. A strange opportunity came to him, opening a path of cultivation drenched in blood and loneliness. There, every improvement required a sacrifice. Every step forward meant losing something precious. To grow stronger, he had to endure 100 times more than ordinary people. Renegade Immortal is the tale of a man who never submits. A man willing to defy the heavens, defy fate, and defy the world just to protect what his heart refuses to let go. This is not merely an immortal cultivation story. This is the journey of a soul so powerful that even eternity must bow. And today, I invite you to step into that journey, the journey of Wang Lin, the man who walks against the will of heaven to find the answer meant for himself. The 100-foot-long fragment flew away into the distance. Behind it was a large crowd of cultivators. Both they and the cultivators on the 100-foot-long fragment looked towards Wang Lin, who was sitting cross-legged, their eyes filled with awe and respect. For those who had witnessed Wang Lin's killing of the 3 young, shy cultivators, the great battle between him and the silver-haired monster outside the immortal realm was nothing new. It was all taken for granted. But those cultivators who hadn't witnessed the battle were now deeply shaken. Especially those who had hesitated to hand over the immortal jade earlier were now secretly relieved. As for those cultivators who had secretly plotted to seize Wang Lin's 100-foot-long fragment, they were now breaking out in cold sweat and filled with terror. Along the way, the 100-young-wide fragment was completely silent. No one spoke anymore. This silence gradually gave rise to an invisible layer of oppressive power that enveloped them. This aura of majesty stemmed from the reverence they felt for Wang Lin. The 100-young-wide fragment's speed increased steadily. After several hours, Wang Lin's gaze froze as he looked ahead. He saw a streak of sword light hurtling through the air before him. Within that sword light was Shen Gonghu. Shen Gonghu, who was flying, suddenly turned around and stared intently at the 100-young-wide fragment approaching from afar. He recognized Wang Lin at a glance, and his eyes instantly lit up with excitement. His body flashed, and he flew straight towards Wang Lin. Shen Gonghu greets the venerable lord. Shen Gonghu descended a few yards away from Wang Lin and respectfully said, his eyes filled with fanaticism and reverence. Wang Lin smiled slightly, nodding slightly, and said, sit down beside me. Take me to the teleportation array of the Thunder Immortal Palace. Shen Gonghu didn't even glance at the others on the small piece of land, immediately crossing his legs and sitting down respectfully, saying, Lord, this place is not far from the teleportation array. After saying this, he pointed in the direction. The people on the 100-yard piece of land were all shocked by the scene before them. They obviously recognized Shen Gonghu. At this moment, hearing Shen Gonghu call Wang Lin Lord, they all secretly thought of one person. Shi Zifeng's beautiful eyes gazed at Wang Lin's back. Her pretty face flushed, but her gaze never left him. The collapse of the Thunder Immortal Realm was quite serious. The 100-foot-long fragment accelerated to its maximum speed. In the void, spatial cracks appeared, blowing out endless icy winds. The sounds of the collapsing continent continued to reverberate. The further they went, the more intense this phenomenon became. Eventually, the entire space was filled with cracks. These cracks stretched longer and longer, forming spatial rifts even larger than 100 feet. Wang Lin's expression was solemn as he controlled the 100-foot-long fragment to move forward. At this moment, he opened his eyes wide, and the 100-foot-long fragment beneath him suddenly stopped, instantly changing direction. In the blink of an eye, a rift nearly 200 feet wide suddenly appeared. Many of the cultivators following the fragment were unable to avoid it in time, and amidst desperate cries for help, they were swallowed by the rift. Wang Lin focused all his attention, not bothering to worrying about others, fully controlling the 100-foot-long fragment, constantly dodging large gaps as he sped forward. However, his expression grew increasingly grim. Is it still far? Wang Lin asked in a low voice. Not even 10 miles. Shen Gonghu was also extremely anxious. The gap was making his scalp tingle. Wang Lin frowned. The 100-foot-long fragment flashed, and it shot straight through several small gaps, hurtling forward. Gradually, Wang Lin saw a large screen of light, about 1,000 feet wide, a few miles away. Within this screen lay a continent. On that continent was a formation, and several people were standing inside, obviously intending to teleport away. One of them was unexpectedly Zhang Kongli. Outside the formation, there were messengers from the Thunder Immortal Palace talking. At this moment, these people suddenly turned around, their icy gazes fixed on Wang Lin. One person raised their right hand and pointed at the sky. Immediately, a surge of primal energy emanated from their finger, merging into the surrounding light screen. The primal energy condensed on the light screen, instantly transforming into a large hand that swept across. All the cracks within a 1,000-foot radius of the light screen suddenly shattered, spreading out in a circle, like forming a moat to prevent passage, quickly preparing to close. If it closed, no one would be able to cross this moat outside the light circle. Get out! At the same time, an icy cold divine sense lingered in the heavens and earth, revealing a ruthless expression. A cold glint appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. His entire body's primal energy circulated, merging into the small fragment. He took a deep breath, and suddenly his eyes shone brightly. The 100-foot fragment instantly accelerated exponentially, seemingly merging with the heavens and earth. In an instant, the 100-foot-long fragment of the continent surged forward like a madman. It directly shattered every spatial rift. The numerous cultivators following behind the fragment gritted their teeth, disregarding everything else and charging after it. At this moment, the opportunity for survival lay ahead. Entering meant certain death. Failure meant certain death. The fragment of the continent almost transformed into a blur, hurtling forward like a 100-foot-long meteor, hurtling directly into the gap where the two ends of the chasm were merging. Wang Lin rose to his feet, patted his storage bag, and drew out his immortal sword, then raised it and slashed downwards. This sword strike was not a single line. In an instant, Wang Lin unleashed 9 fused slaying Luoju techniques, forming an unimaginable sword that severed all rules, carrying a powerful beam of light that struck directly at the chasm connecting the two ends. The rift, struck by the slaying Luo technique, stopped abruptly. The cracks beside it spread wildly, almost instantly forming a gap between the two ends that were about to connect. The power of the slaying Luo technique continued, and after severing the rift, it surged forward, crashing into the light screen with a thunderous roar. Immediately, a large ripple appeared, spreading across the screen, twisting it in an instant. At the same time, a 100-foot-long fragment, carrying the force of 1,000 armies like a shooting star, followed the slaying Luo technique and slammed into the light screen. A deafening explosion, causing the surrounding spatial rift to collapse, echoed through the air. This sound was so terrifying that even the messengers of the Thunder Immortal Palace within the light screen were wide-eyed. Especially Zhang Kongli, who recognized Wang Lin at first glance, his face showing excitement. After the explosion, cracking sounds followed. The light screen immediately showed countless cracks, spreading in all directions. At the same time, the cultivators following the 100-foot-long fragment also flew in through the gaps. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light. He controlled the 100-foot-long fragment to retreat a few feet, and under the watchful eyes of the numerous cultivators on the fragment, it instantly accelerated again, crashing into the light screen once more. The cracks on the light screen multiplied, forming a large, dense mass. The light outside also dimmed considerably. This happened too quickly, in the blink of an eye. At this moment, a messenger from the Thunder Immortal Palace within the light screen, his face grim, his entire body enveloped in flickering lightning, rushed out and directly emerged from the light screen. How audacious! You dare to trespass into the forbidden area of the Thunder Immortal Palace. As soon as this person appeared, before Wang Lin could even act, the people on the fragment immediately flew out, unleashing their divine abilities to attack him furiously. "Senior, don't pay attention to this guy. Let me handle him." One of the people fighting the messenger from the Thunder Immortal Palace spoke up. Wang Lin nodded slightly, and the 100-foot-wide fragment retreated again. This time, he paused for 10 breaths. Not only him, but even the other cultivators on the fragment, and even those who had been following closely behind, flew over and stood around the fragment, placing their hands on it. Each person unleashed their greatest divine abilities, merging them together. Under the guidance of Wang Lin's primal force, they suddenly rushed forward with ear-piercing roars. After gathering the strength of countless people, the 100-foot-wide fragment now transformed into an arrow. A thunderous sound echoed in all directions. The 100-foot-wide fragment directly struck the light screen. The screen finally collapsed, shattering into pieces. The 100-foot-wide fragment directly pierced through, entering the continent. The cultivators on all sides immediately jumped inside. In a short period of time, thousands of people on the continent containing the teleportation array were frantically searching for a way to survive. There is a belief stronger than all the forces in this world. There is a power that no obstacle can stop. That belief is the will to survive. That power is called the desire to survive. With a small group of cultivators leading the way, the following cultivators also have the hope of survival, struggling for their lives. Like butterflies breaking out of their cocoons, in an instant, the will to survive gives rise to belief, to the struggle for survival. As soon as the light barrier shattered, the cultivators who jumped into it became frenzied. The peak-level cultivators dared to confront the young-level cultivators, bravely attacking them, seemingly forgetting the difference in cultivation levels, forgetting how subservient and respectful they had been to them before the collapse of the immortal realm. All of that crumbled before the concept of survival. If one person had the cultivation level of the peak inquiry realm, it could be said that their cultivation was insufficient. But if there were 10, 20, 50, or 100 people, then it would no longer be considered insufficient cultivation, but would form a force that would terrify even a cultivator like Yangshai. For a cultivator like Yangshai, killing 100 peak inquiry cultivators wouldn't be difficult, but this force was a force of sheer power. Facing the vast number of cultivators, the 7 messengers of the Thunder Immortal Palace outside the teleportation array all had drastically changed expressions. Especially behind the 100 or so frenzied peak inquiry cultivators, there were also Yin Void cultivators with bloodshot eyes. Their strength was far beyond that of the peak inquiry cultivators, and when they became frenzied, they would perform extremely terrifying actions. That would have only caused the Thunder Immortal Palace envoys to change their expressions. But among these more than 100 cultivators, there were 2 young realm cultivators. These 2 were very well hidden, and the moment they jumped into the light screen, their cultivation erupted. Their appearance immediately startled the Thunder Immortal Palace envoys. But compared to them, what truly made these people gasp was Wang Lin. Although also a young realm cultivator, the Thunder Immortal Palace envoys could sense a strong killing intent emanating from Wang Lin's body. This killing intent was clearly formed from the slaughter of many cultivators of the same cultivation level. Moreover, although the cultivators all around were in a frenzy, at this moment, when they looked at Wang Lin, their eyes still showed awe and respect. This kind of gaze was the same from the peak seeking to the Yin Void and Young Realm cultivators. This scene shook the 7 Thunder Immortal Palace envoys outside the formation to their core. Kill! Among the cultivators who jumped in, one roared loudly, seemingly burning the heavens and earth in an instant. Immediately, all the cultivators rushed forward, slashing and killing. Countless divine abilities raged, and countless magical artifacts filled the air. The continent containing the teleportation array was now completely covered by the light of magical artifacts and divine abilities. They attacked frantically, erupting uncontrollably. Kill! A cultivator with the peak level cultivation controlled hundreds of flying swords, his face ferocious, without hesitation targeting an envoy of the Thunder Immortal Palace. With a single point of his finger, the flying sword shrieked, carrying sharp cries as they hurtled straight towards the envoy of the Thunder Immortal Palace. Beside him were 14 or 15 peak-level cultivators with bloodshot eyes, unleashing their divine abilities in a frenzied attack. On one side, a Yin Void cultivator led a group of 6 or 7 peak-level cultivators, seemingly fused together, forming a fierce attack that rushed straight towards the envoy of the Thunder Immortal Palace. Kill! Elsewhere, 2 cultivators from the Young Realm dispersed, each dealing with a messenger from the Thunder Immortal Palace, unleashing their elemental power without hesitation. Behind them, more than 10 peak-level cultivators provided support, their magical artifacts and abilities raining down like a frenzied storm. Kill! Under the leadership of 2 Yin Void cultivators, Shizi Feng, along with a group of peak-level cultivators, charged straight towards a messenger from the Thunder Immortal Palace. Their powerful artifacts and terrifying abilities were unleashed, striking with tremendous force. The remaining cultivators split into 2 groups, rushing towards the other 2 messengers with a devastating momentum, like a tidal wave, forming a whirlwind. At this moment, no one cared about the identity of the Thunder Immortal Palace messenger. Who they were, even if they were a messenger from the Thunder Immortal Palace. What did it matter? The messenger's authority was worthless in the face of everyone's desperate desire for survival. Those who stop me must die. Immortals will kill immortals if they stand in their way. Demons will destroy demons if they hinder them. All the cultivators at this moment had gone mad. A single finger from the Thunder Immortal Palace messenger landed on the forehead of a peak-level cultivator, causing the cultivator's body to tremble, shatter, and his soul to instantly dissipate. But in the blink of an eye before he died, he lunged forward, biting the Thunder Immortal Palace messenger's arm. His eyes blazed red, causing the messenger's mind to be violently shaken, as if it were more than just a skull lunging at him. Kill! The Thunder Immortal Palace messenger beside him formed a hand seal, channeling his primal energy and unleashing a powerful attack using the simplest method. In an instant, numerous cultivators spat out fresh blood, their bodies weakened, but none retreated. They still charged forward. Some severely wounded cultivators simply self-destructed after getting close, creating deafening explosions that echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The shouts of kill! A heart-wrenching roar echoed, merging together to form waves of sound like a tidal surge, engulfing the heavens and earth. This sound grew louder and more terrifying. The cries, carrying a desperate will to survive and a palpable killing intent, seemed to materialize, merging into the hearts of every cultivator, like a complete outburst of faith. This scene terrified not only the Thunder Immortal Palace envoys but also Wang Lin. Wang Lin took a deep breath. At this moment, he too felt a surge of confidence. He took a step forward, his figure like lightning, lunging towards one of the Thunder Immortal Palace envoys, his right hand transforming into a sword and raising it to strike. Wang Lin's attack caused the aura of the cultivators present to surge intensely, reaching its peak. The furious roars, filled with killing intent, now resembled a raging sea, incredibly terrifying. The slaying Luo technique flashed, directly striking down. A messenger from the Thunder Immortal Palace. At the young realm, his face changing color, retreated without hesitation, his hands forming a hand seal. Immediately, countless lightning balls condensed in front of him, rapidly flying towards Wang Lin. The thunderous roars, carrying immense primal energy, rushed straight towards him. However, upon reaching him, the lightning balls instantly collapsed upon contact with the power of the slaying Luo technique. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light, and he took another step forward. The messenger from the Thunder Immortal Palace retreated again, spitting out a cloud of gray mist. As soon as this mist appeared, it transformed into a large hand that fiercely struck Wang Lin. But in that instant, a silver light flashed from afar, as fast as lightning, reaching him at the very moment the messenger from the Thunder Immortal Palace spat out the mist. The Thunder Immortal Palace envoy's expression changed drastically. It was too late to dodge. In this critical moment, he channeled his entire body's energy outwards, creating a whirlwind to try and blast away his attacker. But the silver light was too fast. Almost instantly, as soon as the Thunder Immortal Palace envoy unleashed his energy, it flashed and pierced directly through his chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his body involuntarily recoiling several steps. At this moment, a cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. Instead of striking the large hand formed from mist, he pointed his finger. Immediately, a purple lightning bolt roared out from his hand, striking the Thunder Immortal Palace envoy's forehead. His body trembled, and his soul was instantly annihilated. Then the silver light flashed again, transforming into a thin, middle-aged man. Unexpectedly, this man was one of the two young-level cultivators who had concealed their cultivation on the 100-foot-wide fragment. He bowed respectfully to Wang Lin, his eyes filled with reverence, and then immediately went to assist others. Wang Lin nodded slightly. He had already discerned this person's cultivation level, but since the other party had already paid the Immortal Jade, he would let them stay. Killing one Thunder Immortal Palace envoy immediately alerted the other cultivators, their auras surging. Make way! Wang Lin's body flashed, moving toward another Thunder Immortal Palace envoy. His elemental power surged, transforming into a thunderous strike. The envoy's face turned pale. He didn't retaliate but immediately retreated. At this moment, it wasn't just him retreating, but all the Thunder Immortal Palace envoys were falling back. As they retreated, a silver light flashed, piercing through the back of one person, carrying a large amount of fresh blood. A murderous glint flashed in the eyes of one Thunder Immortal Palace envoy. who softly shouted, "Soul chasing." Immediately, the blood in the air stirred, transforming into a phantom blood-colored long sword that shot straight towards the silver light. Wang Lin advanced step by step. The moment the blood sword approached the silver light, he seized it, channeling his entire body's primal energy. Immediately, the blood sword transformed into streams of blood mist and dissipated. Releasing his grip, Wang Lin turned his head and stared at the 6 people retreating towards the formation, saying in a deep voice, "Make way, make way, make way, make way." Following Wang Lin's words, the cultivators all around roared in unison. The piercing screams instantly formed an unimaginable roar throughout the heavens and earth. This sound was a cry for survival, a desperate plea for life, extremely fierce, reverberating and shaking the ground, creating a thunderous din like a raging ocean. Carrying the force of 1,000 armies crashing down? Make way! The sound wave raged. The 6 messengers of the Thunder Immortal Palace outside the formation were unable to resist, involuntarily retreating. It seemed as if they were now facing the entire heaven and earth. At that moment, the teleportation array behind the 6 people suddenly flashed brightly. Several messengers from the Thunder Immortal Palace surrounding Zhang Kongli watched in horror as the array opened, their eyes fixed on the scene outside. The array had opened, and they couldn't get out. But the sight before them would be unforgettable for a lifetime. Gradually, their figures twisted and turned, finally transforming into a column of light that shot straight towards the horizon and disappeared. The deafening explosions echoed across the land, like raging waves spreading outwards. The sound drowned out all other noises, leaving everyone hearing only those sounds. "Make way!" all the cultivators shouted in unison. Their voices were like sharp swords, capable of piercing through anything. Hundreds of cultivators shouting at once. Even a Nirvana Realm cultivator standing opposite them would be shaken. "Make way!" Before the first voice had even faded, another rang out, creating an awe-inspiring momentum. That voice belonged to Wang Lin. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Lin took a step forward. At this moment, not only Wang Lin, but also the cultivators behind him who had jumped into battle began to move. Each step produced a resounding roar. Wang Lin continued to advance step by step, creating a thunderous roar as he approached the 6 envoys of the Thunder Immortal Palace standing before the formation. The momentum was overwhelming. Without witnessing it firsthand, one couldn't possibly imagine the magnitude of the impact. Over 100 cultivators shouted and charged forward, their eyes bloodshot, aiming towards the teleportation array. This scene shook the 6 envoys of the Thunder Immortal Palace. Although their cultivation levels were high, they couldn't remain calm in the face of this spectacle. The overwhelming surge of cultivators, the resounding footsteps, and the pungent smell of blood and flesh on the ground caused one of the envoys to turn pale and instinctively retreat. Once he retreated, it was like a broken dam unable to stop the floodwaters. His steps continued to move backward. The remaining messengers from the Thunder Immortal Palace, faced with the overwhelming momentum, also retreated. The 6 men continuously retreated. They had no choice but to retreat because of the overwhelming aura before them. Even though each of them could kill more than half of the cultivators, at this moment, under the surging momentum, coupled with the frenzied attacks of the cultivators just now, they were terrified. They had cultivated for so many years, yet they had almost never encountered a peak-level cultivator whose body was nearly shattered, headless, yet still wanted to bite. Although they had seen cultivators with severely injured bodies and shattered souls, but still possessing a faint breath, they would still self-destruct to injure their opponents. But they had never seen so many people choose such a method. The scene before them shook the 6 men to their core. If that were all, it wouldn't be anything special. But among those rushing forward were several Yin Void cultivators, 2 young true cultivators, and Wang Lin himself. The presence of these people, especially Wang Lin's recent killing of one, terrified them. They lost all will to resist, only able to retreat, retreating continuously. The 6 retreated at an increasingly faster speed. A moment later, they reached the center of the teleportation array. "Open the array. Let's go. They're crazy." "A bunch of lunatics," a middle-aged man among the 6 said, his face pale. At this moment, all he saw was a group of cultivators with bloodshot eyes charging madly towards them. Without him needing to say anything, 3 of the 6 immediately sat down cross-legged. Their hands formed a hand seal, preparing to open the array and leave. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He stepped straight into the teleportation array. Behind them, a large number of cultivators rushed in frantically. Of the messengers from the Thunder Immortal Palace, except for the three sitting cross-legged, the remaining three gritted their teeth and faced the onslaught. One of them made a hand gesture, spitting out his primordial blood. Within that blood was a golden lock. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a dazzling light and grew much larger. Primordial lock, divine seal. The man's expression turned ferocious. As soon as he finished speaking, the lock, which was emitting a dazzling light, shattered, transforming into countless rays of light that shot towards Wang Lin and the cultivators behind him. Wang Lin made a hand gesture with his right hand, pointing his finger towards the sky. Instantly, a black wind emerged from his right hand. It quickly transformed into a raging storm that filled the heavens and earth, then into a black dragon. The dragon roared. The roar immediately unleashed a gust of wind that swept across the land. The countless golden rays of light, before they could reach him, were dispersed by the dark wind. At the same time, Wang Lin's right hand grabbed something. Instantly, the black dragon descended from the sky, shrinking and condensing in Wang Lin's palm. The black smoke dissipated, revealing a golden lock in his hand. "A very good treasure," Wang Lin said coldly, swallowing the lock. His lightning elemental spirit immediately appeared, enveloping it and beginning to refine it. The cultivator who had released the lock turned pale and retreated. But Wang Lin was faster. He formed a sword with his two fingers, pointing it towards the messenger. As the man retreated, he potted his storage bag. Immediately, three small flags appeared, flying around him, forming a vortex of purple energy. Wang Lin's right fingers touched the purple energy, and he immediately felt a counterforce emanating from within, causing him to stop. The messenger seized the opportunity to retreat further. Wang Lin let out a cold laugh, and with a wave of his right hand, the skeletal figure on his back instantly moved and flew out. A flash of light appeared, and a gray light emerged beneath the messenger's feet. The messenger's face turned pale, devoid of any color. The three small flags rotating in the purple mist surrounding his body suddenly emitted a stronger purple aura, as if challenging the gray mist. At this moment, Wang Lin approached, raising his hand to cast a body-binding spell. The messenger's body immediately froze. Though it sounds long, the events unfolded in an instant. The gray light beneath the messenger's feet quickly enveloped his entire body. Wang Lin rushed forward, lightly kicking with his right foot. Immediately, cracking sounds rang out, and the messenger's entire body shattered into countless fragments that fell to the ground. However, the three flags continued to fly around him, enveloping his primordial spirit as they flew out. "Don't kill me, I have a treasure." Before the messenger could finish speaking, a flash of light appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. With a slight flick of his right hand, the Kunji Immortal appeared. The primordial spirit, having just emerged from its body, let out a mournful groan before being seized by Wang Lin. He then unleashed a stream of primordial spirit energy, transforming it into countless ceiling formations before storing it in his storage bag. At this moment, the other two messengers from the Thunder Immortal Palace were surrounded by numerous cultivators. Two young-level cultivators were engaged in combat, several yin-level cultivators were attacking, and the peak-level cultivators were forcing them to retreat repeatedly. Just then, a silver light flashed. Blood spurted from the chest of one of the Thunder Immortal Palace messengers. His eyes darkened, and his primordial spirit flew out from the top of his head, wrapping around his storage bag in an attempt to escape. Before Wang Lin could act, more than 10 peak-level cultivators with bloodshot eyes charged forward, completely disregarding the primordial spirit's counterattack. Numerous silver lights pursued them, and after a short while, the messenger from the Thunder Immortal Palace perished. At this moment, the three messengers from the Thunder Immortal Palace, who were sitting cross-legged on the ground, had also completed their formation. Without hesitation, they clasped their hands together and muttered complex incantations. Immediately, dazzling lights emanated from the edges of the teleportation array before dissipating. They had used a method to destroy the teleportation array to greatly increase its speed. Almost instantly, a ripple spread upwards into the sky. Within that ripple, the three messengers of the Thunder Immortal Palace, with malevolent eyes, their bodies swaying, transformed into a column of light and slowly disappeared. As the ripple spread, the formation flashed violently. The dazzling light around it condensed into a central point. The light on the sides quickly shattered into tiny fragments during the condensation process. The messengers from the Thunder Immortal Palace, still trying to stop the cultivators, quickly retreated and jumped into the Pillar of Light. But just as they were about to disappear, Wang Lin stepped forward. He raised his hand, his fingers like swords, and brought it down. Immediately, the Luo slaying technique appeared, flashing at the Pillar of Light. Instantly, the Pillar of Light shattered and vanished. The four messengers from the Thunder Immortal Palace were terrified, their bodies seemingly torn apart, and they vanished with it. After the Pillar of Light disappeared, the waves emanating from the teleportation array intensified. Dazzling light from all sides converged, and immediately another Pillar of Light appeared. The surrounding cultivators quickly rushed in, as if a moment's delay would mean eternal damnation. Shan Gong, who was the only one who didn't intervene from beginning to end. The Thunder Immortal Palace owed him a debt of gratitude. But besides offering his soul, he was isolated by the Thunder Immortal Palace. But no matter what, he couldn't bring himself to act. At the same time, to avoid trouble, before entering the 10-mile radius of the teleportation array, he used his divine ability to change his appearance. At this moment, he also rushed out and entered the Pillar of Light. The more cultivators jumped into the Pillar of Light, the brighter the light outside became. Upon entering the Pillar of Light, Shi Zifeng turned her head to look at Wang Lin. Her lips pursed as if she wanted to say something. The shattering from the side of the teleportation array quickly spread. In an instant, it reached the outside of the Pillar of Light. Using the destruction of the array as the main method, this teleportation array had exceeded its capacity. Wang Lin gently merged into the Pillar of Light. Looking up at the sky, Wang Lin thought to himself, I have to leave. It's good that the teleportation array is destroyed. Even if it wasn't, I intended to destroy it when I exited the teleportation array. That way, the place where I appear will definitely change, avoiding the possibility of appearing at the Thunder Immortal Palace. The Pillar of Light reached the sky, radiating an extremely powerful force. Just as the Pillar of Light was about to dissipate, the cultivator Yang, who was preparing to transform into light, loudly said, Senior, please tell me your name. I will never forget your great kindness. Su Mu. Wang Lin disappeared with the Pillar of Light. Shi Zifeng's eyes shone brightly, and she silently said, Su Mu. I will never forget your great kindness. In the instant the Pillar of Light vanished, almost all the cultivators inside spoke at once. They would remember the name Su Mu, and would never forget it for the rest of their lives. In the instant the beam of light vanished, the small patch of land was quickly swallowed by the crack, leaving no trace behind. The entire Thunder Immortal realm was ravaged by winds blowing from the crack. The icy winds grew stronger and stronger, eventually swirling together into a whirlwind emanating from the fissure. In the Immortal realm, fragments of continents continuously disappeared. In the entire Thunder Immortal realm, fewer than 20 continents remained. From within the cold wind, a block of ice slowly emerged, spreading outwards. Finally, the remaining 20 or so continents were completely frozen. From afar, the black ice block had an eerie, sinister quality that sent chills down the viewer's spine. Even the lightning iron chain, in close proximity to the 20 fragments of the earth, began to show ice crystals. In an instant, they spread rapidly, and the entire lightning iron chain was frozen solid. In the lightning immortal realm, cultivators who hadn't managed to leave were instantly frozen by the wind, their movements frozen as if they were still alive. Some were flying, some were struggling, or some were standing with their eyes closed, waiting for death. There were also those whose bodies were shattered but not dissolved. All the flesh and blood were frozen in an instant, creating a terrifying scene. On one fragment of the earth, a middle-aged cultivator was frozen. In front of him, a flying sword was also frozen solid in midair. And it wasn't just his magical artifact that was frozen. Almost everyone's magical artifact suffered the same fate. Even those who were performing their divine powers were frozen by a gust of wind, causing faint glimmers of light from their magical artifacts to flicker within the icy covering their bodies. Only this faint light remained in the Thunder Immortal realm. At this moment, these specks of light resembled a beautiful starry sky. But upon closer inspection, it was completely different. After freezing, the Thunder Immortal realm was utterly destroyed, leaving only a black ice mass, a testament to what had once happened there. A sword shadow suddenly flashed within the frozen Thunder Immortal realm. The surrounding ice seemed to have no effect on the sword's shadow. The illusion of the sword was a long sword with a fluttering tassel. A figure stood on the tip of the sword. its body merely an illusion. The figure calmly looked ahead and smiled. A flash of light, and the figure and the sword's light vanished. At this moment, in the Luotia star domain, on the fourth continent, 100 fluctuating air currents suddenly appeared in different locations. The locations of these currents varied, but they all appeared simultaneously. Within each current was a cultivator. Upon their appearance, they were all extremely agitated. The feeling of being reborn made it impossible for them to remain calm. After determining their direction, they all quickly returned to their respective clans. The story concerning the Thunder Immortal realm gradually spread throughout the Luotia star domain. Among the names mentioned, one name was passed around by over 100 cultivators from more than 10 cultivation clans. It was the person who, before the gates of the Thunder Immortal realm, resisted the appearance of the silver-haired monster devouring cultivators. It was the person who, in times of danger, used divine powers to save the cultivators from certain death. It was the person who, when the Thunder Immortal realm collapsed, gave others hope and used a small, 100-foot-wide continent to save everyone. That person was also the one who led everyone into the teleportation array of the Thunder Immortal Palace. A single shout of "make way," and no one dared to stop him. Before the teleportation array vanished, he led everyone inside and departed. That person's name was Sumu. Among the hundreds of cultivators were various families, both large and small. But dozens of cultivation families combined could create a force that could not be underestimated. Under that force, for the first time, the Thunder Immortal Palace didn't mention the teleportation array at all, acting as if nothing had happened. In fact, more than 10 cultivation families couldn't help but talk about this, and couldn't help but revere Sumu's name. After all, each family member who trespassed into the Forbidden's teleportation array of the Thunder Immortal Palace was putting the entire clan in danger. This was basically impossible to conceal. The Thunder Immortal Palace certainly knew about it. Waiting for the Thunder Immortal Palace to punish them was not as good as uniting. That way, there might still be a chance of survival. Otherwise, the clansmen would have no choice but to flee the Thunder Immortal realm. But those who could reach the Thunder Immortal realm were all true disciples of their respective clans, the core future forces of each clan. How could they be annihilated? Each clan leader was a deeply cunning individual. They clearly understood this principle. Therefore, they successfully eliminated the possibility of trespassing into the Forbidden's area of the Thunder Immortal realm. However, at the same time, the name Sumu was spread outside. Especially through the mouths of those who were rescued, Sumu's name was exaggerated countless times. In the end, no one could discern Sumu's cultivation level. After carefully questioning the clansmen, especially after hearing about the battle with the silver-haired monster, everyone was terrified. Finally, the name Sumu spread like wildfire throughout the Luotia star domain. However, no one ever saw him again. He vanished without a trace, becoming a mystery. In the western region of the Luotia star domain, there was a vast expanse of space filled with countless nebulae emitting light, creating a bizarre scene that captivated anyone who saw it. Of the 4 regions east, west, south, and north, the western region had the largest number of ferocious beasts. Despite its vast size, the number of cultivators there was significantly lower than before. In fact, there were only about 7 places in the entire western region that cultivators couldn't enter. Because even in the vastness of space, those places were extremely dangerous. As the ferocious beasts there often exceeded the limits of human endurance. These places were called the borderlands by the Luotia cultivators. Only a select few with extraordinary abilities, perhaps needing certain alchemy materials or treasures, dared to enter this boundary region. However, they didn't dare venture too deep, only moving along the outer edges. This was because the depths of the boundary region held incredibly terrifying locations. At this moment, in the western part of the Luotia star domain, deep within the central boundary region lay a desolate area devoid of light, shrouded in darkness. One could barely see their own hand in front of their face. There wasn't a single speck of light in the starry sky. The darkness was terrifying. Simultaneously, the space was eerily silent, as if no one had ever set foot there before. Suddenly, a point of light appeared in the darkness. Initially, the light was faint, but after a moment, it emitted a dazzling radiance. Even the entire space was instantly illuminated. In the instant the light shone, layers upon layers of mist could be seen in the starry sky. The mist seemed to fear the light, so the moment the light shone, it quickly contracted to one side, instantly revealing a vast, 1,000-foot wide void. The bright spot gradually grew larger, eventually forming a ripple. In the vibration of space, a human figure appeared within the ripple. The figure slowly became clearer, then a person emerged. As soon as he appeared, Wang Lin's eyes showed a wary expression, because in the moment the light disappeared, he had seen everything clearly. And immediately after the light vanished, the mist beyond 1,000 feet stirred, threatening to engulf the entire 1,000-foot radius. After the light disappeared, the space before Wang Lin darkened. But instantly, the hairs on his body stood on end, and a sense of danger spread throughout his entire being. Without hesitation, his primordial spirit quickly moved, his hands forming a hand seal. Instantly, two bright lightning spheres, emitting crackling sounds, appeared in his hands. The moment the spheres appeared, the surrounding scenery reappeared. At this point, the fog had spread to a radius of over 100 meters and was continuing to expand. But now, illuminated by the lightning, it quickly retreated to over 1,000 meters away. Wang Lin's expression darkened as he stared at the fog 1,000 meters away, his brows furrowed. Where is this? He thought. The fog is somewhat unusual. It seems to contain some kind of life. A flash of light flickered in Wang Lin's eyes. He raised the exploding sphere in his right hand and moved forward. In an instant, the fog parted, creating a path for the lightning spheres to penetrate. Wang Lin followed closely behind, continuing his advance. He continued to follow the lightning spheres. Even as the light from the sphere faded, he still hadn't emerged from the fog. Throughout his journey, Wang Lin frowned. The surrounding fog was completely abnormal. He didn't dare spread his divine consciousness because he felt that doing so would cause the fog to change unexpectedly. This feeling, though vague, was very strong. After flying for 3 consecutive days, Wang Lin suddenly stopped. Ahead was still an endless expanse of fog, completely unchanged, as if it had no end. After a moment of thought, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly brightened. He slowly calmed down, relaxed his mind, and took a step forward. Immediately, a ripple appeared from his feet. Wang Lin's eyes remained calm as he tried to merge into the space. He took a second step. By this time, the ripples beneath his feet had become more numerous and spread outwards. Wang Lin had found the feeling of merging into the space. This could be said to be his fastest attempt at merging into the heavens and earth. All of this was thanks to Ian Lizzie. At this moment, Wang Lin's primordial spirit could be said to have gained immense experience in merging with heaven and earth. Even his physical body was the same. At the third step, the moment Wang Lin's foot landed, he vanished, leaving only a ripple of energy behind. A moment later, the surrounding space was enveloped in mist, returning to an endless void devoid of any light. For an unknown amount of time, and at an unknown distance, it seemed to be at the edge of the mist. Although there was still mist here, its density had become much thinner. Suddenly, a wave appeared, causing the mist to disperse. In that instant, Wang Lin's image condensed and he stepped out of the ripple. But the moment he stepped out, his expression changed. This was indeed the edge of the mist, but 3 yards away from Wang Lin was a wall of dark red flesh. That wall of flesh was so vast, its end invisible. Even looking up, all he could see was flesh and more flesh. Wang Lin's expression was extremely grim. When he first merged with heaven and earth, his thoughts were focused on his cultivation planet. But after merging with space, he felt as if he had hit a wall, forcing him to find a way out. Finally, he appeared here. Upon seeing the wall of flesh, Wang Lin understood why he felt like he was touching a wall during the merging state. Obviously, it was this gigantic wall of flesh that caused it. It was called a wall of flesh because it wasn't stationary but constantly moving. Something was moving on it. Wang Lin frowned and flew towards the wall. But the moment his body moved, the wall of flesh began to stir. Instantly, countless cracks appeared on its surface, and black smoke spewed out from these cracks. Wang Lin swiftly dodged the mist. A flash of light flickered in his eyes as he stared intently at the newly spewed mist. The mist possessed immense force, merging into the surrounding mist upon its appearance. The process of spewing the mist lasted for about half an incense stick's time. Then it gradually returned to normal. The mist spewed out became less and less until finally it vanished completely. The crack in the flesh wall slowly contracted. Wang Lin looked around the seemingly endless flesh wall and made a decision. He quickly rushed into the shrinking crack. The moment he entered, the crack outside closed. This was a very narrow passage. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light as he sped forward at an incredibly fast speed, leaving a trail of afterimages in the passage. The gap behind him kept closing as if chasing after Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't pay attention to what was behind him, only focusing on what was ahead. Finally, the distance to the end point grew shorter and shorter. The path wasn't as long as Wang Lin had imagined. A moment later, he quickly reached its end and leapt out of the opening. Just as he rushed out of the opening, a terrified scream suddenly rang in his ears, attracting his attention. This wasn't a dark area either. Scattered points of light flickered in the sky, their light reaching this place. In front of him was a continent suspended in midair. The continent was vast, its size immeasurable. A short distance away, a man in simple cloth robes stood. His appearance was unremarkable, with several symbols on his face resembling twisted threads. In his hand, he held a strange magical artifact. That magical artifact resembled a very long teapot spout, but it was clearly much larger and taller than half a person. The astonished cries came from the people behind. They looked at Wang Lin, their eyes filled with fear, and quickly retreated. In their eyes, Wang Lin was nothing more than a ferocious beast. Wang Lin could see that the man possessed no spiritual power whatsoever, let alone immortal power. Yet, the fact that he could fly was clearly extraordinary. Moreover, the most important thing was that the symbol on the man's face gave Wang Lin a sense of familiarity. Seeing the man retreat, he didn't hesitate, leaping after him. After Wang Lin rushed out, the gap behind him slowly closed. The fear in the man's eyes grew more and more apparent. As he retreated, the symbol on his face suddenly moved, extending to his forehead. In an instant, a 7-leaved plant appeared on his forehead. The leaves on the plant spread wide, and a strange force enveloped the man's entire body. In an instant, the man's speed increased exponentially, disappearing as if by teleportation. Seeing this, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Immortal tribe. He increased his speed even more, his right hand forming a hand seal. His internal energy circulated, then he lightly tapped the space. Immediately, the energy radiated, creating a ripple that distorted the air in front of him. The man's figure reappeared. His eyes were initially bewildered, but after a moment, only fear remained. Wang Lin slowly walked towards him, standing opposite him. The man trembled, letting out a shriek before retreating again. Wang Lin raised his eyebrows, his right hand grabbing at the air, causing the man's body to stiffen, as if an invisible hand had seized him, pulling him to Wang Lin's side. Holding him, Wang Lin was about to speak. But at that moment, Wang Lin's expression changed as he turned to look behind him. In his eyes, from the mainland, 100 rainbows of different colors, emanating a terrifying aura, were hurtling towards him at incredible speed. Almost instantly, the 100 rainbows had approached. When they were about 100 feet from Wang Lin, the light disappeared, revealing a group of people dressed in coarse cloth. All the newcomers were men, mostly middle-aged. They all stared at Wang Lin, their eyes filled with fear. Their faces and exposed limbs bore symbols, especially on their foreheads. The image of a plant flickered, though its leaves were shrunken, making it impossible to discern the number of leaves. From the group emerged an old man. His hair was white, his face full of wrinkles, and he looked at Wang Lin with awe. He glanced at Wang Lin's right hand. "Senior Immortal, what are your requests?" The old man's expression was extremely respectful, his gaze fixed on the image of the beast skeleton in his right hand. Wang Lin's eyes remained calm, but his heart was shaken. With his composure for thousands of years of cultivation, he could maintain an unchanging expression. Although he felt terrified at this moment, his face showed no emotion. The title Senior Immortal might not have meant much if spoken by an ordinary person, but if spoken by someone from the Immortal tribe, it carried a different meaning. More importantly, Senior Immortal was not just a respectful title. If it had been before coming to the Treasure Pavilion, Wang Lin probably wouldn't have thought much about it. But now, he couldn't help but think about it. "Can you discern my cultivation level?" Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he spoke slowly. The old man nodded, staring intently at Wang Lin's right hand. The excitement in his eyes intensified as he said, "8th rank Senior Immortal." The commoner could recognize him. Wang Lin remained silent, looking at the old man. The other party referred to himself as a commoner, his gaze fixed on his right hand. which surprised Wang Lin. From that respectful form of address and the look of awe in his eyes, a bold idea suddenly crossed Wang Lin's mind. Could it be that these people don't know that the immortal realm has disappeared? If so, then they've been here for countless years. After a moment of silence, a thought suddenly flashed through Wang Lin's mind. He said, "How long has it been since an immortal came here?" The old man's face darkened, and he respectfully said, "Many years have passed since the last immortal decree from the immortal king. I can't remember the exact time." At this moment, he raised his right hand, revealing the image of a beast skeleton, and stared at the old man, saying, "You know this." The excitement in the old man's eyes intensified. He respectfully said, "I can recognize the immortal king's mother-child skeleton artifact. A high-ranking immortal possessing the immortal king's artifact must be someone close to him. Is this visit for the Zhuanyin cauldron?" Wang Lin glanced at the old man. He remained silent. Then his gaze shifted towards the mainland. The old man hurriedly and respectfully said, "It is my fault for my careless hospitality. Please, esteemed immortal, the spirit immortal fruit has been ripe for a long time. Let me have someone bring some for you to enjoy." Led by the old man, Wang Lin followed calmly. The other members of the immortal tribe walked behind, their eyes filled with fear, not daring to get too close. The man whom Wang Lin had captured earlier was now released. His eyes looked at Wang Lin with extreme fear. Following the old man, Wang Lin's distance to the mainland grew shorter and shorter. A short while later, they reached the outside. Before him lay a vast, fertile plain. Gentle breezes carried the fragrant scent of grass, filling the air with a sense of tranquility. The old man continued without stopping, respectfully leading the way. In the center of the plain, a series of ancient structures were scattered. Although not yet destroyed, they bore the marks of time. These marks were faint, but ever since Wang Lin acquired the soul extraction technique, he had become highly sensitive to their presence. When he was about 1,000 feet from the structures, Wang Lin stopped flying and looked down. The green grass here and outside looked no different at first glance, but Wang Lin already had a deep understanding of restrictions, and with Li Yuan's guidance in the Thunder Immortal Realm, he understood them even better. Therefore, now, with just a glance, he could see a massive restriction surrounding the building. The old man, seeing Wang Lin's gaze, respectfully said, "Senior Immortal, this formation was personally set up by the Immortal King back then to protect our clan from the fog beasts." Wang Lin didn't know what fog beasts were, and only nodded slightly without speaking. But a sense of curiosity arose in his heart about this place. Ziyaozi, the Immortal Clan, and even the profound Yin Cauldron. What kind of place is this? While Wang Lin was thinking, a commotion echoed from afar. From within the countless buildings, a large group of people flew out. Among them were both men and women, all dressed simply. They didn't dare fly too close, only observing from a distance. In the buildings below, there were also small children staring wide-eyed at Wang Lin. Seeing so many people, Wang Lin felt overwhelmed. Clearly, this was a complete immortal tribe. He wondered how many years they had lived here to have survived until now. Those flying into the sky, seeing Wang Lin approach, retreated, not daring to come closer. Many of them had fear in their eyes. The old man leading the way for Wang Lin frowned. He spoke a few words to the newly emerged tribesmen in a strange language. The group fell silent, looking at each other before dispersing. The old man quickly turned to Wang Lin and respectfully said, "Please, esteemed immortal, this is the dwelling place of our clan." The old man said as he descended. Upon reaching the tallest building, he stopped and bowed slightly to the side. Wang Lin landed and, after a moment's thought, extended his divine consciousness. Although he felt there was nothing to fear, he didn't enter, saying slowly, "This is fine. No need to go inside." The old man was taken aback, his expression somewhat distressed, but he didn't press the matter further, simply nodding. In the sky, the members of the immortal tribe gathered, surrounding them from all sides. Their faces were anxious as they gazed down intently. "Esteemed immortal," the old man interrupted before he could finish. At this moment, Wang Lin calmly looked at the old man and said, "Why do you all show such fear upon seeing me?" The distress on the old man's face intensified. After a moment of silence, he sighed and said, "It's been a long time since people from the immortal realm have come here. The immortal king seems to have abandoned us. Here, I am the oldest among us commoners, but I dare not conceal from the immortal that you are the first immortal I have ever met. If it weren't for the records of our clan, I fear I wouldn't even recognize your identity, let alone anyone else in our clan. Wang Lin said nothing, only looking at the other party. The old man hesitated for a moment before saying, "My clan offered our lives to the immortal King Shouyao, protecting the Zhuanyin Peak for generations. But since 3,000 years ago, the Zhuanyin Peak has opened once every 100 years. Each time, it spews out a large cloud of black mist. That black mist transforms into demonic beasts, some of which are extremely powerful and can even transform into human form. In the past 3,000 years, countless people from our clan have died at the hands of these human-shaped beasts. Therefore, since then, almost all the people who appear here are formed from the mist. As for our clan, because of the markings on our bodies, the beasts cannot transform into us. Therefore, when a high-ranking immortal appears, except for the common people who can see them, others cannot recognize them. Even if the common people tell them, they still suspect that the high-ranking immortal is actually a beast transformed." The old man sighed, explaining the reason. Wang Lin nodded. The old man's words had a certain degree of credibility. Combining the story with the gazes of the people around, there was some truth to what the old man said. "Where is the Zhuanyin cauldron?" Wang Lin thought for a moment and then asked. The old man respectfully replied, "In the forbidden area of our clan." "Does the high-ranking immortal wish to go now?" Wang Lin pondered for a moment and then nodded. He wanted to quickly see what the Zhuanyin cauldron ultimately looked like. The old man was about to speak when a loud shout suddenly erupted from the crowd. "Ancestor, this person cannot be brought to the profound Yin Peak." The voice echoed like thunder in the air. At the same time, a path suddenly parted from the crowd in the sky. A towering figure, about 10 feet tall, stepped forward. The upper half of his body was covered in black symbols, almost completely enveloping him, even his neck and face. A plant with 13 leaves was wriggling eerily between his eyebrows, giving him an unsettling appearance. 13 leaves. Wang Lin stared intently. In his memory, the immortal tribe on the Vermilion Bird Star had at most 11 leaves, equivalent to a young cultivator. Wang Lin's expression remained calm as he coldly observed the giant. In just a few steps, the giant arrived. His appearance caused the surrounding immortal tribe members to cheer loudly, their faces filled with reverence. "Tower Mountain, do not be disrespectful to the high immortal." The old man beside Wang Lin shouted. The burly man's eyes flashed with cold light as he stared intently at the old man, sneering. "Your ancestor is old. Are you still so arrogant about immortals? I'm afraid there are no immortals in this world. The ancestral texts were all compiled by our ancestors. Otherwise, how could our clan have never encountered an immortal for so many years?" "Shut up! My immortal selection clan has always been messengers of immortals in this world. If there were no immortals, how could our clan exist? Besides, you dare not believe the immortal king's prophecy from back then." The old man's face darkened as he shouted. "Believe that immortal king was just a remnant of some powerful being's consciousness. How could I possibly believe him? I'd rather believe in my own strength than a consciousness that's been around for so long." The burly man clenched his right fist, his eyes filled with unwavering confidence. "You are utterly treacherous." The old man trembled, pointing his finger at the burly man, gritting his teeth as he said, "You. So what if I am utterly treacherous? Immortal? Immortal. My clan has guarded the Zhuanyin Peak for so many years in this dark place, obeying the immortal's decree. But what have we received in return? The beasts within the Zhuanyin Peak have caused the deaths of my clansmen. When the beasts massacred my people, where were the immortals? Ancestor, don't mention immortals. Today, even if this person is a true immortal, I, Tower Mountain, must kill him." The burly man said, glaring at Wang Lin with a cold expression. Suddenly, he stepped forward and threw a punch at Wang Lin. The punch unleashed a series of thunderous explosions. Symbols appeared in the air, surrounding the burly man's fist, like a strange formation. "Immortal, unleash your immortal power so I can see what you rely on to be called an immortal." Wang Lin's gaze was icy cold. He understood the immortal tribe very well. This person was clearly not a talisman master, but a grand talisman practitioner who cultivated his physical body. As soon as the punch landed, Wang Lin felt his body being tightly bound by some strange force, blocking all escape routes. Wang Lin's expression remained calm as he said, "There's some force, but it's not enough." With that, Wang Lin lightly stomped his right foot on the ground. Immediately, a series of sounds quickly spread from the ground beneath his feet. In an instant, the force binding Wang Lin's body vanished. A sound like shattering glass echoed, and all the force holding him down dissipated. Besides that, the force then swirled and swept in all directions. The burly man who had just thrown the punch changed color. He felt a strong gust of wind hit his face, slowing his movements. Wang Lin slowly walked towards the burly man. He raised his right hand and lightly touched the man's chest, causing the man's body to tremble and his legs to recoil. The symbols all over his body emitted a dazzling light. He retreated more than 10 steps. The man's chest was unharmed, but a whirlwind seemed to surge within him. However, due to the effect of the symbols, the injury wasn't too serious. He recovered after a short rest. The burly man's face turned ferocious, and he let out a loud roar. His right hand slammed forward, producing a rumbling sound. At the same time, the symbols all over his body moved and flew outwards. Within a radius of more than 10 meters around him, countless symbols filled the area. The burly man lunged forward, and the symbols around him immediately rushed towards Wang Lin. Although the burly man's physical strength was inferior to that of his former bodyguard, it wasn't much different. His expression remained unchanged, a cold smile playing on his lips, but his right foot continued to move forward. In a short time, he was close to the burly man. In that instant, the burly man swung his right hand and threw a punch. That punch caused the surrounding space to flash with light. The symbols on his body flickered even faster, like a cultivator's divine ability, striking towards Wang Lin. A flash of light appeared in Wang Lin's eyes, and he pointed his right hand forward. The immortal technique appeared, stopping the burly man. At this moment, Wang Lin's two right fingers closed into a sword and struck the burly man's chest once again. A loud sound rang out, and the burly man flew backward, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. His eyes looked at Wang Lin with terror. The symbols on his body were also swept away. At this moment, he wasn't the only one terrified. All the members of the Immortal Selection clan were shaken and fell silent. "Senior Immortal, please calm down and spare Tower Mountain's life," the ancestor of the Immortal Selection clan said anxiously. "No need." The burly man landed on the ground, retreating more than 10 meters before regaining his balance. He raised his head and shouted, his hands forming a hand seal and striking his chest forcefully. Immediately, the symbols on his body moved strangely, contracting towards his forehead. But unlike before, they quickly formed a black armor covering the burly man. As soon as the armor appeared, a chilling aura emanated from it, and even a black shadow, like a demon god, appeared behind the burly man. A spirit armor bestowed by the immortals. "I didn't expect you to have refined it," the old man said, gasping. Wang Lin stared intently at the armor. It gave him a familiar feeling. Clearly, it was very similar to the demon-slaying armor in the land of demon spirits. The only difference was that the demonic energy wasn't as abundant, as if it were being suppressed by something. The burly man roared angrily and charged forward. With his height and the armor, he looked like a giant from ancient times. Anyone faint-hearted would surely faint upon seeing him, especially since there was something on the armor that seemed ready to seize the soul of others. As the burly man charged forward, the ghostly figure behind him appeared ferocious. As he lunged forward, his right hand unleashed another punch. The power of that punch surpassed the previous two, creating an astonishing momentum. In the instant the punch was thrown, the ghostly figure behind him transformed into a cloud of smoke clinging to his fist. The punch, upon being thrown, emitted a strange sound and pressed towards Wang Lin. The black smoke on the burly man's fist transformed into a black, gleaming skull, grinning as if to devour Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, calmly watching the burly man charging towards him. He opened his mouth and spat out a grain of sand. In an instant, the grain of sand transformed into a small, 100-foot-wide piece of land, hurled towards the giant. The pressure emanating from the piece of land was immense. The moment it struck, it created a whirlwind. This was the first time such a small piece of land from the immortal realm had appeared in the mortal world. At this moment, its appearance immediately radiated powerful immortal energy. Sensing the immortal energy emanating from it, the old man of the Immortal Selection clan became excited, prostrating himself on the ground in reverence. Even the giant's eyes showed a hint of hesitation. But after a moment, he gritted his teeth and continued to strike the 100-foot wide piece of land in front of him. "Break for me." His fist struck the land, but it didn't budge an inch. However, after that punch, the giant's body trembled slightly, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood before retreating. His eyes trembled. He hadn't expected it to be so hard. His entire force struck it, yet it didn't budge at all, and he even suffered a backlash that caused his blood to churn throughout his body. The phantom on the giant's fist vanished. Wang Lin's eyes were cold. He raised his right finger, and immediately a 100-foot wide piece of land flew up, spinning in the air. It created a whirlwind, then descended. A piercing shriek echoed through the heavens and earth. The moment the piece of land descended, the giant shrieked, raising both hands to the sky as if to resist. "Down," Wang Lin said calmly. Immediately, the piece of land crashed down with a deafening explosion. The entire continent shook, and countless cracks appeared. As soon as the cracks appeared, a black mist spewed out from within. The mist condensed instantly. Its condensation speed was extremely fast. Almost in a moment, it formed a group of bizarre-looking beasts. Misty beasts. The members of the Immortal Selection clan in the sky suddenly cried out. The plant-like object flashed on their foreheads, its leaves spreading outwards. From within, Wang Lin could see a magical artifact shaped like a long, teapot-like spout. In an instant, the mist condensed. 100 black beasts of varying shapes appeared in the sky. A gloomy aura emanated from them, accompanied by low growls. The old man of the Immortal Selection clan's face darkened. He pointed his right hand at his forehead, and a black light appeared. In his hand, a long, teapot-like spout, about a meter long, materialized. He charged straight into the sky, shouting, "Everyone attack! Eliminate them all within half an incense stick's time. Don't let any of these beasts transform into human form." In a flash, he was beside a newly formed beast. He clapped his magical artifact, and a powerful suction force immediately appeared. The beast's eyes were still closed, but under the suction force, its body twisted and turned into a wisp of smoke, sucked into the warm mouth. A series of noises emanated from the spout. Except for the old man, the surrounding tribesmen all held their magical artifacts, their eyes filled with anxiety, all focused on the other beasts. A glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He pointed his finger into the air, and a small piece of land flew up, revealing the figure of the Tower Mountain Man. He was covered in wounds, blood flowing from his orifices, but he was not yet dead. His eyes radiated a fierce fighting spirit, staring intently at Wang Lin. Wang Lin ignored him and stared back at the beasts formed from the mist. The newly formed mist beasts had only just condensed their bodies and were not yet fully conscious. Moreover, the Immortal Selection clan members reacted extremely quickly and had extensive experience fighting mist beasts. In a short time, countless mist beasts were sucked into that strange artifact. But at this moment, suddenly, one of the mist beasts, just as it was being sucked in by an Immortal Selection clan member, opened its eyes. Wang Lin had never seen eyes like that before. There were no pupils in those eyes, but 6 black dots. The rest was just gray. Its gaze was icy cold, devoid of any emotion. The Immortal Selection clan member was terrified and retreated without hesitation. But as soon as it moved, the mist beast chased after it at an extremely fast speed and burrowed into the 7 orifices of that person. The Immortal Selection clan member let out a heart-wrenching scream. The mournful sound echoed throughout the heavens and earth. In an instant, that person's body exploded. Fresh blood gushed out, turning into a blood mist. From within the mist, the figure of the mist beast reappeared, its tongue flicking out to lick its lips. In an instant, it lunged towards the next clansman. Then, another mist beast opened its eyes, transforming from a defenseless state. It seemed to crave blood, moving with lightning speed. Immortal Annihilation Formation. The old man of the Immortal Selection clan in the sky exclaimed anxiously, dodging an approaching mist beast. Wang Lin gazed intently ahead. At that moment, another mist beast suddenly opened its eyes and charged straight towards him. Its screeching sound seemed to pierce through his very soul. Wang Lin snorted coldly, his body flashing as he appeared beside the beast. His 2 fingers closed into a sword, moving much faster than the beast, pointing directly at its forehead. The elemental energy in his body surged, causing the beast to explode. However, after the beast's body exploded, it didn't dissipate but instead transformed into small, fluctuating clusters of mist, showing signs of condensing. Wang Lin glared, approaching the condensing mist. The power of his lightning elemental spirit condensed at his fingertips. Instantly, a lightning ball appeared. Wang Lin flicked it lightly and the lightning ball unleashed extremely powerful lightning bolts, penetrating the mist. Boom, boom. Thunder and lightning roared, and the mist immediately dispersed, turning into small clumps of smoke. A flash of light appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He formed a hand seal and pointed forward. Immediately, another lightning bolt shot out from his right hand, shattering all the remaining mist. At this moment, the remaining mist beasts roared and charged towards everyone. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged as he calmly ascended. His body hovered in midair, his right hand raised, his finger pointing straight up to the sky. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "The Tao transforms into the yellow springs." Simultaneously, a rumbling sound echoed, and a stream of yellow springs descended from the sky, merging with the air and emitting waves of resentment. At this moment, Wang Lin stood upon the yellow springs, no different from the master of the yellow springs of reincarnation in the world. Third form, Yellow Springs power. Instantly, an unimaginable suction force spread from within the yellow springs. Under this suction, the surrounding mist beasts, roaring and charging towards everyone, were sucked into the yellow springs. It wasn't just one mist beast, but almost all of them were sucked into the yellow springs and turned into mist. Despite struggling to escape, they were unable to break free from the gravitational pull and were sucked into the underworld. "Senior Immortal, you can't do that." At this moment, the old man from the Immortal Selection clan, not far away, anxiously spoke up to stop him. Wang Lin's gaze became focused. The moment the old man's words left his mouth, he immediately sensed that the mist that had been sucked into the yellow springs, which hadn't been refined yet, was merging together inside, forming a humanoid monster. This humanoid monster only had the form. Inside its body, only mist flowed. But when it appeared, the power of the yellow springs lost its effect, and it simply stepped out of the yellow springs. After it appeared, its face wasn't very clear. It had all its facial features except for a single eye. The old man from the Immortal Selection clan quickly descended. Not only him, but the other clan members did as well. After seeing the one-eyed humanoid monster, the old man breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Wang Lin, saying loudly, "Senior Immortal, quickly return. I want to activate the Immortal Formation. It's a humanoid beast. No magic can kill it instantly, and it can't be injured on the second attack." A glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, and he quickly retreated. But as soon as he moved, the humanoid beast also moved, charging straight towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes turned cold. The power of lightning condensed, and in an instant, dozens of fist-sized lightning balls appeared around his body. Wang Lin pointed his finger, and all the lightning balls rushed towards the humanoid monster. In the moment the lightning balls reached the monster, Wang Lin retreated and softly shouted, "Condense!" Immediately, the lightning balls condensed and slammed into the monster. Loud explosions resounded, and the monster was shattered into numerous clumps of mist. But instantly, they condensed and transformed back into their original forms, completely unharmed, and continued to pursue Wang Lin. Not only that, lightning bolts appeared on its body. As it chased, lightning bolts shot out from its body, looking exactly like Wang Lin's divine abilities. With the help of the lightning, the beast's speed increased. Like a flash of lightning, in an instant, it caught up to Wang Lin. A murderous glint appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He lightly tapped his storage bag with his right hand, and the immortal sword immediately appeared. Holding the immortal sword, Wang Lin slashed forward. Immediately, the slaying Luo technique manifested. Seeing that slash, the charging beast stopped. Its emotionless eyes showed fear. It tried to retreat, but it was too late. Without a sound, the beast's body was split in two. Patches of mist spread out, accompanied by painful groans. Wang Lin quickly appeared beside the mist. The slaying Luo technique was unleashed again. Each strike of the slaying Luo technique continuously shattered the mist, but after a moment, the mist showed some resistance to the slaying Luo technique. The rate of shattering slowed down, even showing signs of condensation. A flash of light appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He pointed his right hand forward and shouted, "Freeze!" The immortal technique of body freezing immediately spread around, causing the condensing mist to stop. At this moment, the skeletal image in Wang Lin's hand moved and materialized. The instant the skeletal beast appeared, its two eyes shot out a pitch-black beam of light. A thick aura of killing intent permeated the air, causing the mist to instantly glow blue, showing signs of petrification. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with light, but he quickly pointed at the petrifying mist. His body's primal energy surged into it, causing the petrifying mist to shatter into countless rocks. These small rocks, having just dispersed, continued to crumble. This scene caused all the members of the Immortal Selection clan to widen their eyes in astonishment. This was the first time they had seen a beast, normally only killed by formations, destroyed by a single person in such a short time. What shocked them even more was that the humanoid beast offered no resistance whatsoever. As for the Tower Mountain, which Wang Lin had previously pressed down into the ground with a small piece of earth, it now struggled to break free, staring blankly at Wang Lin standing in midair. This is an immortal. Wang Lin's series of divine abilities had surpassed the imagination of the clan members. Even the patriarch of the Immortal Selection clan was wide-eyed and open-mouthed, muttering. The mother-child Dao is withered. Wang Lin stopped looking at the spot where the humanoid beast had dissipated and turned to the old man, calmly saying, "Now, take me to the profound Yin Peak." The old man took a deep breath, respectfully bowed, and said, "Please, Senior Immortal." He then flew into the sky to lead the way. Wang Lin remained calm and leisurely followed. At this point, the Immortal Selection clan members no longer tried to stop the old man. A glint of light flashed in Tower Mountain's eyes. He stood up abruptly, took a few deep breaths, and chased after him. "Tower Mountain, do you still want to cause trouble? Don't you know that the Senior Immortal showed mercy before?" The old man turned around angrily. It was true that Wang Lin had shown mercy. After all, it was his first time here, and there were many things he didn't know. Killing him would only bring trouble. Otherwise, Tower Mountain would surely die. Ancestor Tower Mountain knows he was wrong. "I only wanted to follow to the profound Yin Peak, after all. I'm very familiar with that place," Tower Mountain said in a low voice. The old man raised his eyebrows, about to scold him, when Wang Lin calmly said, "Follow me and lead the way." The old man bowed, ignoring Tower Mountain and continuing to fly. The speed of the three was not fast. After about half an incense stick's time, all three had flown out of the architectural complex. Before Wang Lin's eyes, on an open space, was an altar. The altar was of normal size, with many cracks around it. Below the altar was a large purple door. Above the door were glittering symbols. The old man descended before the door, bit his fingertip, and used his blood to draw in the void. The image he drew was identical to the symbol on the door. A pink light flashed on the symbol and merged into the door. A rumbling sound echoed, and the door slowly lifted, revealing a dark doorway. A blast of icy wind blew from within, chilling them to the bone. It felt as if their cultivation wasn't strong enough, it could injure them. The old man stood beside them, respectfully saying, "Senior Immortal, this is the location of the profound Yin Peak." Wang Lin's divine consciousness swept through, sensing the hidden immortal energy within the cold doorway. "Go in," Wang Lin said calmly. The old man nodded and entered through the door. Tower Mountain hesitated for a moment, then quickly stepped forward to stop the old man. The old man frowned and shouted, "Tower Mountain, what do you intend to do?" Tower Mountain looked at Wang Lin and said in a low voice, "Senior Immortal, there's too much cold air here. The ancestor is too old to enter. May I guide you, sir?" The old man was taken aback and said, "Although it's quite cold inside, my body can still withstand it." Looking at Wang Lin, Tower Mountain continued, "Senior Immortal, Tower Mountain has guarded the altar all my life. I am qualified to lead you inside." Wang Lin's gaze was calm as he glanced at Tower Mountain. His eyes seemed to penetrate, scrutinizing Tower Mountain's inner thoughts. Facing the gaze, Tower Mountain looked straight ahead, without flinching. "All right," Wang Lin said, withdrawing his gaze. Tower Mountain remained silent, turning and entering the door. Wang Lin smirked coldly and slowly followed. The old man, however, frowned. He vaguely sensed Tower Mountain's thoughts, but only sighed, not following, instead sitting cross-legged on the ground. At the entrance were countless flights of stairs. The further down they went, the thicker the cold air became. After about half an incense stick's time, guided by Tower Mountain, the two arrived. The moment they set foot at the bottom, Wang Lin's eyes widened slightly. The entrance at the bottom was about 100 feet wide. In the center stood a large cauldron, about 10 feet in diameter. Countless symbols were carved on its surface. Streams of black gas swirled around the mouth of the cauldron, as if it wanted to escape but was sealed by some force, preventing it from breaking free. Around the cauldron were 9 skulls. These 9 skulls were not animal skulls, but human skulls. On each skull, at the center of the forehead, was a complex symbol. Streams of black light flashed from the 9 human skulls like a formation. "This is the Profoundian Cauldron," Tower Mountain said softly, looking at the large cauldron with a complex expression. Wang Lin's eyes shone like stars, his divine consciousness threading around the cauldron. After a moment of hesitation, he entered without any resistance. But just as his divine consciousness entered, a shrill female voice suddenly emanated from within the cauldron. The sound was eerie, inaudible to the ears, only audible to the divine consciousness. And within that sound was a murderous aura, like a whirlwind, nearly causing Wang Lin's divine consciousness to dissipate. Wang Lin hastily retreated a few steps, his face pale but his eyes shining brightly. "I want to stay there for a few days. You go outside first," Wang Lin said, staring intently at the cauldron. Tower Mountain remained silent for a moment, then looked up at Wang Lin. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, "Sir, are you an immortal?" Wang Lin turned to look at Tower Mountain. He had guessed that the other party's request to lead the way here was because he wanted to ask him something. Calmly looking at Tower Mountain, Wang Lin said nothing. "The only problem is, as I grew older, I gradually discovered that none of that was true. No one has ever seen an immortal, except for a few prophetic tales in the ancestral hall. Every now and then, my clan, while protecting the Zhuanyin Peak, would encounter a mist erupting. The mist would transform into the shapes of various beasts that would kill my clansmen. The countless battles, the countless deaths of my clansmen caused me immense pain. Therefore, I began to doubt the existence of immortals in this world. To this day, I no longer believe in the existence of immortals. If immortals truly existed, why would they have abandoned us for so many years?" Wang Lin remained silent. When he heard the old man claim to be from the Immortal Selection Clan, he had already guessed a few things. The Immortal Selection Clan. The Immortal Clan. Choice, abandonment. Please tell me, are there truly immortals in this world? Are you an immortal? Tower Mountain raised his head, looking at Wang Lin. His voice was low, but it sounded like a scream. "I am not an immortal," Wang Lin calmly said. Tower Mountain's body trembled slightly, the suffering on his face intensifying. Immortals may still exist, but the immortal realm was destroyed a long time ago. It no longer exists. Wang Lin looked towards the Zhuanyin Peak again. Tower Mountain laughed painfully, retreating a few steps, muttering, "It's just as I suspected. I guessed correctly. There are basically no immortals. My clan's protection of this place for so many years has been completely wrong." "What's inside this peak?" Wang Lin stared at the Zhuanyin Peak, asking. "I don't know. Our clan's records state that year, the Immortal King brought our clan into the underworld beast world, leaving our clan to protect the Zhuanyin Peak for generations. Until you come again," Tower Mountain whispered. "How can we leave here?" Wang Lin looked towards the Profoundian Peak again. "We can't leave. The entire place is sealed. I've tried to find a way out, to go outside and search for immortals, but I ultimately failed. Although I haven't stopped, I still can't get past it. That wall of flesh seems to stretch to the very void." Tower Mountain took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. "What did the prophecy say back then?" Wang Lin asked intently. "I don't know. No one has ever been able to see what's inside. Although countless ancestors of my clan have died, no one has been able to see the contents inside." Tower Mountain slowly returned to normal. Wang Lin frowned. After a moment of contemplation, he took a few steps towards the Profoundian Peak. He raised his right hand and placed it on its surface. His divine consciousness spread out again, merging into it. Almost instantly, the loud roar reappeared. This time it was several times stronger than before, swirling around Wang Lin's consciousness. Wang Lin's primal energy circulated throughout his body, protecting his primordial spirit and resisting the roar. The sound within his primordial spirit grew louder and louder, finally piercing straight out of the cauldron. In an instant, Wang Lin's face turned pale, and he withdrew his hand and retreated several steps. Each step caused the ground to shake, leaving a deep footprint. After retreating 7 steps, his composure finally returned. He let out a cold snort and flew upwards to look down. He saw only the mouth of the cauldron was pitch black, filled with dark energy and emitting an ominous aura. A thought struck him, and Wang Lin raised his right hand. The power of lightning shot out from his eyes, condensing into a lightning ball in his hand. Then, he threw it straight towards the mouth of the cauldron. The lightning roared, creating a thunderous sound as it plunged into the cauldron's mouth. But at that moment, the dark energy at the top of the cauldron condensed, swallowing the sphere. Explode! Wang Lin shouted softly. Loud explosions echoed through the air. After the sphere exploded, the dark energy was expelled. In that instant, a light flashed in his eyes, piercing through the black energy to look down to the bottom. There was a small teleportation array. A swirling mass of black energy enveloped the array. The outer layer of black energy quickly condensed, transforming into the form of a woman. Her body was entirely composed of condensed mist, making her indistinct. But after she appeared, she rushed out. Her body was enveloped in black energy. As she rushed out, a piercing shriek erupted. This shriek wasn't aimed at the soul, but at the body. The shriek was so powerful it was like an explosion, surging towards Wang Lin. Tower Mountain, standing not far away, was also affected. His face turned pale, and he unconsciously retreated, his eyes darkening. Wang Lin retreated without hesitation, but was still struck by the screeching sound. His face turned pale, and a little fresh blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He quickly retreated, clutching the mountain tower and flying towards the door. The female illusion within the cauldron continued to pursue him relentlessly. Her speed was incredibly fast, catching up in an instant. The shrill cries rang out again. Killing intent flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He spun around, spitting out a mouthful of primordial spirit essence, transforming it into a blood mist to intercept the female illusion. Seal. Wang Lin whispered. Immediately, the blood mist transformed into a sealing enchantment. The moment the female illusion approached, it enveloped her, forming a layer of seal. At the same time, Wang Lin's eyes turned cold. He lightly pointed his right hand at the air. The extreme staff appeared, lashing down forcefully. A pained groan escaped the illusion, and she recoiled a few steps. But immediately she charged forward again, her body transforming into 9 streams of black energy. Like arrows shooting straight towards Wang Lin frowned, retreated, and quickly reached the outer door. He tossed the mountain tower behind him, and with his other hand, pointed to his forehead. The divine power of his third eye appeared, emitting a pink light. As soon as the pink light appeared, the 9 streams of black energy dispersed and quickly condensed, merging into one. Then, ignoring the divine power of the third eye, it rushed out. The old man outside had already seen the black energy and his expression changed. Without Wang Lin needing to speak, the old man made a hand gesture. The plant on his forehead flashed, forming a symbol, which he imprinted on the door. The door slowly closed with a rumbling sound. The black energy rushing towards him suddenly let out a loud cry of a woman. The old man's body trembled. He spat out fresh blood, and then wearily sat down. The moment the door closed, seeing the woman preparing to rush out, Wang Lin patted his storage bag. A celestial brush appeared in his hand. In an instant, a 6-stroke symbol appeared, emitting dazzling golden light. It was like a sharp sword flying straight towards the door, imprinted on the figure of the woman rushing out. A loud bang resounded, and the woman's figure trembled. At this moment, the door closed, blocking out the screeching sound. Seeing this, Tower Mountain was shaken. He stared at the door in fear. What was that? The soul of the profound Yin Cauldron. The old man of the Immortal Selection clan turned pale, wiping the fresh blood from his mouth. You to retreat. Keep 100 yards around here and don't let anyone enter. Wang Lin's expression was grim as he sat down cross-legged. The old man remained silent for a moment, then respectfully nodded. Afterward, he and Tower Mountain transformed into 2 streaks of rainbow light and flew into the distance. Wang Lin stared intently at the door. When the old man opened the door, He clearly saw the symbol formed by the plant on the old man's forehead. Evidently, this symbol was his life-bound symbol. After a moment's thought, Wang Lin patted his storage bag. When he left the Vermilion Bird Star, he had collected many skulls of the immortal tribe. At this moment, light emanated from his storage bag, and several skulls appeared before him. Each one bore a complex symbol. After carefully observing them for a while, Wang Lin raised his right hand and picked one up. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in his eyes, and he looked up at the sky. The sky was a single shade of blue, but with Wang Lin's eyesight, he could still see that the clouds were ultimately a wall of flesh. If this place is truly sealed, then why was I teleported here? This place isn't peaceful at all. Perhaps I need to quickly find a way to leave. However, this place is dangerous, yet it's the best hiding place. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then patted his storage bag. Immediately, an object flew out. It was about 15 meters long and 4 meters wide. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a powerful pressure. Countless sharp spikes covered it, causing those who saw it to feel a sense of dread. This was the third divine archer chariot. This was the last divine archer chariot in Wang Lin's storage bag, and it was also the most powerful. The creator's main goal back then was to be able to kill the treasures of immortals and gods. The divine archer chariot before Wang Lin radiated an overwhelming pressure that shook others. Its sharp spikes flashed with a piercing light, instilling fear in those who saw it. That year, when Wang Lin faced it, he almost couldn't withstand it. Therefore, he didn't dare to use it, only sealing it with inherited methods. But at this moment, Wang Lin, standing beside the divine archery chariot, remained completely calm. His eyes shone like stars. Through the years, Wang Lin had matured considerably. After closing his eyes for a moment, he opened them. A flash of light flickered in his eyes, his hands formed a hand seal, and he muttered a few complex, incomprehensible incantations. His left hand rested on his right wrist, and a black light flashed and condensed on his right hand. In an instant, he pressed it towards the divine archery chariot. The black light flashed, shooting towards the chariot and merging into it as if being absorbed. The chariot suddenly emitted an even more powerful and immense pressure. All the spikes on its surface emitted black light. These lights intertwined to form a black curtain, enveloping everything around it. In Wang Lin's eyes, the black light merged and transformed into 7 black symbols, flickering in and out of the light. Looking at the 7 symbols, Wang Lin recalled the words of the creator of the divine chariot. Left in the immortal scroll, the third divine chariot possesses immense power, surpassing initial expectations. If its full power is unleashed, it can easily kill immortals and gods. However, it is incomplete, lacking 3 materials: the profound mystic wings, the inscription wood, and the immortal butterfly soul. It is regrettable that these 3 items cannot be found. The successor should seek these 3 items to fulfill Yuan's wish. To make the third divine chariot accept a master, it must be fused with the 7 sealing symbols, refining it into a life-bound treasure. Only then can it truly function. Otherwise, even if the symbols are fused, without refinement, its power cannot be unleashed. The successor should choose carefully. Wang Lin's expression remained calm. He hadn't paid much attention to those instructions when he read them years ago, because he knew there was a type of magical artifact that required extreme caution to refine. That was the life-bound magical artifact of the cultivator. Ordinary magical artifacts only needed a spiritual imprint to be destroyed, and even if they were damaged, they would only be injured. Whether the injury was severe or minor, it wouldn't kill. There were magical artifacts nurtured within the primordial spirit that, once destroyed, had a far greater impact, but still wouldn't affect life. The same applied to the small 100-foot piece of land and those few swords. Only when life and death were intertwined, if the magical artifact was damaged or destroyed, the person would suffer serious injuries, their primordial spirit separated. In severe cases, their soul would be annihilated. However, despite this, many cultivators refined magical artifacts connected to their life. Because once life and death were connected, the power of the magical artifact increased several times. Even as the cultivator's strength increased, their life-bound magical artifact's power also increased. Wang Lin had seen descriptions of this in some ancient texts. In ancient times, there was a cultivator whose life-bound magic weapon was just an ordinary flying sword. But as that person's cultivation became more profound, the flying sword also matured, reaching a terrifying level. The third divine archer is different from the previous two. Wang Lin stared at the divine archer standing in the middle of the 7 symbols. He potted his storage bag with his right hand, and the wind beast flew out. Having been out for a long time, it immediately tilted its head back and let out a piercing shriek. Then it circled around several times, extremely excited. After the wind beast came the Lei Toa's turn. The Lei Toa appeared from the storage bag and sat down on the ground, its eyes listless and unwilling to move. After releasing the 2 beasts, Wang Lin thought for a moment and then brought out another immortal sword. He pointed his right hand at the sword's hilt, and Suli Guo shot out. As soon as he appeared, he was about to utter some flattering words, but upon meeting Wang Lin's gaze, he stopped. I am refining a magical artifact. No one is allowed to enter within 100 yards, Wang Lin said calmly. Suli Guo hastily nodded, patting his chest and saying, Master, rest assured. If anyone comes, unless they step over my dead body, no one will be able to enter. Suli Guo has fought and lived for loyalty his entire life. No one anywhere can compare to me. Seeing Wang Lin frown, Suli Guo quickly fell silent, retreating to a distance of over 100 yards to stand guard. He glanced furtively at Wang Lin, confirming that the other party wasn't paying attention to him, and thought to himself, it seems I've been a bit careless lately, flattering him to little and saying things that aren't very pleasant. Otherwise, after just a few words, this killer has already lost patience with me. I must definitely train a bit more in the future. That skill is my greatest divine ability, and I can't let it go. Even if I escape later, I can still use it. Having made up his mind, Suli Guo ran to a distance of over 100 yards to protect him. He muttered to himself, but those standing nearby could still hear a little of it. Master's divine ability is truly astonishing, no different from that of an immortal. Little Su always admires you. Wow, this move of Master's is like something pioneered by our predecessors. I admire you, I admire you. What is this? I didn't expect Master to have such a powerful magic weapon. Master, you are the most powerful cultivator Little Su has ever met. Being able to walk alongside that person is the most right thing that's ever happened to me in my life, Suli Guo muttered to himself, his expression becoming increasingly cheerful and fluent. The spirit beast flying in the air as it passed by Suli Guo also heard a little of what he said. However, with its intelligence, it still didn't fully understand. Therefore, it was curious and deliberately flew closer to eavesdrop on a few sentences. After releasing the beast of literature, Lei Washington and Suli Guo, Wang Lin formed hand seals and set up several restrictions around himself. Only then did he feel at ease, staring intently at the divine archery chariot in front of him. He pointed his right hand at his forehead, and immediately a flash of light emanated from it, and Wang Lin's primordial spirit appeared. After his primordial spirit flew out, it transformed into an ancient thunder dragon, flying straight towards the divine archery chariot. As it approached, Wang Lin's primordial spirit circled around the black light. After a moment, he opened his mouth and swallowed a symbol. Immediately, a surging force rose within Wang Lin's primordial spirit. After a while, the black symbol was suppressed by Wang Lin's primordial spirit's power. However, that small symbol was very stubborn. Despite the suppression, it did not shatter but instead emitted a strong resistance. If Wang Lin's cultivation level were still at the peak of inquiry stage, under the resistance of that symbol, his primordial spirit would not be able to withstand it, or it would lead to a constant struggle and depletion. But at this moment, Wang Lin let out a cold snort. Sounds emanated from his primordial spirit. With each tremor, the power of the lightning within his primordial spirit doubled. Almost instantly, the power of the lightning within his primordial spirit became incredibly strong, becoming a force to attack the symbol he had just swallowed. A loud explosion resounded. The symbol, unable to withstand the pressure, shattered. In the instant it disappeared, the lightning reappeared, continuing to attack the fragments. Loud explosions echoed within Wang Lin's primordial spirit. Then, the symbol completely vanished, transforming into a strange force that merged within Wang Lin's primordial spirit. After absorbing the first symbol, Wang Lin took less than half an incense stick's time. His primordial spirit's eyes were calm, and he rushed to devour the second symbol. This symbol was much stronger than the first. But with the strength of Wang Lin's primordial spirit, the refining process remained the same, only it took longer. Exactly the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. He didn't stop there. A flash of light appeared in his eyes. This time, he devoured the third and fourth symbols as well, refining them simultaneously. After a long while, Wang Lin's primordial spirit contained for strange forces. As for the fifth symbol, Wang Lin's primordial spirit transformed into an ancient thunder dragon, opening its mouth to swallow it. As soon as the symbol entered Wang Lin's primordial spirit, it emitted a violent force that surged throughout his spirit. Wang Lin's gaze was cold. His primordial spirit coiled, and lightning radiated its power to attack the symbol. Within his primordial spirit, countless lightning bolts exploded with thunderous roars, attacking the symbol. This time, the attack lasted for 2 hours. Finally, the symbol shattered, transforming into a strange force that merged into Wang Lin's primordial spirit. At this moment, Wang Lin's primordial spirit was somewhat weak, retreating back to his divine body through his forehead. Then, he sat down to cultivate and recuperate. Time slowly passed. 5 days went by in a flash. During those 5 days, Wang Lin remained motionless, cultivating to allow his primordial spirit to gradually recover. During those 5 days, Tower Mountain and the ancestor of the Immortal Selection clan returned twice. However, the howling of the beast and the lightning bolts on Lei O's body, plus the ferocious demon Soliguo, prevented them from entering within 100 yards, leaving them only to watch from the sidelines. Especially Soliguo, seeing the members of the Immortal Selection clan licking their lips. These people reminded him of the joyful times he had on Qingling Star. Thinking of that, he couldn't bear to be patient any longer. After Wang Lin sat down to cultivate, he tried to guide the Immortal Selection clan members within 100 jiang radius, but they ignored him. Their eyes were filled with terror as they looked at the divine archery chariot, discussing among themselves. But even the old man didn't know what it was. However, the pressure emanating from the divine archery chariot shook their spirits. At this moment, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. He pointed his right hand at his forehead, and his primordial spirit flew towards the divine archery chariot. As soon as his primordial spirit appeared, there were astonished cries from 100 jiang away. The primordial spirit in the form of the ancient thunder dragon was terrifying in the eyes of those people. The old man of the Immortal Selection clan looked at Wang Lin's primordial spirit with a complex expression. He sighed, then took a few steps forward, clasped his hands, and said, "Senior Immortal, this humble subject has something to say." Wang Lin ignored the old man. The several jiang-long thunder dragon's body rushed towards the divine archery chariot. His eyes stared intently at the sixth symbol. Then, without hesitation, he devoured it. This time, Wang Lin didn't think twice, devouring the seventh symbol as well. This scene attracted the attention of hundreds of people standing 100 jiang away. At this moment, Siliku's eyes darted around. He flew up, pointing at the members of the Immortal Selection clan and shouting, "My master is refining treasures here. Unless you step over my dead body, you are not allowed to enter." His voice boomed, and his gaze clearly showed an aura of not allowing anyone to disturb his master. The powerful aura created a whirlwind that spread around. The old man of the Immortal Selection clan hastily retreated a few steps, respectfully saying, "We didn't enter within 100 yards. We just have a matter to discuss." Before the old man could finish, Siliguo shouted, "Shut up! Unless you step on my corpse, you cannot disturb my master. My life was given to me by my master. My master saved me from peril and imparted divine powers to me. It is my master who has made me who I am today. If you want to disturb my master, I will not allow it." Siliguo spoke with agitation, his eyes showing a fearless determination to face death. It was as if, in this world, no matter how powerful something might be that harmed his master, he wouldn't flinch even if it meant being torn to shreds. The old man of the Immortal Selection clan trembled. Siliguo's words echoed in his ears. Their entire clan were entrusted with the Immortal's mission. This person understands a single word: loyalty. Our Immortal Selection clan members understand. The old man looked at Siliguo, his eyes filled with respect, thinking to himself, "I never expected a spirit body to possess such loyalty. Having such a loyal person, the High Immortal is truly fortunate." Tower Mountain, standing beside the old man, also looked at Siliguo in astonishment, his heart in turmoil. It's not that our clan is disloyal, but that you abandoned us. Siligo was preparing to continue his act. Unfortunately, Wang Lin paid no attention. At this moment, Wang Lin's primordial spirit was solely focused on continuously attacking and refining the two symbols with lightning. Thunder rumbled within his primordial spirit. One of the two symbols, under the lightning's attack, began to disintegrate. Its disintegration wasn't immediate, but gradual. Throughout this process, the divine archery chariot beneath Wang Lin's primordial spirit continued to emit a shimmering black light. Finally, the light became so brilliant it seemed capable of devouring everything. The added embellishment of the black light surrounding Wang Lin's primordial spirit further shocked the onlookers. The sight caused the members of the Immortal Selection clan, standing 100 yards away, to lose their composure. Siligo, brimming with energy, glanced at Wang Lin while no one was paying attention, thinking to himself, "What's so special about this? Your Master Su can do it too. It's just swallowing a symbol, isn't it?" Master Su has even swallowed people before. Su Liguo's expression was somewhat disdainful, yet his face retained a look of reverence, his body trembling. Judging by his outward demeanor, this was a typical symbol of loyalty, a fervent devotion to his master. Seeing Su Liguo's expression, Tower Mountain sighed inwardly. As for the old man of the Immortal Selection clan, he also nodded in agreement, his heart growing even more certain that the spirit named Siliguo possessed a loyalty worthy of respect. The truth is, the members of the Immortal Selection clan have been here for too long, without contact with outsiders. Although not fools, they can't compare to Siliguo. Siliguo has spent his entire life understanding fickleness and deceit. His 1,000 years of experience have made him a master in this area. If he were easily recognizable, he wouldn't be him. Time slowly passed. After several hours, Wang Lin's primordial spirit trembled. The thunder suddenly intensified. Suddenly, those rumbling sounds disappeared. The starlight in Wang Lin's primordial spirit's eyes flashed. The last two symbols had been absorbed. At this moment, he only had one crucial choice left. Do you want it to become a life-bound magical treasure with a life-connecting nature? Wang Lin pondered for a moment. From his primordial spirit, 7 strange forces merged to create a special mark that appeared on his chest. The moment the mark appeared, the light emanating from the divine archery chariot condensed, transforming into a beam of light that shot into Wang Lin's chest. Divine archery chariot, in seal. His divine consciousness transformed into a lightning bolt and shot out. The black light of the divine archery chariot penetrated Wang Lin's chest. But immediately afterward, countless rays of light flashed from its sharp spikes, condensing into a shadow on the divine archery chariot. It was a soul beast, approximately 100 feet tall. As soon as it appeared, it tilted its head back and let out a roar. In that roar, the faces of the Immortal Selection clan members turned pale, and the plants on their foreheads quickly retreated. Only a few with profound cultivation could manage to stand, but their bodies still trembled. After enduring for a while, they had to retreat. The fur on the beast's body bristled, staring intently at the spirit beast and letting out a low growl. Similarly, the thunder toad puffed up its belly, emitting thunderous roars, ready to unleash its most powerful divine ability. Only Siligo, at this moment, although also assaulted by the roar, still managed to shout, "Unless you step over my dead body, otherwise." However, before he could finish speaking, the giant spirit beast lowered its head and looked down at him, causing Siliguo to fall silent in fear, not daring to speak further. "Your Su family has an ancient sword intent inheritance. Wait until I absorb it completely, then I won't be afraid of you anymore," Siliguo muttered to himself, but quickly retreated. Wang Lin's expression remained calm, staring intently at the spirit beast. His primordial spirit flew towards his body. Immediately, his body leapt up, hovering in midair. The roaring spirit beast, instead of looking at Siliguo, turned its gaze to Wang Lin. It suddenly lunged forward. Its speed was incredibly fast. It appeared before Wang Lin almost instantly, its mouth wide open, ready to devour him. Wang Lin's eyes remained calm. He didn't retreat. The moment the spirit beast reached him, he spoke. "Ice." A loud explosion resounded, and the spirit beast's body shattered into countless tiny fragments in the air. But it immediately reformed, roaring with hatred before lunging again. "Ice." Wang Lin calmly continued. This time, the charging spirit beast disintegrated with a resounding crash. Refining the 7 symbols, If one accepts a life-linking connection, they can control it. But if one doesn't choose a life-linking connection and transforms it into a life-bound magical artifact, they can use those 7 symbols to create 7 ice spells. From there, they have 7 chances to shatter the soul beast, forcing it to submit. But if the soul beast still hasn't submitted after 7 attempts, they must choose a life-linking connection. Otherwise, they cannot use this treasure. The words inscribed on the immortal slip appeared in Wang Lin's mind. After being shattered twice, the soul beast's ferocity grew even stronger. Its roar seemed louder. After reforming its body, it charged forward again. This time, it transformed into countless bodies, rushing from all directions to devour Wang Lin. Wang Lin frowned slightly. He was a ruthless person. Thousands of years had shaped his own style. At this moment, the soul beast's refusal to submit angered him somewhat. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He calmly said bang, bang, bang. The 3 words, upon leaving his mouth, caused countless soul beasts flying in from all directions to shatter into countless tiny pieces. But as they retreated, a second explosion followed, shattering them a second time. A mournful groan echoed. At this moment, a third shattering occurred. These 3 shatterings inflicted unimaginable pain on the soul beasts. If it had happened one at a time, it could have endured it. But 3 consecutive shatterings instilled fear deep within them. In the instant fear arose, their bodies reformed. While they hesitated, Wang Lin's gaze grew even colder, and he calmly said bang. Another explosion rang out. The soul beasts that had just reformed shattered again. The newly formed fear intensified rapidly with this second blow. Finally, fear completely consumed the soul beasts' bodies and minds. Their bodies reformed once more. At this moment, its eyes were filled with fear. It dared not resist and bowed its head. Wang Lin glided through the air, instantly arriving beside the soul beast's head. He bit his finger and cast a seal used to activate the divine chariot onto the soul beast's head. The soul beast's body trembled and shrank. Wang Lin jumped up and looked down. He saw the soul beast shrink rapidly, transforming into a fist-sized ball of mist. Light emanated from the ball, quickly solidifying into a cocoon. Cracking sounds echoed, and a fissure appeared on the cocoon. Gradually, more and more cracks appeared, until it finally shattered into pieces. A 5-colored butterfly gently flew up, emitting a layer of multicolored powder. The butterfly's beauty stunned Wang Lin. At this moment, the teleportation array on the ground within the Zhuanyin Peak, beneath the altar, flashed with light. A person emerged from it. In an instant, that person appeared at the large gate, then passed through it. It was a man wearing a blue robe. His eyes were icy cold. "You despicable people of the tribe, what are you doing?" This middle-aged man in the blue robe had icy yet bright eyes, thin lips that concealed a hint of harshness, and a head of black hair, giving him the appearance of a demon among immortals. He stepped out of the altar, his figure seemingly ethereal. If one looked closely, their gaze could completely penetrate him to see the altar behind him. Wang Lin was suspended in midair. Beside him the divine archery chariot, which had transformed into a butterfly. The butterfly gently flapped its wings, maintaining its balance. The Immortal Selection clan members, standing 100 yards away, now all showed wary expressions, staring intently at the middle-aged man, and all retreated backward. Tower Mountain stepped forward, his eyes cold, and shouted, "Who's here?" The middle-aged man in the green robe glanced at Tower Mountain, his gaze sweeping past Tower Mountain and over the Immortal Selection clan members, finally settling on Wang Lin, his eyes showing a serious expression. "You're not from here. Where did you come from?" Wang Lin's expression was icy cold. He could tell at a glance that the middle-aged man's cultivation was at the peak of the young realm, vaguely surpassing his own. At this moment, Tower Mountain raised his eyebrows, took a step forward, directly charging forward, clenching his right fist. Strange symbols flashed across his body, converging on his fist. Then, a punch immediately slammed towards the middle-aged man. "Who's here?" Tower Mountain roared. "Kneel down." The man in the green robe's eyes showed contempt, looking at Tower Mountain's attack as if he were looking at an ant. He raised his right hand and pointed forward, an invisible wave emanating from his finger, instantly spreading in all directions. As Tower Mountain approached, his face turned pale, his body trembled violently, and he clearly felt a force preventing him from getting closer, preventing him from attacking. This force was extremely powerful, seemingly inherited instinctively, striking deep within his body. When Tower Mountain was about 10 meters away from the middle-aged man, he could no longer advance. Suspended in midair, his face contorted in pain, his whole body shaking, and sweat dripping down like beads. He clearly felt that the force hindering his own power was emanating from the runes and symbols on his body. These runes were brimming with power, rendering him unable to resist. It was as if he had encountered a natural enemy. No matter how powerful he was, no matter how much his strength had advanced, he dared not attack this middle-aged man. His mind was even shaken, giving him an extremely intense feeling. It seemed as if the other party could instantly obliterate him with just a thought. This feeling Tower Mountain had never experienced in his life, but now it appeared seemingly eternal, deeply ingrained in the blood of the Immortal Selection tribe members. He was powerless to resist. Tower Mountain's body trembled, especially at this moment. When the middle-aged man's gaze fell upon him, he even felt an urge to kneel, but his dignity made Tashan grit his teeth, resolutely suppressing the thought from deep within his soul, the submissiveness emanating from the runes on his body. A low growl of struggle, almost a scream, escaped from Tashan's throat. His eyes were now bloodshot, and the sweat dripping from his body was tinged with blood. In his struggle, Tashan lifted one leg and took a step forward. This single step caused his entire body to tremble, as if facing the heavens and earth. Before he could take another step, Tashan's eyes darkened, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body finally gave out, and in an instant, it was as if an invisible giant hand pressed down, causing him to suddenly kneel. 2 streams of blood tears flowed from his eyes, his gaze a mixture of sorrow and defiance. In his bloodshot eyes, a look of madness appeared, but his body was unable to stand up. He could only kneel. "You lowly commoner, you dare to resist my enslavement. If I didn't want to kill you, with just a thought, I would instantly annihilate you body and soul. Get out." The middle-aged man sneered. Tower Mountain's body was instantly struck as if by an invisible fist, a series of banging sounds emanating from him, and he was thrown far away, landing heavily on the ground hundreds of feet away. Tower Mountain struggled to get up, his eyes filled with defiance and murderous intent as he shouted, "Who are you?" At this moment, not only Tower Mountain, but all the members of the Immortal Selection clan were startled and terrified, staring blankly at the middle-aged man who had just arrived. The scene was too bizarre, making it impossible for them to comprehend. Especially the old ancestor, his face pale as he looked at the middle-aged man. He seemed to remember something, and his face instantly lost all color, his body trembling. The man in the green robe, his expression icy cold, carried a hint of arrogance as he calmly said, "Immortal, why don't you kneel?" The old ancestor of the Immortal Selection clan then let out a bitter laugh. He had no doubt about the other's words. He recalled that in the clan's ancient texts, their ancestors had repeatedly described the feeling of excitement and reverence felt upon seeing an immortal. There was no need to guess the other's identity. Simply seeing them would reveal it. This was the last will and testament of the Immortal Selection clan's ancestors. The old man had never understood why such feelings of excitement, reverence, and loyalty arose from the depths of his heart. But at this moment, after seeing the immortal, he immediately understood. It's impossible not to be agitated, impossible not to be respectful. The old man chuckled sadly, kneeling on the ground, and whispered, "Your humble servant, I pay my respects to the immortal." He wasn't the only one kneeling. The Immortal Selection clan members all around were shaken under the gaze of the middle-aged man. There was a force that compelled them to submit, even if it meant death, even if their souls were scattered. They had to submit. One after another, the Immortal Selection clan members struggled to their knees, bowing their heads. After a while, only two remained, Wang Lin and Tower Mountain. Tower Mountain didn't kneel. He had already knelt once. This second time, although his blood was boiling and the invisible force was relentlessly attacking him, his body resisted, refusing to be forced to kneel. A few rumbling sounds echoed around, and large chunks of blood mist spewed from Tower Mountain's body. He had fought a battle with Wang Lin earlier and was already injured. Now, he couldn't bear it any longer. His eyes were dim, but deep within his soul was an astonishing, indomitable spirit. Wang Lin watched this scene, gradually frowning. He had realized many things. Whether it's the Immortal Selection clan or the Immortal Relocation clan, it's very clear that they are all slaves of the Immortals. Even though slave marks are the same, passed down through generations, all slaves of the Immortals. These are inherited slave marks, just like in the clans. If he hadn't experienced this, Wang Lin wouldn't have been able to be so certain. Now, he was also pondering this in his heart. This type of slave mark, combined with the runes imprinted on the Immortal Selection tribe, is called a slave talisman. Obviously, these slave talismans are extremely powerful, far surpassing the slave marks of the original tribes. After all, the slave marks of the original tribes only instilled a sense of awe towards immortals. But these slave talismans are different. When facing immortals, these Immortal Selection tribe members cannot help but submit. This is not control, but complete enslavement, making these entire tribes completely subservient to immortals. Moreover, the Immortal Selection tribe on Vermilion Bird Star obviously has not few, but many members of this type. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, combining all the facts, a bold idea forming in his mind. It's highly possible that countless years ago, before the collapse of the Immortal Realm, there were several tribes whose members possessed immense power, even capable of resisting the Immortal Realm itself. However, they were ultimately defeated by the Immortal Realm. It's even possible that the four great Immortal Realms united and unleashed an extremely powerful divine ability upon these tribes, transforming them into talismans that enslaved them for generations. Wang Lin glanced at the trembling members of the Immortal Selection tribe kneeling on the ground, their eyes filled with awe and reverence for the Immortals, and sighed inwardly. The man in the green robe glanced at Tower Mountain, frowned, and raised his right hand, pointing at Tower Mountain. Tower Mountain's body instantly exploded with a loud bang, blood mist spewing from his entire body, turning him into a blood-soaked figure in an instant. Kneel, the man in the green robe's voice was icy cold. Tower Mountain's eyes remained dim, but his gaze was unyielding. He couldn't resist the power of these slave talismans. It felt as if countless mountains were pressing down on him. His knees shattered, and he collapsed to the ground. At this moment, silence reigned all around. Su Liguo, having sensed impending doom, flew far away before cautiously observing the scene, considering whether to resist or surrender if he couldn't defeat this killing machine. The beast of literature circled in midair, its gaze fixed on the man in the green robe. As for the Thunder Toad, its belly heaving in the distance, it coldly stared back. The man in the green robe glanced at Wang Lin, refraining from acting rashly. He had naturally discerned Wang Lin's cultivation level. Especially with the butterfly fluttering beside Wang Lin, there was a strong sense of danger. This person isn't from the T clan. How did he get in here? Judging by his aura, he's like an immortal. Who is he? The man in the green robe's eyes flashed. He didn't tease Wang Lin, but instead waved his left hand towards the altar below. With a single press, the entire altar began to open with a rumbling sound. In an instant, the large doors opened and black mist rushed out, transforming into ferocious beast-like clouds in the sky. Inside the doors, the illusory figure of the woman Wang Lin had seen earlier appeared, but she didn't step out, instead staring coldly at Wang Lin. As the mist beasts appeared in the sky, the faces of the Immortal Selection tribe members kneeling on the ground changed drastically. But the power of the slave talismans prevented them from standing up. This was an instinct they couldn't resist. The mist beasts transformed, instantly opening their large, icy eyes and letting out loud roars. The man in the green robe below pointed his right hand downwards. Immediately, these mist beasts flickered and plummeted to the ground. This scene caused Wang Lin's eyes to widen in astonishment. One mist beast transformed into 5 claws, lunging towards a member of the Immortal Selection tribe, directly seizing him into the air, then letting out a loud roar. The man's body was instantly pierced, and under the devouring force, he shattered into a cloud of blood mist, absorbed by the mist beast. The man died without the slightest resistance. In his eyes, there was only a faint struggle, but it was too insignificant. On the other side, other beasts approached the members of the Immortal Selection tribe, seizing a group and devouring them one by one. Almost instantly, the air was filled with sorrow, grief, and helplessness. Each tribe member died without resistance, their eyes filled with intense sorrow. At the moment of death, they all understood. Perhaps this is the tribe's destiny. Tower Mountain's knees shattered, and he knelt on the ground, struggling to lift his head, watching the group of tribesmen surrender and die. His voice, almost a beastly roar, emanated from his throat, veins bulging on his face and neck, as if he were desperately resisting the ancient seal passed down through generations as a kind of inherited instinct. The man in the green robe watched all of this without his expression changing. The ancestor of the Immortal Selection clan trembled all over at this moment. As the fierce wind struck his face, a young man beside him was swept up into the air by a beast, shattered in midair, and instantly devoured. Almost instinctively, the old man raised his head. A drop of fresh blood fell onto his face, trickling down his cheeks. In his eyes, an overwhelming grief and indignation was revealed. Why, he murmured to himself. Just then, a beast flew towards him, seizing him in the air. In that instant, a force of his tribe, deep within his soul, seemed to surge forth, sweeping through his heart like a whirlwind. The old man's eyes showed sorrow as he looked at the man in the green robe, shouting, "Why?" At that moment, following the old man's shout, the slaughtered tribesmen on the ground also struggled to lift their heads, following the old man's gaze to the man in the green robe. These eyes held boundless grief and anger. "Your mission is to nurture the beasts. There is no why. I will not let you all die. You still need to bear offspring." The man in the green robe's voice was incredibly calm, without a ripple. At this moment, a beast-like creature flew across the sky towards the distant buildings, its target clearly the buildings where the children were hiding. The man in the green robe frowned, but did not stop it. The old man smiled sadly, his body under the beast's power, seemingly about to shatter. Just then, Wang Lin sighed softly, raised his right hand, and pointed into the void. Immediately, the beast, which was about to devour the old man, disintegrated with a loud crash. The old man watched in astonishment. By now, the beast had approached the distant buildings, and he could even hear the terrified cries of the children. Calling for their loved ones, the Immortal Selection tribe members on the ground struggled to lift their heads, trying to stand up, their throats constricting into frantic screams. Although Tower Mountain's knees were shattered, his eyes were still red, and he still wanted to stand up, undeterred by the broken bones. "Immortal, immortal, what do you think of my clan? My clan has guarded the Juanian Peak for countless years, without interruption, but what have we gained in return? A horde of beasts, a horde of dead clansmen. Now I finally know that these beasts are what we guarded. It turns out our clan's mission is to be food for these beasts. If that's the case, I must resist. I'd rather be torn to shreds than submit." Tower Mountain roared, his voice finally escaping his lips. Not only him, but all the members of the Immortal Selection clan also roared, their eyes red, their brows flashing violently, struggling to stand. The man in the green robe, his expression icy cold, with a hint of contempt, slowly said, "Back then, your clan was defeated and enslaved. Your fate, it cannot be changed." After speaking, he raised his right hand and pressed forward. Immediately, the ground rumbled, and blood gushed from the bodies of the Immortal Selection clan members. Their attempts at resistance were instantly thwarted. Only Tower Mountain, roaring with anger, leapt from the ground. In an instant, his body emitted a rumbling sound. His bones began to shatter, but he still charged forward. The man in the green robe's eyes flashed, and he pointed his right hand forward. At this moment, Wang Lin sighed inwardly. He originally didn't want to interfere in other people's affairs, and moreover, this man in the green robe had an extremely mysterious background. He was unexpectedly an immortal. But at this moment, he sighed inwardly and opened his mouth to spit out a fragment of a large seal. As soon as this seal flew out, it immediately blocked Tower Mountain and the man in the green robe. The man in the green robe's eyes flashed, revealing a cold light. He chanted a spell with his right hand. Immediately, a talismanic seal, brimming with immortal energy, transformed and directly rushed towards Wang Lin. "I thought you wouldn't make a move." The man in the green robe lunged forward, following the runes, aiming at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's right hand pointed at the great seal, and the seal instantly flashed, flying out and spinning in midair, hurtling towards the man in the green robe. At the same time, Wang Lin's figure flashed a step, moving to the side of Tower Mountain. His left hand patted Tower Mountain, releasing a surge of primal energy that flowed through him. Tower Mountain's body was immediately thrown, heading straight towards the beasts inside the building. Having done this, Wang Lin turned around, forming a sword with his fingers, raised it, and powerfully slashed downwards. The attacking runes instantly shattered, dissipating into a ripple. In the moment the fragments of the Great Seal descended, a cold glint flashed in the eyes of the man in the green robe. He chanted a spell with both hands, channeling immortal energy, and instantly a long spear materialized in his hand. The spear was entirely white, overflowing with immortal energy. The man, having just grasped it, immediately let out a long laugh and thrust it towards the fragment of the Great Seal in midair. A resounding explosion echoed, and the figure of the man in the green robe recoiled, his eyes filled with gravity. However, the fragment of the Great Seal was also pushed back several meters. Tiger Clan Slave Talisman, attack with me. The man in the green robe retreated, his voice a low shout. His words, reaching the ears of the Immortal Selection Clan members struggling on the ground, instantly became a command. Instinctively, they couldn't resist. Immediately, a group of Immortal Selection Clan members flew up, their eyes filled with sorrow and defiance, but their bodies moved like lightning, surrounding Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he retreated. The divine archer chariot transformed into a butterfly and, always by his side, also retreated with him, seemingly like a shadow. Wang Lin's heart stirred. He had no idea how powerful this third divine archery chariot truly was. But at that moment, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. As he retreated, his right hand formed a hand seal, and a hand seal appeared, pressing down on the butterfly. A murderous glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, instantly directed at the man in the green robe. The butterfly showed no change whatsoever. Its wings still fluttered gently, only slightly faster. A cloud of multicolored mist emerged from the flapping wings, scattering in all directions. The man in the green robe stopped abruptly, his eyes flashing with vigilance. He had noticed this butterfly before. There was a feeling about it that terrified him. Otherwise, he would have attacked long ago instead of waiting. The members of the Immortal Selection Clan, surrounding him from all sides, their bodies seemingly uncontrollable, simultaneously soared upwards, heading straight towards Wang Lin. Their resistance grew stronger in their eyes, but they were utterly powerless against this immense inherited instinct. Wang Lin's gaze shone like a torch, fixed on the butterfly, wanting to know what was so peculiar about this third divine archery chariot. Just then, the butterfly flapped its wings, leaving Wang Lin and flying forward, its wings fluttering and swaying in an instant. This single flap, without any warning, caused the green-robed man, who had been cautiously observing from afar, to turn pale. Although there was no wind around him, his hair was gently blown back. With a thud, his body rose, and a red mist spewed from his mouth. This mist condensed in the air, unexpectedly transforming into a red butterfly. The red butterfly had just appeared, and immediately flapped its wings. With a loud bang, a mouthful of blood mist spurted from the chest of the man in the blue robe. This blood mist transformed into a butterfly, flapping its wings. Bang bang, explosions echoed, and the man in the blue robe was forced backward, constantly being blown apart. Each time, a large chunk of blood mist transformed into a butterfly. Each flap of the butterfly inflicted unimaginable wounds on him. His eyes showed terror, even a hint of fear. He was completely unable to resist. Even his immortal essence, at this moment, seemed no longer his own, but sealed by a strange force. The butterfly appeared within the blood mist, its wings flapping, and the man in the blue robe was sent flying out, continuously retreating thousands of feet. The fear in his eyes had reached its peak. Thunder, blast! In his struggle, the man in the green robe almost roared, rumbling sounds emanating from his body. His right hand suddenly shattered, turning into flesh and blood, within which lay an incredibly destructive force. Following this explosion, his pale complexion temporarily recovered somewhat. Although he regained control of his immortal essence, his soul was shattered, and the terror in his heart had almost completely consumed his mind and body. What kind of divine ability is this? What kind of magical artifact is this? In his entire life, he had never encountered such a bizarre magical artifact. He was utterly powerless to resist. A mere butterfly had nearly destroyed him. Without hesitation, his figure flashed, heading straight towards the altar below, attempting to escape. Wang Lin's gaze narrowed as he took a deep breath of true energy. He had a strange connection with the divine archer chariot. Vaguely, he felt as if the chariot's most powerful attack had yet to be unleashed. At this moment, the colorful butterfly beside Wang Lin gently flapped its left wing. The man in the green robe, fleeing at an extremely fast speed, suddenly paused just before the altar door closed, his eyes revealing disbelief. His body began to disintegrate from the soles of his feet, instantly spreading to his head and vanishing forever. As the man in the green robe died, beneath the endless, gloomy void, a figure sat cross-legged within the netherworld beast. This figure emitted black energy, and strangely, within the black energy, there was unexpectedly immortal power. At this moment, his eyes suddenly opened, staring straight ahead, his eyes filled with utter terror. Easily destroying my clone, what kind of magical artifact is this? The moment the man in the green robe died, the large altar door slammed shut with a resounding crash. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, but inwardly he was extremely frightened. Looking at the small, colorful butterfly flapping its wings beside him, Wang Lin fell silent, forming a hand seal and cautiously approaching the butterfly. The butterfly's wings moved slightly, transforming into numerous points of light that slowly dispersed. After a moment, it took the form of the divine archery chariot. Wang Lin breathed a sigh of relief, a faint bead of sweat appearing on his forehead. For him, this feeling of cold sweat was not something he often encountered. However, the butterfly's flapping wings had shattered the primordial spirit of a peak young realm cultivator, a fact that had terrified him greatly. This divine archery chariot, combined with the mother-child withering, I can fight against a nirvana realm cultivator. Wang Lin's eyes gleamed with brilliance as he glanced at the surrounding members of the Immortal Selection clan. After the man in the blue robe died, everyone returned to normal, their eyes filled with sorrow and a deep sense of bewilderment. They sat silently on the ground, saying nothing. Far away, Tower Mountain returned carrying a spear, holding a large bottle in his hand, clearly having captured the beast that wanted to devour the children. However, his injuries were too severe. After persevering to return, he collapsed unconscious. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 10 days, Wang Lin stayed in the Immortal Selection tribe. The ancestral elder of the tribe had prepared a very quiet place for him to stay, respectfully allowing him to remain. Wang Lin was not idle during these 10 days. After listening to the elder's detailed account, Wang Lin gradually felt that his earlier predictions were 80% correct. However, this was irrelevant to him. Wang Lin's main concern was how to leave this place. He had reached the horizon, but as Tower Mountain had said, at the end of the horizon was an endless wall, only emanating a blue light. This made the place appear somewhat like the outside world. Except for the sky, Wang Lin had searched almost every corner of this continent, yet ultimately found no way out. At this point, Wang Lin was certain that the teleportation array within the Juanian Peak was the only way out. Leaving aside the guardian spirit of the teleportation array on Juanian Peak, the man in the green robe alone made this place extremely strange. The man in the green robe claimed to be an immortal, and the power he used was similar to immortal power, but it also contained the aura of primal energy. This point is extremely similar to Qing Shui, Immortal Lord of the Thunder Immortal Realm. Furthermore, judging by the expressions of the Immortal Selection clan members, if they witnessed this scene, that man must be a true immortal. Wang Lin pondered, then stepped out of the room and vanished. On a plain in the east of the continent, Wang Lin's figure reappeared. As soon as he appeared, a joyful roar echoed. The spirit beast danced in the air, spinning a few times before advancing with a whirlwind. On the distant grass, the thunder frog lay prone like a small mountain, its eyelids fluttering as it glanced at Wang Lin before closing again. Su Li Guo had gone off somewhere to amuse himself. As the spirit beast approached, Wang Lin smiled slightly and gently patted its head. The beast showed a relaxed expression and flew into the air, spinning a few more times. Wang Lin took a step, treading on the grass as he moved forward, and after a moment, he appeared in an open space. This open space was about 100 feet wide. The grass was gone, replaced by a series of trenches. These trenches changed repeatedly, appearing very complex, like some kind of formation. Wang Lin didn't pay attention to the trenches on the ground and stepped inside. He sat cross-legged in the center of the formation. Since releasing Lei Washington and Wen Xiu, he hadn't bothered to recall them, letting them roam freely. As for Su Li Guo, Wang Lin didn't care either. This place was a quiet spot Wang Lin had found a few days ago. After removing the grass, with the formation he had set up and Wen Xiu and Lei Washington guarding it, the level of safety could reach a certain point. Crossing his legs, Wang Lin clasped his hands together, chanting incantations, and pressed them towards the formation. Immediately, everything vanished, replaced by an endless grassland. From near or far, there was no sign of anything artificial. Even stepping inside would feel normal. After the formation opened, Wang Lin's eyes flashed. In the Thunder Immortal realm, he had faced many dangers and gained many rewards. However, he hadn't had time to organize and refine them completely. He had originally planned to return to Kingling Star after leaving the Thunder Immortal realm to refine them further, but unexpectedly, he was transported to this strange place. Now I must quickly refine the items I obtained in the Thunder Immortal realm to strengthen my power, so that my path out of here will be smoother. Wang Lin, deep in thought, patted his storage bag, and a piece of leather armor immediately appeared. This piece of leather armor looked very rough, and it was covered with hidden runes. Taking hold of the armor, Wang Lin gently stroked its surface. Ancient god leather armor, Wang Lin mused, his right hand pointing towards the sky. Immediately, the armor flew up, and in an instant, Wang Lin opened his mouth and spat out his primordial spirit essence. A white flame suddenly appeared, swirling around the ancient god leather armor. Under the flame, the armor showed no change, but Wang Lin didn't stop. Instead, he spat out even more primordial spirit essence. The previous owner of the ancient god leather armor was most likely Ziyaozi. Although he was dead, his cultivation back then was clearly very powerful. Even though he no longer existed, a trace of his independent divine consciousness still remained on the ancient god leather armor. If this armor were given tens of thousands of years, I fear that the remaining trace of primordial spirit would awaken and develop consciousness, thus becoming the spirit of the ancient god armor. Having cultivated to this level, Wang Lin could naturally perceive some of the essence of what is called a spirit. Although he didn't know everything, the vast majority were born this way. The essence of the primordial spirit slowly swirled around the ancient god armor. Time passed slowly. This was a long process. After all, the consciousness of the previous owner of the ancient god armor was too powerful, far surpassing Wang Lin's current consciousness. Although it was now greatly damaged, it couldn't be underestimated. Most importantly, after countless years of evolution, this damaged consciousness had naturally developed into a spirit. Although the spirit is precious, it cannot be driven away. The ancient god armor will never truly belong to me, but to that spirit. This is similar to the sword immortal of the rain, whose true master can only be the spirit within. Moreover, the spirit is merely the consciousness of an immortal, and it clashes with the ancient god. Although countless years have slowly allowed us to merge, it ultimately cannot be achieved. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as he closed them, resolutely destroying the spirit that had not yet developed consciousness. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. During these days, the ancient god armor was refined by Wang Lin's essence and primordial spirit, gradually giving rise to a layer of blue mist. As it contracted, it seemed to be in extreme pain, yet was forced out of the ancient god armor by Wang Lin's essence and primordial spirit. Each strand of mist connected to the ancient god's armor instantly detached. Wang Lin forcefully opened his eyes, a cold light flashing, and immediately swung his right hand, fiercely slashing forward. The Luo slaying technique was unleashed. The strike was a rule, and the object being cut was a thread connecting the spirit and the ancient god's armor. With a crack, the thread snapped, and the mist floated up into the air. At this moment, Wang Lin patted his storage bag, and the soul banner transformed into a sky-filling black mist, devouring the mist. The ancient god's armor silently floated before Wang Lin. After collecting the mist, Wang Lin's gaze narrowed, and his divine consciousness immediately spread out, engulfing the ancient god's armor. The armor originally bore deep imprints, and as soon as they merged into the armor, an extremely ancient aura emanated from it. This aura was incredibly dense, almost instantly spreading out in all directions, forming a massive vortex. In an instant, a huge whirlwind appeared on the plane where Wang Lin was sitting. At the center of the vortex was Wang Lin. Wang Lin's body remained motionless. He felt, upon his consciousness touching the imprint on the armor, an incredibly familiar aura almost instantly enveloped him. This familiar aura, emanating from the armor, was so familiar, so intimate, like a long-lost child suddenly reuniting with a loved one. This was Wang Lin's own feeling, but simultaneously, the ancient god armor felt the same way about him. It was a mutual connection. Without Wang Lin summoning it, the ancient god armor immediately approached and merged into Wang Lin's chest. Wang Lin didn't resist, but slowly savored the familiar feeling after the armor merged into him. The ancient god armor completely merged into Wang Lin, dissipating from his primordial spirit. The ancient god armor had enveloped his primordial spirit, completely surrounding it. A glint of light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He took a deep breath, pressed his right hand against his forehead, and immediately a light flickered on his head, and his primordial spirit flew out. The primordial spirit had the appearance of an ancient thunder dragon, its ancient god skin armor almost invisible. But Wang Lin clearly felt that its defense had reached an extremely terrifying level. It's a pity I can't test its endurance, but it certainly won't be weak. Wang Lin's primordial spirit moved and returned. After refining the ancient god skin armor, Wang Lin didn't pause but opened his mouth and spat out a golden light, which flashed in the air and transformed into a golden lock. The golden lock was naturally golden, radiating a brilliant light. Wang Lin remembered this object. He had seized it from a Thunder Immortal Palace envoy when he infiltrated the teleportation array to the Thunder Immortal Palace. The primordial spirit of that Thunder Immortal Palace envoy was still inside the soul banner, and this person had once tried to exchange a precious treasure for his life. Looking at the golden lock, Wang Lin directly sent his divine consciousness into it. After a long period of refining it with his primordial spirit, Wang Lin easily destroyed the divine consciousness imprint of its previous owner. The golden lock immediately darkened, descending from the air and falling into Wang Lin's hand. Wang Lin's eyes flashed as he intently examined the golden lock in his hand, muttering, "This thing is not bad, but compared to the mother-child Dao, it's far inferior. However, it can seal the divine abilities of others, which is quite interesting." Wang Lin's primordial power surged into his left hand, fiercely crushing the golden lock. The golden lock shattered, its golden light instantly dissipating, turning into countless fragments that fell to the ground from Wang Lin's hand. Only a drop of yellow liquid remained in Wang Lin's hand. Under Wang Lin's control of his primal energy, he skillfully shattered the artifact without harming the golden liquid inside in the slightest. If the previous owner of the Thunder Immortal Palace's envoy had witnessed this, he would undoubtedly have been shocked and deeply saddened. Although the Thunder Immortal Palace's envoy didn't highly value this treasure after obtaining it, it was still something he frequently used. He probably couldn't bring himself to crush it. Even though the envoy knew there was a crucial item inside the artifact that allowed it to seal divine abilities, he couldn't bring himself to destroy it. In fact, it wasn't just him. Any cultivator at the Yin-Yang Void Realm would have felt immense pain upon witnessing Wang Lin's actions. Anyway, if he were to truly destroy his own magical artifact, once the obtained item proved ineffective or its value incomparable to other magical artifacts of the same level, such an act would be utterly foolish. If any cultivator were stuck in the initial stages of cultivation, witnessing Wang Lin's actions now, they wouldn't be able to describe it with words like heartbreak, but rather with profound shock. It's important to know that such a magical artifact, if placed on Vermilion Bird Star 7 or 800 years ago, would have absolutely caused a frenzied scramble for it, with even Vermilion Bird Sun participating. But unexpectedly, Wang Lin, after 1,000 years of cultivation, could naturally reach this level, capable of destroying such a powerful artifact without hesitation, directly crushing it to see the sealed divine power within. 1,000 years of cultivation had not only increased his cultivation level, but also broadened his perspective and understanding. Things that caught his eye were few, even those of lower rank, but they were either treasures with special sentiments or those that had accompanied him for 1,000 years. Artifacts that could catch the attention of the Thunder Immortal Palace envoy, even if weak, would still be of the immortal treasure level. But now they were easily crushed by Wang Lin. Even though they were destroyed, he felt no pain. Staring at the drop of yellow liquid between his fingers, a glint of light appeared in Wang Lin's eyes, and a crack suddenly appeared in his forehead. 3 eyes instantly emerged, and at the same time, a red light quickly fanned out, enveloping the drop of yellow liquid between his fingers. Within the 3 eyes, the yellow liquid slowly dissipated, moving towards the source of the transformation, though this speed was not fast. After a while, Wang Lin's 3 eyes dimmed slightly, but only half of the liquid had dissipated. This thing can last so long within the 3 eyes. It's strange. A glint of light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. His vital energy rapidly circulated, relentlessly pouring into the 3-eyed divine ability, instantly creating a dense red light. The liquid's dissipation speed increased slightly. Wang Lin unleashed his full power, and the yellow liquid dissolved into countless thin yellow threads, swirling and intertwining to form a very complex golden thread rune. This rune appeared briefly before vanishing completely. A talisman. Wang Lin's eyes showed a thoughtful expression. He potted his storage bag, and a spirit brush immediately appeared. He held it in his hand and drew in the void, and a vivid picture instantly emerged. After a moment, a talisman appeared before Wang Lin's eyes, a talisman identical to the interwoven golden threads. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. After the talisman appeared, no aura emanated from it. It looked extremely ordinary, without a hint of magic. Wang Lin frowned, but his expression changed. He stared at the talisman, and after a moment, slowly closed his eyes, spreading his divine consciousness. In an instant, he opened his eyes, revealing surprise. My divine consciousness couldn't detect it. Wang Lin's eyes showed determination. He raised his left hand, and the talisman immediately flew out, under Wang Lin's control, straight towards the spirit beast hovering in the air. The beast was extraordinarily happy, its fur instantly bristling, its head bowed low, its body about to move to dodge. But the reassuring aura from Wang Lin made it hesitate for a moment, not moving at all, only staring intently at the approaching talisman. The talisman flashed, directly imprinted on the beast, instantly shattering and transforming into a yellow liquid that instantly enveloped its body, trapping it inside. The beast struggled incessantly, finally breaking free after a while, flying far away, looking at Wang Lin with a somewhat wronged expression and letting out a few cries. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He had only used 1/10 of his original power with the immortal brush, yet even so, this newly learned talisman still displayed such power. Once he used his full original power to draw this talisman, its power would undoubtedly increase exponentially. The true divine power of this magical artifact lies in the runes within it. Its power is limited, naturally unable to reach its full potential. But I directly traced its origin, so its power is naturally different. Wang Lin retracted his immortal brush, pondered for a moment, and analyzed the reason. If it were someone else, unless they possessed the three eyes and could discern the origin of the divine power, even if they extracted the yellow liquid, there would be no hope. This is the first rune I extracted from a magical artifact. Its function is to seal, so let's call it a sealing rune. Wang Lin raised his right hand, redrawing the rune several times, imprinting it deeply in his mind, ensuring he wouldn't forget it, before finally lowering his hand. But suddenly, his heart stirred. If this sealing rune can be extracted from a magical artifact, then it can also be placed inside the magical artifact. Giving the artifact this kind of divine power, Wang Lin's eyes gleamed with a strange light, his heart pounding. My magical treasures are all obtained from outside sources. Very few are forged by myself. Wang Lin opened his mouth and spat out some earth and sand. Then hundreds of fragments of a large seal immediately appeared on the ground. Staring at the fragments, a strange expression appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. These fragments are originally from objects in the immortal realm, refined through heavenly tribulations. They withstood a blow from the Qingshu immortal lord without being destroyed, so their strength can certainly reach a certain level. However, as a magical treasure, they are not complete. Although they possess the oppressive power of immortal energy, they prevent the imprisoned from escaping. In reality, their power is not great. They cannot possess the formidable destructive power of the mother-child Dao Drum, and are far inferior to the third divine archer chariot. Wang Lin took out his immortal brush, and a painting appeared in the void before him. In just half a moment, the wine pattern appeared. Now I will bestow divine power upon this object. Divine sealing power. Wang Lin suddenly stood up. His right hand holding the immortal brush moved slightly, and immediately runes appeared, directly merging into the shattered fragments. Wang Lin didn't stop, his body soaring upwards, his right hand continuously drawing runes with the immortal brush. Each wind pattern appeared in an instant, merging completely into the shattered fragments of the Great Seal. Gradually, Wang Lin's movements became faster and faster, his body transforming into a blur, constantly rotating around the shattered fragments of the Great Seal. In the end, his speed was incredibly fast, like a bolt of lightning, accompanied by rumbling sounds that echoed through space. After Wang Lin perfected the wind patterns, more than 10 wind patterns appeared with each stroke, merging into the shattered fragments of the Great Seal. Throughout this process, Wang Lin showed no signs of fatigue, not a moment's pause. In his eyes, there was only the 100-foot-wide shattered fragments, nothing else. The rune markings continuously merged into the fragments. On this object, Wang Lin naturally didn't know how many wind runes he had infused into it. The color of the 100-foot-wide fragment slowly turned yellow, emitting a golden light. But Wang Lin didn't stop, continuing like lightning, meticulously infusing the wind runes into the 100-foot-wide fragment. 3 days later, Wang Lin's body flicked, and he landed on the ground, sitting cross-legged to meditate. His face was somewhat pale. 3 days of using countless amounts of elemental power was almost unbearable for him, given his cultivation level. The 100-foot-wide fragment had now shrunk considerably, becoming around 80 feet in size. Although the yellow color was still light, it was now several shades darker. After resting for several hours, Wang Lin opened his eyes, moved his body, and began drawing runes again. Gradually, as time passed, after Wang Lin rested 7 times, the 100-foot-wide fragment gradually shrank to 50 feet, 40 feet, 30 feet. Finally, it was only around 10 feet. Above, a golden light shone, growing ever brighter. From afar, it resembled a blazing sun, radiating countless rays of light. Looking at this treasure, Wang Lin's weariness vanished, replaced by excitement. He took a deep breath, rested briefly, then flew out again, continuously refining it for 5 days. 5 days later, Wang Lin's body fell to the ground, his face pale and bloodless, his steps unsteady, but the excitement in his eyes had reached its peak. From now on, this treasure, crafted by me, Wang Lin, is bestowed the name Fengshan Seal. Wang Lin's voice echoed, enveloping the heavens and earth. Before him now stood a small, 3-inch seal radiating a dazzling golden light. If a mortal were to see it, their eyes would be instantly pierced, as if the golden light were destroying their brain. Even a cultivator, if their cultivation level is insufficient, will experience a violent shock to their mind and excruciating pain in their body, as if countless sharp swords are piercing them. Even those with profound cultivation, upon seeing this object, will feel as if their primordial spirit is sealed. The 3-inch seal, radiating golden light and brimming with intense immortal power, possesses an aura of overwhelming madness, enveloped in a powerful sealing energy. This seal was formed by Wang Lin's continuous fusion over more than a month. The number of seal patterns, Wang Lin estimated, was no less than 600,000. Over 600,000 seal patterns, integrated into a 100-foot-wide fragment and refined into a 3-inch seal, filled Wang Lin with immense confidence at this moment. He gazed at the immortal seal, his eyes flashing, his hands forming incantations, casting various restrictions upon the seal. Gradually, the immortal energy on the seal was concealed, and more than half of its sealing power was suppressed. A moment later, the supreme treasure, the immortal seal, whose power was immeasurable and whose fame would later resound throughout the cultivation world, emerged. This truly matches the image of a magical treasure in my mind. Wang Lin looked at the hidden radiance, which appeared to be just an ordinary immortal seal, and his eyes gradually revealed a glint of brilliance. With a gulp, the wind immortal seal transformed into a thin golden light and fell into Wang Lin's mouth, continuously refining the lightning power within his primordial spirit. If this thing stays in my primordial spirit for too long, it will inevitably absorb some lightning power. After swallowing the wind immortal seal, Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He potted his storage bag, and 3 small purple flags immediately flew out. These 3 flags were clustered together, and the light of the Forbidden's formations flickered on them. The lightning immortal palace messenger from back then had been sealed by Wang Lin using these 3 flags. Wang Lin chanted a spell with both hands, and as his fingers descended, the Forbidden's formations on the 3 flags instantly dissipated, disappearing completely in an instant. The primordial spirit of the lightning immortal palace messenger, sealed within, immediately surged outwards, filled with intense fear, and upon appearing, instantly teleported away. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He potted his storage bag, and immediately the soul banner flew out, transforming into a massive cloud of black mist that rose into the sky, instantly devouring the primordial spirit of the Thunder Immortal Palace envoy. Fellow Taoist, don't kill me. I'll exchange my precious treasure for your life, precious treasure. The primordial spirit of the Thunder Immortal Palace envoy screamed loudly, struggling within the black mist, desperately begging for mercy. What precious treasure? Wang Lin's expression was icy cold as he slowly spoke. The Luo Chia Stone. I know where the Luo Chia Stone is. If you promise to release me, I'll take you there immediately." The primordial spirit of the Thunder Immortal Palace envoy replied. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged. He glanced at the primordial spirit, his right hand forming a spell. Instantly, the black mist devoured the primordial spirit, sealing it back into the soul banner. The celestial stone Wang Lin pondered for a moment, not dwelling on this matter, his gaze fixed on the three-sided banner in midair. He made a grabbing motion in the air, and the three-sided banner immediately fell into his hand. He spat out a mouthful of primordial spirit, destroying the divine consciousness imprint on the banner and imprinting it onto his own consciousness. Then Wang Lin carefully examined it. This is a rare protective artifact. After half an incense stick's time, Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He raised his hand and tossed the three-sided banner upwards. With a thud, the banner immediately spun around him. Half an hour later, a swirling vortex of purple mist filled the air, overflowing with power and possessing a certain protective force. Wang Lin's primordial energy surged out of his body and merged into the purple vortex. In an instant, a dramatic change occurred. The swirling purple mist accelerated, instantly increasing in speed several times. Not only that, the dense mist spread and enveloped Wang Lin's entire body, completely trapping him within. After a while, the fog dissipated. Wang Lin's right hand reached in, and the three-sided small flag was retrieved into his hand, then placed back into his storage bag. This magic treasure is quite powerful. Wang Lin patted his storage bag, and immediately two more talismans appeared in his hand. He still couldn't figure out the function of these two talismans. After examining them carefully, he put them away. Taking a deep breath, Wang Lin's eyes gleamed with a sharp light, his expression extremely serious. He spread out his divine consciousness. Within a 10-mile radius, he confirmed there were no clues, then patted his storage bag. A golden light flashed, overflowing with immortal energy, and a small building the size of a palm appeared in Wang Lin's palm. Looking intently at the object in his palm, Wang Lin's heart was still pounding, his gaze fixed on the building. If I were to say what the greatest gain was in the Thunder Immortal realm this time, it would be this, the Treasure Pavilion. Wang Lin licked his lips. After obtaining this item, he still didn't dare to reveal it. After all, this treasure was extremely precious. How many immortal techniques are there in total inside this? Wang Lin's eyes showed a hint of excitement, but after a moment he forcibly suppressed it. With my cultivation level, I can only enter the 4th level. Although the white-robed female corpse only entered the 9th level, she couldn't break the restrictions and couldn't obtain the immortal techniques inside. Moreover, this item is too precious. There might even be a limit on the number of times one can enter. Right now, this place isn't absolutely safe, so I can't easily study it. Wang Lin suppressed the desire in his heart, took a deep breath, and carefully put the item into his storage bag, but immediately felt hesitant. He then followed the incantation he learned years ago, causing the item to continuously shrink until it was only the size of a fingernail. Then he took out a new storage bag, emptied its contents, took off his shirt, cut open his chest, and inserted the storage bag into his flesh. He circulated his elemental energy, causing the wound to heal rapidly. This way, no one will know where the treasure pavilion is. Wang Lin touched his chest, a slight smile appearing on his lips. He still had several storage bags on him, almost all of them filled with immortal jade. The quantity of immortal jade was enormous, all obtained from the Thunder Immortal realm. In nearly 2 months, Wang Lin had sorted and organized everything he had acquired in the Thunder Immortal realm. It's time to leave. Wang Lin stood up and flew up. The spirit beast roared with joy, rushing towards him, lifting his leg, and flying straight towards the distant architectural complex. On the ground, Leo's eyelids fluttered, and with a thunderous roar that echoed across the land, it leapt far away, heading in the direction of Wenshu. As Wang Lin approached the Immortal Selection clan's residence, his expression froze. He saw that all the clan members were kneeling in the vast square. Even the women and children were present. In the center of the square stood a 3-jang-wide wooden platform, upon which lay a figure Tower Mountain. Tower Mountain's face was ashen, his eyes dull, seemingly on the verge of death. A thick aura of death surrounded him, clearly indicating his impending demise. Seeing this, Wang Lin fell silent. 2 months ago, Wang Lin had realized that Tower Mountain was like a lamp running out of oil. The power of the slave talisman within him was immense. This talisman was deeply embedded in his bloodline, tolerant of resistance. Tower Mountain was arguably the first to resist, but the price he paid was the backlash from the talismans all over his body, making survival impossible. He had persevered for 2 months, and today was the end. He could not remain any longer. Beside Tower Mountain, the ancestor of the Immortal Selection clan, his face filled with sorrow, gazed blankly at Tower Mountain, tears streaming down his face. "Grandson," the old man whispered, uttering words he hadn't spoken in a long time. The surroundings were utterly silent, but a profound sadness permeated the entire clan. They all looked at Tower Mountain, their silence filled with grief. Tower Mountain, a small murmur escaped the lips of the Immortal Selection clan members, gradually merging into one. This was arguably the only voice in the hearts of all the Immortal Selection clan members. Tower Mountain. In their hearts, Tower Mountain was the hero of the Immortal Selection clan. Everyone else was powerless against the slave, but only Tower Mountain, with his unwavering spirit, proved to his clan that even the slave could not fail to resist. Although the price of that resistance was his life, Tower Mountain's consciousness was now unclear. His eyes gazed upwards, vaguely hearing the words his clansmen had been told since childhood. "The Immortal, the leader of our clan. Every member of the Immortal Selection clan, while alive, must serve the Immortal. This is our mission, and our pride. We will forever be the Immortal's messengers in this world that is our glory." Tears welled up in Tower Mountain's eyes. He hated the injustice of heaven and earth, hated the Immortal. Wang Lin descended from the air, standing beside the square, silent. The old man looked at Tower Mountain, gritted his teeth, and forcefully turned to face his clansmen, his voice filled with sorrow as he spoke loudly. "Clan members, Tower Mountain is right. Many generations of us have guarded this place, but what have we received in return? The beasts that killed most of our clan members. All of this was arranged by the Immortals. In the eyes of the Immortals, we are merely plants to nourish those beasts." Silence fell all around. The clan members silently gazed at the old man, their power gradually building up. "Tower Mountain once told me that the Immortals are gone, that the Immortal realm collapsed the year I kept this secret to myself, never revealing it to my clan members. But today, I must speak." The old man's eyes gleamed with a strange, almost insane light. As soon as he spoke, the clan members around him erupted in a clamor. This news terrified them, and their newly risen power surged even more. "Benefactor, am I right?" The old man glanced at Wang Lin, who was standing far away. In an instant, everyone around looked at Wang Lin, waiting for his answer. For 2 months since Wang Lin killed that Immortal, the term benefactor had come from this old man's mouth. Wang Lin remained silent for a moment, then nodded slowly and said, "The Immortal realm has collapsed. Immortals are few and far between, and even those who remain are extremely scarce. The Immortal realm has collapsed, and Immortals have treated our clan like this. On what basis should we not resist? Even if we must die like Tower Mountain, die with dignity." The old man shouted excitedly. His voice, filled with sorrow, carried a great spiritual force, reaching out to the surrounding clansmen. A group of tribesmen raised their heads, their eyes shining with defiance, a look of resistance, a willingness to sacrifice, absolutely unwilling to become slaves to others, to become food for the beasts. "Resist!" The tribesmen clenched their fists, whispering softly. Then the voices grew louder and louder. "Resist! Resist!" The voices echoed continuously, finally forming almost a whirlwind. Wang Lin remained silent, his gaze fixed on Tower Mountain. After a long while, he lowered his voice and said, "I can spare his life." Although his voice was soft, it resonated deeply with the surrounding Immortal Selection tribesmen, especially the old man. He excitedly took a few steps forward, stopping about 10 meters in front of Wang Lin, kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down his face, and trembling, saying, "Benefactor, is this true?" Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then slowly said, "I have a 5-part chance. However, once the supernatural power succeeds, although Tower Mountain won't die, he will become a mindless puppet. Whether he can regain his consciousness ultimately depends on himself. I am willing." The old man remained silent, gazing at Tower Mountain on the distant wooden platform, his voice faint. Wang Lin's expression was unchanged. He took a step forward, walking to the side of the platform, staring at Tower Mountain, whose bones were more than half shattered, nearly dead. The runes and markings were gone from his body. They had all infiltrated him, becoming his killer. This kind of divine technique requires unwavering faith and complete willingness from the person being refined, without the slightest hesitation. Otherwise, this technique will fail. Wang Lin said calmly. Tower Mountain smiled subtly, weakly saying, nothing more, I'm willing. Wang Lin didn't waste any words, embracing Tower Mountain. With a flash of his body, he soared into the void and flew away. On the ground, all the clansmen's eyes followed Wang Lin. Wang Lin's words echoed. For 3 months, do not disturb. The old man stared blankly at Wang Lin's disappearance, his eyes showing a complex expression, but finally gritted his teeth, turned to all the clansmen, and said in a low voice, after 3 months, no matter what happens to Tower Mountain, we must attack the profound Yin Peak and leave this place, taking Tower Mountain with him. Wang Lin returned to the place where he had previously refined magic treasures, placed Tower Mountain aside, and directly spat out a mouthful of primordial spirit energy to envelop his body. Then he took out the soul-refining banner from his storage bag, shook it slightly, and an object flew out. This object was none other than a celestial ghost that Wang Lin had obtained in the Thunder Immortal realm. As soon as the celestial ghost appeared, it shrieked and struggled. But as soon as Wang Lin pointed his right hand, the Kunji Immortal appeared, continuously lashing down, causing the celestial ghost to scream in agony. At the same time, Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he produced another storage bag. With a wave of his hand, a huge amount of immortal jade appeared, filling the surroundings. Without stopping, he pondered for a moment, then took out more than 10 skulls from the storage bag. All the skulls had strange runes on their foreheads. These were the skulls of the immortal clan ancestors that he had obtained on Vermilion Bird Star. Using the energy of the immortal jade to nourish your body, using the souls of the celestial ghosts to support your spirit, and using the skulls of the immortal clan ancestors to support your talisman power, I, Tower Mountain, want to give you immense luck. If you still cannot succeed after this, then your fortune is insufficient, and it is not my fault. Wang Lin calmly spoke as he watched his primordial spirit refine Tower Mountain. Time flew by, and more than 2 months had passed. Today, in the plains where Wang Lin resided, a rumbling sound echoed. The noise was so loud that even within the architectural complex, the Immortal Selection clan members could clearly feel it. A group of people quickly flew out. The person at the front was indeed the old man. At this moment, his face was haggard, as if those 2 months had felt like years to him, making him look even older. On the plains where Wang Lin lived, dust rose up. A towering man, Zhang tall, walked through the dust, each step causing the ground to tremble as if thunder were rumbling nearby. This burly man was enveloped in golden light, appearing like a giant. There were no rune markings on his body, but only on his forehead was an extremely complex rune, so dazzling that even a glance was enough to make one dizzy. The complexity of this rune had, of course, reached an unimaginable level. This burly man, imbued with a sense of agility, took a step and emerged from the dust. Behind the giant, Wang Lin's figure slowly emerged, his expression showing a hint of weariness. He looked at the figure of the man before him, a touch of regret in his eyes. What a pity! In the end, I could only reach the peak of young essence, unable to break through to nirvana. Wang Lin's body moved, appearing on the man's shoulder. The man moved his feet, heading straight towards the Immortal Selection clan's building. Unexpectedly, consuming a large amount of immortal jade not only restored the Tower Mountain's body, but inexplicably also increased its growth by more than double. Especially the Heavenly Ghost. If it weren't for this thing, I'm afraid the second step would have failed. Wang Lin stood on the man's shoulder, his eyes thoughtful. Both successful attempts at the Immortal Guard involved merging with a Heavenly Demon. I wonder if there's any connection between them, or if the Heavenly Demon can increase the success rate. Lost in thought, the burly man beneath Wang Lin continued his steps calmly, each stride covering more than 10 meters, like a whirlwind leaping wildly into the distance. Furthermore, the skull of the Immortal Tribe's ancestor is also very peculiar. After complete merging, it unexpectedly condensed into a single talisman. The Immortal Selection tribe members flew over from afar, their expressions filled with fear as they looked at the burly man. The old man, in particular, was unusually agitated, quickly flying towards him, his voice trembling as he said, Tower Mountain. The burly man's expression was icy cold. He didn't even glance at the old man. Under Wang Lin's command, he remained motionless. Wang Lin's body flicked, landing on the ground. Benefactor, Tower Mountain. I've said it before, after success, his consciousness can't be restored. I'm not sure, but it might take a long time to recover, Wang Lin said calmly. He wasn't lying. Tower Mountain's consciousness wasn't destroyed, but rather shattered within the Immortal Guard. The old man was stunned and was about to ask more questions when Wang Lin interrupted him. He had been there for a long time. Go open the altar door, I must leave. Wang Lin's tone was unmistakable. The old man glanced at Tower Mountain in surprise, then withdrew his gaze and respectfully nodded. Wang Lin's figure flashed forward, stopping at the altar door. Along the way, he retrieved Lao and Wen Beast into his storage bag. Tower Mountain followed closely behind. The old man sighed inwardly and flew away, followed by the members of the Immortal Selection clan. After passing through the architectural complex, he saw a group of women and children following alongside, joining the ranks of the Immortal Selection clan members, heading towards the altar. Very quickly, Wang Lin's figure appeared outside the altar. Without waiting for the old man's command, Wang Lin immediately stepped forward, his hands forming a spell, a mark flashing on his forehead and stopping on the large door. With a rumble, the large door slowly opened, and after a moment, it was completely open. The moment the door opened, a sharp sound suddenly emanated from within, an extremely sharp sound, like a sharp sword piercing directly. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he patted his storage bag. Immediately, 3 small purple flags flew out, quickly rotating around his body, forming a purple vortex. The sharp sound, upon reaching the vortex, was instantly shattered. Mountain Tower, destroy the spirit. Wang Lin let out a soft shout. Tower Mountain's eyes blazed with golden light, and he took a step forward, directly leaping into the doorway. His expression was icy cold. He punched in, his punch several times more powerful than the previous one from the Immortal Guard. The punch unleashed a series of loud bangs, transforming into a series of explosive sounds that echoed throughout the passage. The black mist within the passage was instantly swept away as if by a gale, all retreating in unison. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He had made up his mind to leave at all costs. Taking a step, he was like a flash of lightning, directly leaping into the doorway and proceeding along the passage. The members of the Immortal Selection clan also rushed in simultaneously, their eyes filled with unwavering determination. After a moment, Wang Lin reached the end of the passage, where the profound Yin Cauldron was located. Upon arriving, he glanced around and saw the black mist transform into a phantom image of a woman, rapidly swirling around the Tower Mountain, emitting a continuous, ear-piercing screech. Tower Mountain's expression remained unchanged. As a celestial guard, his primordial spirit had long since shattered and merged into his body. At this moment, he didn't need to worry about the sharp sound at all. Although this sound could also harm his body, with his current physical strength, it wouldn't have a significant impact. Wang Lin, however, had the ancient god's armor protecting his primordial spirit. The sound that could harm his primordial spirit shattered the moment it touched him. The illusory female figure hovering around Tower Mountain, upon seeing Wang Lin, immediately abandoned him and charged straight towards him. Before the figure even reached him, a whirlwind of energy surged towards him, seemingly wanting to tear him apart. Wang Lin sneered, his hands forming a spell. Immediately, 3 small banners appeared before him, forming a purple vortex to counter the sound waves. At the same time, Wang Lin retreated slightly, taking a step towards the top of the profound Yin Peak. At the same time, Tower Mountain also stepped forward, his thoughts the same as Wang Lin's. He simultaneously unleashed a powerful punch directly at the peak of the profound Yin Peak. This punch was Tower Mountain's strongest attack since becoming a Celestial Guard. Although he had become a Celestial Guard, he still retained a little of his inner strength. The countless years of hatred for the profound Yin Peak erupted with his fist. The complex runes and symbols on his forehead suddenly flashed vividly, transforming and merging into Tower Mountain's fist. After the punch, a magical fluctuation was generated. A deafening explosion resounded, causing countless rocks and debris to fall, as if the entire altar was about to collapse. A cracking sound emanated, and a huge fissure appeared within the profound Yin Peak, resembling a spiderweb. At this moment, the illusory woman surrounded by the 3 small banners screamed wildly, recklessly rushing forward, wanting to stop him at all costs. Tower Mountain brought down a punch, then raised his hand and brought it down again without hesitation. With several loud bangs, the profound yin cauldron collapsed, shattering into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. A thick cloud of black energy surged out from within, spreading in a circle, but quickly contracted, disappearing completely along with the small teleportation array, as if sucked away somewhere. Also being sucked away was the illusory woman surrounded by the purple vortex. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. Without much thought, he stepped onto the array and shouted, "Silly Guo, come back!" The Immortal Selection clan members standing around immediately trembled. A ball of black energy flew out from their foreheads, transforming into the likeness of Silly Guo. With a hint of understanding, he immediately flew straight towards Wang Lin. After Wang Lin, Tower Mountain simultaneously stepped out and vanished without a trace. Silence reigned all around, broken only by the sound of large chunks of dust falling from above. It was clear the altar could collapse at any moment. The ancestor of the Immortal Selection clan glanced back at his clansmen, then suddenly stepped into the teleportation array and disappeared. After he entered, all the clansmen followed, leaving the place where they had lived and protected for generations. In a dark, gloomy void, there was a colossal array, dark red in color, likely formed from condensed blood. It floated ethereally, with waves of black energy emanating from the blood, merging into a crystal coffin at the center. Inside the coffin lay a corpse, a male corpse, handsome and seemingly in his early 20s, seemingly asleep. The dark energy was continuously absorbed into the formation, merging into the coffin and being absorbed by this man. In the void outside the formation, a figure floated, cross-legged. This person wore a loose, flowing black robe that enveloped his entire body. Except for his head, nothing else was visible. He sat there with his eyes closed, seemingly intending to guard the crystal coffin within the formation forever. At this moment, the black-robed man forcefully opened his eyes, staring into the distance, muttering, "As expected, they've arrived. It's a pity I don't have enough power to destroy the formation right now. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to worry." His eyes flashed, and a black light immediately emanated from his body. After a moment, a phantom figure flew out from his forehead, stopping 10 yards away and transforming into a human form. The figure gradually solidified, becoming a clone identical to the man in black. This clone opened its eyes, immediately raised its right hand, and a blue robe appeared on its body. It briefly moved its body and flew straight into the distance. The man in black did not stop, but continued to cast spells. After a moment, another clone materialized, just like the previous one. Finally, there were a total of 5 clones, all heading into the distance. Tens of thousands of miles away from the man in black, a dazzling 5-colored light formed a large vortex, and Wang Lin's figure emerged from within. Beside him, Silly Guo, like a wandering spirit, circled behind him. Tower Mountain also followed closely, emerging from the vortex. After a moment, the figures of all the Immortal Selection clan members appeared inside the vortex. Wang Lin's expression was calm. His divine consciousness spread out, instantly reaching the distance ahead, but his gaze immediately froze. He saw a figure rapidly flying towards him from the void. This person, dressed in blue, was indeed one of his clones. So what I killed before was just a clone. Wang Lin understood everything in an instant upon seeing the man in blue. Without further ado, he activated his mind. Tower Mountain, behind him, took a step forward and unleashed a powerful punch at the man in blue. The man in blue's expression darkened. He chanted a spell, and a flash of light appeared, transforming into a phantom spear in his hand. Pointing downwards, the spear instantly struck towards Tower Mountain. At this moment, 4 figures, like rainbows, appeared in the distance, heading straight towards him. A murderous glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. His body flicked, and then his right hand moved forward. Immediately, the beast bone pattern on the back of his hand twitched slightly, and the beast bone instantly transformed into a physical form. Master's mother-child, Dao Withering. The 5 clones, upon seeing the beast, almost simultaneously exclaimed in shock, their eyes revealing fear and disbelief. At this moment, the black-robed figure sitting tens of thousands of feet away also had a glint in his eyes. The mother-child Dao Withering's dark light flashed, and a killing intent instantly enveloped them. Tower Mountain and the other clone were slashing at it from behind. The remaining 4 clones condensed, chanting incantations together, a series of complex spells emanating from their mouths. The dark light flashed, and a killing intent surged. A halo of light immediately appeared on these 5 clones. In an instant, the halo turned gray and petrified. However, after petrification, cracks appeared on the halo, and it shattered with a loud bang. The 5 clones inside were pale, but their eyes showed extreme fear. Almost without hesitation, the 5 clones retreated, flying towards the distance. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he took a step forward, instantly disappearing from his spot and reappearing beside a clone. The moment he appeared, Wang Lin immediately spat out a golden light. Within the golden light was a small 3-inch seal, but as soon as it appeared, it instantly grew larger, reaching a size of approximately 10 meters. Wang Lin threw it towards the clone in front of him. This 10-meter-long seal carried an extremely terrifying aura, as if time itself had frozen at that moment. The clone's face turned pale. All the power in his body was sealed as the seal descended. Besides that, he felt as if he were facing the might of heaven. In a short time, with a thunderous crash, the seal struck. A mournful cry rang out, the clone shattered, and his primordial spirit attempted to escape. But at that moment, the dim golden light on the 10-meter-long seal suddenly brightened, illuminating 1,000 meters around. In that instant, the great seal seemed to transform into the sun. The primordial spirit let out a terrible scream, and was immediately pierced by the golden light, forming a seal that completely enveloped it, making escape impossible. It was as if it were being absorbed, instantly sucked into the great seal and disappearing without a trace. Not far away, the remaining 4 clones were terrified and wanted to retreat further. Wang Lin, holding the great seal, pursued relentlessly. The 4 clones quickly fled, but after a moment, Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he stopped, a cold smile playing on his lips. Trying to lure them away, how he gave up the pursuit and sat cross-legged in the void. The tower mountain advanced, guarding all sides. Wang Lin closed his eyes tightly, his divine consciousness spreading out, constantly scanning the surroundings. After a while, his eyes suddenly opened wide, staring straight in one direction. At this moment, the 4 primordial spirits, fleeing far away, also changed direction, heading towards Wang Lin at top speed. When they were more than 1,000 feet away from Wang Lin, their eyes revealed determination. Suddenly, without hesitation, they burned their primordial spirits and bodies, their cultivation level skyrocketing, and their speed instantly increased several times. Almost in an instant, they were within 10 feet of Wang Lin, their bodies exploding with a loud bang, self-destructing. The self-destruction of the young devouring cauldron generated immense power, especially its destructive force, which surged wildly and swept towards Wang Lin. In this perilous situation, a glint of light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He quickly retreated, potted his storage bag, and immediately 3 small flags flew out, rapidly rotating to form a swirling purple cloud. At the same time, Wang Lin also brought out the river diagram screen. With a wave, everything around him transformed into a watercolor painting. The self-destructing power of Yangshi's clone roared and attacked, instantly distorting the landscape painting. Although it mitigated a significant portion, residual force still surged in. After all, this wasn't the true mountain and river map. A purple cloud vortex surrounded Wang Lin's body. After the self-destructing force created a gap, destructive power directly surged in, relentlessly striking Wang Lin and penetrating his flesh and soul. Wang Lin recoiled rapidly, his face pale, but his eyes filled with intense killing intent. Fortunately, I have the ancient god's armor. Otherwise, under this self-destruction, I would have been severely injured even if I didn't die. At this moment, the other 3 clones also approached, their eyes filled with ruthless determination. Unexpectedly, they all chose to self-destruct, their destructive aura filling the space and heading straight towards Wang Lin. Clearly, they harbored the intention of killing Wang Lin. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He absolutely would not allow what had just happened to occur again. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, his right hand pointing ahead. Immediately, the mother-child Dao bone flashed. The beast bone emitted a faint light, its killing intent overflowing. One of the attacks targeted a clone, its legs instantly turning into a pale white halo, quickly petrifying it. Wang Lin's figure moved like lightning, appearing instantly. He formed a sword with his fingers, thrusting it into the petrified clone's forehead, causing it to shatter and disintegrate. At this moment, only 2 clones remained, their self-destructing power reaching its peak. Explode! Under this imminent danger, Wang Lin remained calm. He gestured with his right hand, and a celestial technique was instantly unleashed. The clone immediately paused, and at that precise moment, the mountain tower leapt forward, stopping beside it. With its right hand, it embraced the clone and sprang into existence. With a loud bang, the clone self-destructed, its immense power striking Tower Mountain. His face turned pale, and he dodged, enduring the attack head-on. He had already destroyed the self-destructing clones, but now, the last one was torn apart by the frenzied force, creating a powerful whirlwind that swept directly towards Wang Lin. At this moment, the winged immortal seal, controlled by Wang Lin, instantly transformed into a 100-foot-tall shield, not stopping there, but standing before Wang Lin, seemingly forming a 100-foot-wide shield. A deafening explosion followed, the self-destruction striking the winged immortal seal, unleashing an unimaginable force. Wang Lin's body, behind the seal, retreated continuously, falling back more than 30 steps before finally stopping. At this point, the killing intent in his eyes had reached its peak. After the destructive force passed, Wang Lin, carrying intense killing intent, moved forward like a falling meteor. Following him, Tower Mountain also followed. The Mother Sundial Cauldron rested lightly above Wang Lin's head, and the winged immortal seal rested beneath his feet. Following the direction his divine consciousness had just detected, Wang Lin quickly covered tens of thousands of miles. Gradually, under Wang Lin's intensely killing gaze, the enormous formation and the crystal coffin within appeared before him. Outside the formation, a black-robed man with a deep, somewhat terrified expression stood before him. Inside the void, there was no wind, but under the 100-foot-long attack of the winged immortal seal, a fierce gust of wind blew. The wind caused the man's black robe to flutter, and Wang Lin's pupils immediately contracted. He clearly saw that beneath the robe were white bones. Except for his head, the black-robed man's entire body was nothing but bones. The wind subsided, and the black robe descended, completely concealing the figure of the man in black. His eyes were gloomy, staring intently at Wang Lin. His lips moved slightly, and instantly a black light flashed from his forehead. This black light, upon emerging, transformed into a short sword, emitting a howling sound as it flew straight towards Wang Lin. The man in black continued chanting incantations, and countless black lights continuously emerged from his forehead, transforming into short swords. In an instant, more than 10 short swords appeared, howling through the air, all aimed at Wang Lin. Wang Lin remained motionless, recognizing the man in black's profound cultivation far beyond the ordinary yin-yang void and reality realm. The only problem was, obviously, this person only had a head, the rest was just bones. No matter how powerful his cultivation was before, he couldn't unleash his full strength now. Wang Lin's expression was calm. The black-robed man's cultivation level, at this moment, could definitely not exceed the early nirvana stage. As more than 10 short swords shrieked and rushed towards him, Wang Lin's thoughts stirred. Behind him, the immortal guard Tower Mountain leapt forward. His previous injuries were nothing to him. His eyes flashed with golden light, his body radiating light. Taking a step, he unleashed a punch. With one punch, a whirlwind appeared, instantly drawing the more than 10 short swords in. But the swords still shrieked and rushed out from within, like spirit snakes, directly stabbing Tower Mountain. Boom, 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 several sounds echoed, but Tower Mountain's expression remained unchanged. He wielded his fists, each strike deflecting a short sword. Although some short swords managed to pierce his body, they couldn't inflict serious damage. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he lunged forward. His right hand pointed forward, and the mother-child Dao bone ornament on his fingertip immediately emitted a dark light, flying straight towards the black-robed man. At the same time, from all directions, the eyes of the beast bones also transformed into dark light, and an incredibly intense killing intent surged out in all directions. In that instant, as the killing intent intensified, a faint white aura began to appear around the black-robed man's body. The black-robed figure's eyes revealed a complex expression. He sighed, seemingly talking to himself. It's been many years since I last saw my master's magical artifact. His black robe lowered, and he raised his bony arm. The white bones looked terrifying. He lightly pressed his finger bones, and immediately a faint white aura enveloped his entire body. Suddenly, instead of spreading outwards, it rapidly contracted, disappearing in an instant. As the light faded, the black-robed figure's lips moved, and a white light instantly shot out from his forehead, forming a white feather fan. As soon as the fin appeared, it began to flap, instantly creating a whirlwind. A rumbling sound like thunder could be heard. In an instant, a violent storm formed, sweeping directly towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin remained expressionless, raising his right hand and pointing into the air. Immediately, the winged immortal seal flew up from behind, fiercely slamming down from above, forming a strange feeling force that suddenly rushed towards the man in black. At the same time, Wang Lin retreated backward. In the instant the raging thunder and wind swept towards him, the primordial thunder dragon's primordial spirit directly transformed and formed at his forehead, opening its mouth wide and fiercely devouring it. Amidst the deafening thunder, Wang Lin retreated several steps, the raging thunder and wind completely swallowed by his primordial spirit. As he retreated, his complexion turned slightly red, lightning flashed all over his body, and electrical sparks shot out in all directions. At this moment, the man in black's expression was extremely serious. Above him, the winged immortal seal resembled divine power, seemingly wanting to crush the entire earth and descend upon him, with rumbling sounds echoing all around him. His expression turned slightly ferocious. His black robe moved, his two bony arms lifted into the air. He chanted a spell and raised them upwards, muttering softly, "Heavenly Peak." The moment the man in black raised his hands, within a 1,000-mile radius of the void, a strange force instantly gathered and surged. This strange force resembled invisible smoke, but it converged on the man in black's hands, forming a vortex. Almost instantly, it condensed above the man in black's hands. The man in black's face grew increasingly ferocious as he fiercely struck upwards. A deafening boom echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Under this massive explosion, the members of the Immortal Selection clan in the distance shuddered and stopped, their bodies trembling as if struck by a powerful wave, all retreating backward. Those with lower cultivation levels were directly shattered, their orifices ruptured, and blood spilled. The immortal seal trembled, its power slightly diminished. The black-robed man's face was slightly pale. Wang Lin stopped, then immediately rushed forward. He potted his storage bag, and the immortal sword instantly appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, Wang Lin directly slashed down, slaying Luo Ju. The black-robed man's eyes narrowed, and black light instantly condensed in them. In the instant the slaying Luo Ju slashed down, two beams of black light flashed from his eyes, directly striking the slaying Luo Ju in front of him. With a loud bang, the power of the slaying Luo Ju dissipated. Only this much cultivation. You can't even move me. If that's the case, you have no right to possess my master's magical treasure, the black-robed man said coldly. Wang Lin remained calm, staring at the black-robed man, his right hand pointing into the air, softly saying, "Sealing release wind." In the sky above, the winged immortal seal immediately emitted a crackling sound. A golden light shot out, and then another golden light appeared. In an instant, the golden light flashed wildly on the winged immortal seal. The winged immortal seal, which had originally had a dim golden light, suddenly transformed, emitting a dazzling golden light, seemingly like a sun in the void. An immense pressure now surged wildly in all directions, the runes on the winged immortal seal appearing and disappearing. These runes were numerous, no less than 100,000. Falling. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light, and he softly chanted. In an instant, the winged immortal seal roared and slammed down. At this moment, no matter what divine abilities the opponent possessed, they could not stop its descent. The winged immortal seal now resembled a towering structure. The man in black's face changed drastically, raising both hands to the air and shouting loudly, 10 dragons reaching the heavens. With a loud shout, from the dense black light in his forehead, 10 black dragons unexpectedly transformed. These 10 black dragons successively emerged from the black-robed man's forehead, their tails still attached. In an instant, they dispersed into space, accompanied by a resounding dragon roar. The 10 black dragons seemed to go mad, directly confronting the descending winged immortal seal, creating a series of resounding collisions. Boom, 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 a series of sounds echoed in all directions, intensely impacting the winged immortal seal. Although the 10 black dragons frantically collided, they could not even momentarily halt the winged immortal seal. With each collision, the black dragons suffered a powerful countershock, their bodies shaking and being thrown outwards. In the end, the 10 black dragons roared ferociously, their bodies recklessly charging forward again. However, even so, they could not stop the winged immortal seal. Seeing the seal about to descend completely, The distance to the black-robed man was now less than 10 jam, approximately 30 meters. The black-robed man's expression suddenly darkened, and he slowly stood up. This was the first time in countless millennia that he had to stand. His black robe spread out, covering his entire body, as if his whole being was embedded within it. Only his head was visible, his black hair fluttering, his eyes revealing a cold glint. He snorted coldly, his entire body floating forward, avoiding the place where the wind immortal seal would strike. A murderous glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. In the instant the black-robed man tried to move away, he coldly shouted, "Seal." The golden light of the wind immortal seal above suddenly disappeared, completely retracting inward. The heavens and earth immediately darkened, but in an instant, the golden light radiating outwards, even more intense than before, suddenly reappeared. As the immortal seal arrived, an almost infinite number of golden runes appeared, seemingly boundless, spreading everywhere at an extremely fast speed. Within a 1,000-foot radius, golden runes filled the entire area. The man in black's expression was extremely grim. He raised his leg as if to step out, but immediately the runes all around him suddenly converged towards him. At this moment, a 1,000-foot-high golden light shone brightly, and a cluster of runes rapidly condensed towards the man in black. Almost instantly, a layer of golden runes formed around his body, continuously contracting and sealing him. For the first time, a look of terror appeared in the man in black's eyes. He forcefully raised his head, staring intently at the immortal seal. The runes around his body continued to condense. In an instant, he showed a resolute expression, and the 10 black dragons on his forehead immediately roared fiercely, emitting incredibly dazzling black light. A destructive force permeated the area. The man in black whispered, 10 dragons shattering void. 10 black dragons, their bodies enveloped in dense black light, instantly destroyed themselves. This destructive force immediately formed a vortex, and they self-destructed. A deafening explosion resounded as the self-destructing black dragons launched their attack, immediately pushing aside the golden runes surrounding the man in black's body. Another black dragon self-destructed. At the same time, all the remaining black dragons self-destructed. The combined force of the 10 self-destructing black dragons was unimaginably powerful. All the runes surrounding the man in black's body were blown away. Even the wind immortal seal in the sky was lifted slightly in the instant of the 10 self-destructing black dragons. Wang Lin's body quickly retreated a little. Tower Mountain also abandoned its fight with the 10 short swords, stepping forward to stand before Wang Lin, extending both arms, using its massive body, over 2 meters tall, to shield the black-robed man from all attacks. The black-robed man's face turned pale, and with a flash, he finally escaped the range of the immortal seal. What a powerful artifact! Even in the immortal realm, this artifact would have a great reputation. The black-robed man's eyes flashed, and he stepped into the range of the immortal seal, flashing and rushing straight towards the immortal seal in the sky. 10 black dragons struck, and Tower Mountain spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression somewhat gloomy. Wang Lin took a step forward, emerging from behind Tower Mountain, his eyes filled with intense killing intent. He wielded his immortal sword, transforming into a bolt of lightning, and charged straight towards the black-robed man in front of him. His speed was incredibly fast. As he ran, he raised his immortal sword and flashed down 10 times in quick succession. 10 slaying Luo techniques merged into one, suddenly appearing and heading straight towards the man in black. The man in black's speed remained unchanged, still heading towards the immortal seal, not even glancing at Wang Lin's pursuit. He chanted a spell with his right hand, and immediately a massive surge of immortal power appeared behind him, forming an immortal barrier. This treasure is in your hands. It's better to give it to me. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as he raised and lowered his immortal sword. In an instant, 10 more slaying Luo techniques formed and condensed, chasing after the previous one, directly towards the immortal barrier. With a loud bang, the barrier trembled, and cracks appeared on its surface. But immediately, the second and third slaying Luo techniques advanced, striking it. With a thunderous roar, the immortal barrier shattered. Wang Lin's figure surged forward, instantly breaking through the barrier in front of him. Wang Lin, wielding his sword, threw it forward, shouting, "Freeze!" The immortal sword moved with incredible speed, like a flash of lightning, heading straight for the black-robed figure ahead. The black-robed figure frowned. He was now close to the immortal seal in the air. He raised his right arm, reaching behind him, and attempted to grab the immortal sword. But at that moment, Wang Lin's thunderous freeze echoed through the sky. The black-robed figure remained unharmed, but his arm froze for a moment. In an instant, the immortal sword flashed, striking the black-robed figure's right arm. After being severed from his body, the right arm strangely turned into bone dust, dissipating into the void. Wang Lin chose his timing perfectly. Otherwise, the immortal sword would have been too close to the man in black. Even with the immobilization technique, the time it took to immobilize him would have been too short, making it difficult for the attack to be effective. But this time it was different. The man in black trembled slightly, lowering his head to look at his empty right arm, his eyes filled with intense rage. This rage caused a thick aura of killing intent to emanate from his eyes. I have guarded this place for countless millennia, only just recovering my complete remains, and you dare to destroy my right arm? The man in black laughed maniacally, unexpectedly abandoning the immortal seal and charging straight towards Wang Lin. As he flew, the man in black displayed an unprecedented ferocity. He raised his remaining left arm, transforming it into a sword, and thrust it directly at Wang Lin. The void was shrouded in darkness, but under the man in black's finger, it unexpectedly emitted cracking sounds, a fissure being torn open by him. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He retreated, raising his right hand to the sky and shouting, "Summon wind!" His elemental power surged, disregarding any depletion. Instantly, a black wind formed in his right hand, spreading outwards in a flash, enveloping everything around him, creating an incredibly fierce black wind. Waves of icy air emanated from it as the howling black wind swept towards the man in black. The man in black's eyes widened in terror, a terror even more intense than when he'd seen his master's magic weapon in Wang Lin's hand. The Immortal Emperor's technique, Summon Wind. Who exactly are you? The man in black's face changed drastically, and he immediately retreated. He was well aware of the power of this summon wind. For him, it was a nightmare. He remembered very clearly the year he had violated the divine decree. Although his master had begged for forgiveness, the Immortal Emperor by Fan still unleashed a divine technique on him, even saying that if he could resist, his life would be spared. That technique unleashed by Immortal Emperor by Fan was this very wind summoning technique. Under the wind summoning, his entire body was shattered, even his bones dissolved. If it weren't for his master, Ziyaozi, he probably wouldn't even have been able to protect his head. Since then, he was brought here by his master, Ziyaozi, to guard the coffin. Relying on the Great Formation, he sat here for countless millennia, only then managing to expel the wind summoning from his primordial spirit and reform his remains. Now, seeing the wind summoning technique, he was instantly terrified, his soul nearly leaving his body. He hastily retreated, and without hesitation, he spat out an object from his mouth. This object was a blue ball of light. Upon being released, it immediately dyed the surrounding area blue. Who are you, a follower of the Immortal Emperor by Fan? The man in black shouted again. The blue pill in front of him still emitted a gentle light, preventing him from being harmed despite being enveloped by the black wind. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with intense killing intent. Without saying a word, he took a step forward, straight ahead. Around his body, the black wind roared, as if at this moment Wang Lin and the black wind had merged into one. In an instant, he approached the man in black, and with a push forward, the black wind immediately surged out. The man in black's face turned pale, and he retreated. The blue light in front of him seemed to dim considerably, but his eyes were fiercely focused. He let out a low growl and pushed his hands forward. Immediately, the blue pill in front of him spun, scattering bursts of blue light, like a whirlwind sucking the black wind into its center. This person's wind summoning technique isn't very strong, but I can't touch him at all. Otherwise, it will immediately trigger the remaining wind summoning spell within. Wind summoning, this technique is too vicious. Once it enters the body, it cannot be completely eradicated. If it enters the body again, it will immediately trigger the old wound. Damn it, how could this person possibly learn wind summoning? Now I have to rely on the magic treasure my master gave me back then. The man in black's face was extremely gloomy. Relying on the blue pill to resist with all his might, his body quickly retreated. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with intense killing intent as he stared at the man in black. Without hesitation, he potted his storage bag, and immediately the divine archery chariot materialized. 5 dazzling colors flashed before him, instantly transforming into a multicolored butterfly. As soon as the butterfly appeared, its wings fluttered slightly, scattering powder, looking incredibly beautiful. The moment the butterfly materialized, Wang Lin chanted a spell, then suddenly pointed his finger at the retreating figure in black. Immediately, the butterfly slowly flew forward, its wings flapping slightly. As he retreated, the figure in black in the distance paused for a moment, his eyes filled with extreme terror, and his left arm bone shattered into dust with a loud bang. A gray butterfly formed before him. As soon as this butterfly appeared, its wings flapped again. The figure in black turned pale, his body continuously retreating. At this moment, the bones in both legs instantly collapsed, and the terror in his eyes intensified. Seeing the butterfly flap its right wing again, he let out a loud scream, his upper body instantly disintegrating, creating an extremely powerful force that propelled him far away in an instant, directly landing on the formation surrounding the coffin. The moment his lower body fell into the formation, dark energy emerged from within, continuously merging into him, causing his lower body to constantly manifest as an illusory form. At this moment, the butterfly suddenly flashed its wings, and the lower body of the man in black exploded with a loud bang, the illusory form shattering once again. However, in an instant, the dark energy emanating from the formation immediately reformed his body. Continuously, the dark energy of the enormous formation no longer flowed into the coffin, but instead directed itself entirely towards the man in black. His lower body continuously condensed into a solid form, seemingly finally retaining some flesh and blood. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he lunged forward, raising his hand and shouting. The wine summoning technique appeared again. After continuously performing the wine summoning technique twice, Wang Lin's elemental power was somewhat insufficient, his face pale, but the killing intent in his eyes remained strong. Obviously, if they couldn't kill this person, they couldn't leave this place. A black wind raged, turning into a massive cloud of dust, heading towards the formation. The man in black's face changed drastically, and he was about to retreat. Just then, the divine archery chariot transformed into a butterfly, gently flapped its wings once more. Immediately, the newly formed illusory figure of the man in black quickly shattered, his entire body beneath the black robe disintegrating. He appeared in the void, only his head remaining, his eyes revealing extreme terror. It's a rule-breaking artifact. This is a magic weapon with the power to break rules. The man in black exclaimed, retreating quickly, without hesitation. However, the black wind roared forward, engulfing him. The man in black revealed a look of despair. He was unwilling to accept defeat. If his cultivation were still at its peak, even if the other person possessed a rule-breaking artifact, he would have had a way to resist. Even if he had a physical body, he could have instantly killed the opponent, preventing them from even having a chance to use that artifact. If I hadn't succumbed to Bai Fan's wine summoning technique that year, I wouldn't be afraid of that wine summoning technique now. I'm not reconciled. The man in black's eyes revealed hatred. In the instant the wine summoning technique was about to engulf him, he forcefully exhaled a breath. This breath was his primordial spirit's essence, and without hesitation, it collided with the black wind. With a loud bang, he used the force to propel himself backward, his remaining head recoiling rapidly. A look of determination flashed in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and retreated to the side of the coffin in the center of the formation, muttering, "Master, it's not that I'm breaking my promise, but if I don't open the coffin now, I'm certain to die without a doubt," he muttered to himself, then violently slammed his head against the coffin, causing a crack to open. The moment the coffin opened, the young man's body inside instantly dissolved, as if it had vanished upon contact with the outside world. However, as soon as he dissolved into nothingness, there was nothing left in the coffin. Long Daozi, you have violated the immortal laws, and even I, your master, cannot save you from the punishment of the immortal emperor. I can only help you preserve your head and sealed soul, keeping them here to guard. Last night, I observed the horizon and calculated that a great catastrophe is imminent in the immortal realm. Your departure may not necessarily be a misfortune. This coffin is an ancient treasure of the immortal realm, obtained by me after enduring countless dangers. It's called the heaven-avoiding coffin. You also know that before I became an immortal, I had a son in the mortal world, and I owed him so much, I could only take his first wisp of soul. After becoming an immortal, I abandoned all cultivation time and all opportunities, found this heaven-avoiding coffin, and placed his soul inside. This will allow me to recondense his body, and eventually, he will awaken. After he awakens, you must accept him as your master and never betray him in this life. And you, at that time, can also use this coffin to recondense your body and restore your cultivation. The voice of my master from back then, in that instant, echoed in the ears of this black-robed figure. Master, don't blame me. The black-robed figure, Long Daozi, had a resolute glint in his eyes. The moment he entered the coffin immediately flew towards him, cooperating tightly, unexpectedly transforming into a beam of light, shooting straight out of the formation and flying far away. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. The scene just now had shaken his mind. He had witnessed the young man in the coffin vanish the moment the coffin was opened. He had also witnessed the black-robed figure enter the coffin, and unexpectedly, his body quickly reformed. This is Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. Without hesitation, he clenched his fist and chanted a spell. The divine archery chariot transformed into a butterfly and landed beside Wang Lin, carrying him in pursuit. At the same time, Wang Lin clawed at the void, and the wind immortal seal, with a howling sound, followed closely behind, heading straight for the coffin. He was far ahead, chasing after it. The mountain tower flickered, transforming into a phantom image, marching into Wang Lin's back and disappearing. Wang Lin's eyes blazed with cold light as he relentlessly pursued. What kind of treasure is that? I didn't expect it could allow my body to condense again. Inside the heaven-repelling pass, Long Daozi's body was rapidly condensing, giving him a tangible feeling. He had never experienced anything like it in countless millennia. His eyes gleamed with cold light, and he grinned maliciously, muttering, Master, I, Long Daozi, have no physical body. Yet I've guarded this coffin for countless millennia. It turns out that just lying inside for a moment will instantly restore my body. If that's the case, why did you make me suffer until now? You worried that after I recover my body, I won't guard this coffin for you anymore. I felt a little guilty before, but now, Ziyazi, I understand. It's laughable that I, Long Daozi, have always been grateful for your life-saving kindness. Our master-disciple relationship, after countless years, would rather suffer myself than even think about taking this coffin. How ridiculous! Inside the coffin, Long Daozi clenched his fists fiercely, immediately producing a rumbling sound, as if his bones were colliding. This feeling was incredibly satisfying. Long Daozi's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. He could clearly feel his cultivation recovering at an unimaginable speed. After fighting Wang Lin, his cultivation was between the Young Realm and the Nirvana Realm. That was the first-grade Heavenly Immortal level. Upon reaching the early Nirvana Realm, he would instantly become a third-grade Heavenly Immortal. Ziyazi, you tricked me into this. Long Daozi's eyes revealed a murderous intent, his cultivation surging wildly. In just half an hour, he had reached the 6th-grade Heavenly Immortal level, and it hadn't stopped, continuing to rise. Wang Lin pursued, his expression changing slightly. He sensed a colossal immortal power gathering inside the coffin in front of him, growing stronger and stronger. What kind of treasure is this? Wang Lin gasped, his eyes filled with terror. Long Daozi grinned maliciously, channeling his immortal essence power. In an instant, his cultivation surged wildly, reaching the 9th-grade Heavenly Immortal level. This was also his peak in the Immortal Realm back then. Without stopping, his cultivation instantly reached the 9th-grade Heavenly Immortal, his cultivation skyrocketing, breaking through the Heavenly Immortal level, undergoing an unimaginable transformation. With a bang, a glint of light flashed in Long Daozi's eyes, as if he could see through the coffin. His cultivation had now surpassed the Heavenly Immortal level, reaching the Immortal King level. 3rd-grade Immortal King, Xiaoyazi. Back then you were merely a 9th-grade Immortal King, but now I, Long Daozi, am also an Immortal King. After that, I will kill that high-ranking Immortal, take his treasure, and from now on, I will never go to the Immortal Realm again. This world is vast, and no matter what, you will never find me. Long Daozi laughed loudly, raising his right hand and pressing down on the coffin lid. Immediately, the lid was flung open, and Long Daozi's body leapt out. Wang Lin immediately stopped, his expression extremely grim. He was about to retreat, but his eyes froze. Look ahead. As Long Daozi leapt out of the coffin, a maniacal laugh echoed everywhere. And boundless force surged from his body, far more powerful than that of the blood ancestor. It was as if a dense whirlwind of immortal energy swept in all directions, and at the center of this whirlwind was him. Little brat, go die. With a laugh, Long Daozi took a step forward, but in that instant, a dramatic change occurred. His legs vanished silently, followed by his upper body and arms, which seemed to disintegrate as well. This scene was identical to the one where the young man vanished when he opened the coffin. How could this happen? It's impossible. Long Daozi froze in place, lowering his head to watch his body disintegrate like wind, completely vanishing. Even his head had become indistinct, seemingly shattering into countless fragments, about to disappear into nothingness. Why, master? Why is it like this? Long Daozi's eyes showed despair as he shouted frantically like a madman. Master, I have protected humanity for countless years. Why do you want to kill me? You once said that as long as there is a trace of the remaining essence, it will take shape inside this heaven-avoiding coffin. But why did my body, after recovering here, vanish? Why? Long Daozi looked up and shouted into the air. Ziyazi, if I hadn't given you the clue to obtaining this heaven-avoiding coffin back then, how could I have violated the immortal rules? Yet you treat me like this. I'm afraid even if I sincerely followed your words, waiting for your child to awaken and enter this coffin to cultivate, the result would be the same. You want to kill me. Long Daozi's head gradually dissipated, including his primordial spirit, simultaneously vanishing into nothingness. It was as if dust returned to dust, ashes returned to ashes, but a strong resentment lingered in the void, refusing to dissipate. This resentment, accumulated over countless millennia since the collapse of the immortal realm, erupted instantly upon his death. This resentment was unimaginably powerful. If not dispelled, it would likely exist eternally in the void. Perhaps, after countless years, a new life might be born from this resentment. Wang Lin witnessed all this, remaining silent for a moment. He pointed his right hand towards the sky and whispered, Dao transformation, yellow springs. A yellow springs opened, and this resentment seemed to find an outlet. In an instant, it surged towards the yellow springs, merging into them. Within this underworld, resentment and hatred originally existed, merging together and continuously growing stronger. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, all the resentment was absorbed into the yellow springs. Wang Lin turned and left, and the yellow springs immediately dissipated. The coffin was held in the void by Wang Lin. His gaze was serious as he carefully examined the coffin several times, becoming pensive. This object nourishes the soul and restores the body, but it cannot leave. Once it comes out of the coffin, it will vanish into thin air if it's not like that. Then the method used must be wrong. Wang Lin remained silent, retrieved the coffin, sighed softly, and left. In that moment, seeing the divine power of this coffin, he also thought of Li Muan. Donglin Star, with my current cultivation level, I should be able to explore it thoroughly. A glint of light appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He had come to the Luotia star domain not only to avoid the old monster Taiyunzi, but most importantly to find the Xiang family on Donglin Star and find a way to awaken Li Muan. Wang Lin could never forget the moment he heard the woman in the painting in the depths of the tide abyss, revealing the method to awaken Li Muan. At that moment, his heart was deeply shaken. In an instant, his body was struck by an impact capable of causing the heavens and earth to collapse, as if he had been struck by a million thunderbolts. His only belief was to reach Donglin Star, to go to the Xiang family no matter what. Whether it was true or false, he had to see it for himself. No matter how difficult this task was, no matter how endless the danger it represented, Wang Lin chose to face it. In life, there is one thing one must do no matter how great the storm. No matter if the sky falls or the earth cracks, it must be done. In the depths of the Luotia Western region, a place where no cultivators had appeared for a long time, it seemed like a forbidden land, shrouded in gray mist, making it impossible to see beyond 10 meters. Only the mist drifted slowly, seemingly eternal. The surroundings were eerily silent, not a sound could be heard. Deep within this abyss, the entire area was shrouded in mist, seemingly without end. One day, the mist suddenly began to fluctuate slightly. Initially faint, the fluctuations intensified in an instant. The mist swirled as if a colossal monster were writhing within it. At this moment, if viewed from below, it was clearly visible. Within a radius of over 10,000 miles, all the mist swirled violently, as if massive waves were surging outwards. When the mist dispersed, a colossal monster was visible, its head appearing and disappearing within. This creature was enormous, seemingly tens of thousands of miles in size. As its body moved, the surrounding mist swirled and dispersed. This creature had no eyes, only a large mouth that slowly opened, spewing something into the dense mist. While the beast opened its mouth, a formation could be seen inside. At that moment, the formation flickered with light, and a figure emerged. Behind this person, several figures appeared. The one leading, dressed in a green robe, appeared young, but possessed an overwhelming aura of ancientness, as if a 1,000-year-old old man had possessed a youth. Wang Lin's eyes widened in alarm. Stepping out of the formation, he was immediately propelled by a surge of energy, sending him flying out of the mist. Behind him appeared the members of the Immortal Selection clan, their faces bewildered, carrying a hint of fear as they entered an unknown world, following closely behind Wang Lin. Driven by the mist, Wang Lin instantly stepped out. He turned to look behind him, his gaze sweeping over the colossal beast at a glance. It really is the Netherworld beast from TUT's memories. This beast has existed since ancient times. Its origins are unknown. It has no offensive nature and the smallest liver. However, this beast is like a universe itself, seemingly containing a world within, incredibly vast, far exceeding its original form. I never thought that something from TUT's memories would still exist. Wang Lin looked at the Netherworld beast's head, sighing inwardly. The beast also noticed Wang Lin and his group, slowly closing its mouth, retreating, and disappearing into the mist. Except for the swirling mist, its figure was nowhere to be seen. Wang Lin, who had disappeared for over half a year, reappeared in the Luotia star domain. At this time, two earth-shattering events had occurred throughout the Luotia star domain, shaking the hearts of other cultivators. One of them clearly pointed towards Wang Lin. The Thunder Immortal Palace announced the Luotia decree, calling on all cultivation families in the Luotia star domain to open a passage to the Alliance star domain at the Thunder Immortal Palace, and join forces with the Alliance star domain. This news, like a whirlwind, roared through the Luotia star domain, clearly stirring up a great storm. For countless millennia, since the collapse of the four great immortal realms, the passages connecting them had been blocked. The four major star domains of the immortal realm could not communicate, except for a few extremely precious artifacts that could open a crack, allowing cultivators from both sides to pass through. But never before had there been a large-scale invasion. In the eyes of the cultivators of the Luotia star domain, the Alliance star domain was incredibly distant. But there had been cultivators who had gone to the Alliance star domain and returned, so there were all sorts of rumors. It was rumored that the Alliance star domain had no cultivation families, only a group of sects. Rumors say the Star Alliance has cultivation nations ranging from level 1 to level 9, completely different from Luotia. Rumors say the Star Alliance possesses countless magical treasures and elixirs. Each sect is equivalent to a vast treasure trove, and each cultivation planet is a treasure trove. Rumors say the greatest power in the Star Alliance is the Cultivation Alliance. Rumors also say the cultivators in the Star Alliance are extremely bloodthirsty, skilled in slaughter. Almost like demons, all sorts of rumors have created different perceptions of the Star Alliance in the minds of Luotia cultivators. Some cultivation families are extremely enthusiastic and eager to join the Alliance for war. But some cultivation families are not supportive and remain hesitant. However, with the powerful impetus of the Thunder Immortal Palace, the march to the Star Alliance is now decided. Moreover, and most importantly, the Thunder Immortal Palace has never made any major moves, having achieved great success in the Luotia star domain. Inheriting the legacy of the ancient times, it has continued to flourish and grow stronger ever since, even enjoying the support of two ancient cultivation families. These two ancient cultivation families are the most powerful forces in the entire Luotia star domain, excluding that mysterious ancient cultivation family. Each family's strength is no less than that of the Thunder Immortal Palace. One of these ancient cultivation families is the Xiang family of Dongshan Star. It wasn't the Thunder Immortal Palace that sought them out. The Xiang family proactively approached them, strongly supporting and aligning with another ancient cultivation family and simultaneously plotting and scheming. Under the will of these three major forces, the remaining cultivation families dared not disobey. The atmosphere of impending war was palpable throughout the Luotia star domain. Every family was preparing for the moment when that passage would open because of this battle. The three major powers made a promise. Whoever achieved victory and conquered a cultivation planet would be immediately rewarded. This promise stirred the hearts of most families in the Luotia star domain, as no one wanted to share a cultivation planet with others. However, in the Luotia star domain, the cultivation planets with spiritual energy were already saturated. To obtain an independent cultivation planet belonging to one's family, one could only go to the Star Alliance and seize it. Furthermore, to motivate all cultivation families, the Thunder Immortal Palace, during the war preparation period, released magical artifacts, elixirs, and immortal techniques, initiating a battle called the Immortal Ceiling. The Thunder Immortal Palace and two ancient cultivation families have jointly conferred the title of Immortal. This is the first time such a large-scale conferment of immortality has taken place since the collapse of the Immortal Realm and the descent of the Thunder Immortals to the mortal world. This time, a total of 36 Heavenly Gang and 72 Earthly Fiend individuals have been conferred immortality, totaling 108 people. Each person will receive an immortal title, their status surpassing that of the Thunder Immortal Palace's envoys, and they will be revered by all cultivators in the Luotia Star Domain. Afterwards, in the battle against the Star Domain Alliance, they will become leaders of their respective regions. If it were just that, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, not everyone values empty fame. However, the Thunder Immortal Palace clearly also considered this to increase the weight of this conferment. The Thunder Immortal Palace announced that all those who are conferred immortality will receive guidance in immortal techniques from Qingshui Immortal Monarch, a figure from the Thunder Immortal realm of yesteryear. This news was nothing short of a whirlwind immortal monarch. Unexpectedly, there were still immortal generals surviving to this day, causing a stir in the world. The entire Luotia Star Domain was in turmoil. Even the cultivation families that had previously shown no interest in the immortal conferment ceremony changed their minds, mobilizing their elites to seize the immortal conferment position. Simultaneously, in the Thunder Immortal Palace, the immortal generals, including those from the two ancient cultivation families, announced that each of the 36 heavenly generals would receive one request. This request would be fully satisfied by the Thunder Immortal Palace and the two ancient cultivation families. This continuous pursuit of the immortal conferment ceremony undoubtedly elevated the Luotia Star Domain's immortal conferment ceremony to a new level, achieving the Thunder Immortal Palace's goal of uniting all the Luotia Star Domain's forces. Thus, next, the most mysterious ancient cultivation clan in the Luotia Star Domain suddenly issued a summons, preparing for war, causing almost every cultivator in the Luotia Star Domain to become determined, their morale soaring to its peak. What made this immortal conferment even more comparable to a true immortal conferment in the immortal realm was the inscription, Immortal Conferment. That is a great blessing. 108 immortals, entering the Ascension Pool, transforming their original bodies into immortal essence, achieving true immortality. Immortals and cultivators differ not only in their original power, but also in their immortal power, which, after fusion, gives rise to a power unique to immortals' immortal essence. The power of immortal techniques, when performed with original power, is strong but limited. But when performed with immortal essence, this power is truly unleashed. Even immortal treasures are no match for this. The wind blew, naturally igniting the flames of war. Everything was prepared, just waiting for the passage to open. Just as the storm of war was about to spread throughout the Luotia Star Domain, another event struck fear into the entire domain. It spread in an extremely powerful way. In the Luotia Star Domain, the Ya family, a cultivation clan that inherited power from the immortal realm and was close to several ancient cultivation clans, issued a Heavenly Sky Decree. As soon as the Heavenly Sky Decree was issued, killing intent permeated in all directions. The Ya family, one of the most powerful inherited clans of the four great immortal realms, could even stand against two ancient cultivation clans. And even the Thunder Immortal Palace was beneath their notice. Since the collapse of the immortal realm countless millennia ago, the Ya family had only issued 3 Heavenly Sky Decrees. Each Heavenly Sky Decree brought a storm of bloodshed. They would not rest until death. At this moment, while the news of the wind spread throughout the Luotia Star Domain, the Ya family issued the Heavenly Sky Token for the 4th time. This time, the token bore only one name, Sumu. This name, in the Luotia Star Domain, was not unknown or obscure. On the contrary, it could be said to be illustrious. Even when news of the immortal ascension appeared, many people thought Sumu would definitely be one of those to be granted immortality. Previously, in the lazy immortal realm, those whom Sumu had saved, along with their families, all praised his name. Especially those who had been saved, no matter where they were, spoke of Sumu with respect and gratitude. Gradually, the name Sumu's fame in the Luotia star domain skyrocketed, becoming a renowned figure throughout the 4 regions of the East, West, South, and North. Now, the Yao family issued the Heavenly Sky Decree bearing only Sumu's name. It was obvious that the Yao family wanted to kill Sumu. No matter how powerful Sumu was, very few believed he could escape the Yao family's bounty. With the Heavenly Sky Decree issued, Sumu was doomed. Only a few people, like Shen Gonghu, Zonkong, and others, could laugh coldly at this matter. They thought the Yao family has no right to challenge the sect master. The Yao family has dispatched a large number of clansmen, and even many cultivation families have contacted them, spreading out like a huge net across the entire Luotia star domain, determined to find Sumu. Amidst the commotion surrounding the immortal sealing ceremony, the Yao family's search for Sumu is an unprecedented event. Furthermore, the Yao family's issuance of the Heavenly Sky Order and their large-scale pursuit of Sumu has made his name incredibly prestigious. However, almost all cultivators believe that he is merely a fleeting flower. His life will not last much longer. Even those whom Wang Lin rescued earlier remain silent, not because they didn't want to help, but because their families were powerless to resist the enormous Yao family. However, despite the Yao family's search, Sumu seemed to have vanished without a trace, as if he had disappeared into thin air in the Luotia star domain. At this moment, Wang Lin was accelerating his speed, flying through the Luotia western domain. Ahead of him was a vast expanse of gray fog. However, despite its density, it couldn't hinder Wang Lin's progress. Behind him, a group of Immortal Selection clan members stood calmly. Flying through the fog for months had undergone a significant transformation in their mindset. Their initial bewilderment had long since dissipated, replaced by a resolute determination to kill. In the fog for months, they had followed Wang Lin, witnessing the attacks of strange beasts and the fierce battles that had claimed many lives, yet their killing intent had only grown stronger. At this moment, the Immortal Selection clan members resembled a pack of killing machines, following closely behind Wang Lin as he advanced. In their ranks, even the children and women had lost their timid expressions. To break through meant survival, to fail meant being devoured by the beasts of this place. In these bloody battles, the Immortal Selection clan members rapidly matured, and a few traces of Wang Lin could be seen in them. After all, for these simple-minded clan members, Wang Lin was their only role model. Although Wang Lin had only interacted with them for a few months, he had to admit that the Immortal Selection clan members were incredibly intelligent and had excellent foundations, especially their ability to imitate, which was almost terrifying. In those short months of contact with Wang Lin, these people learned his decisiveness, his composure, and his ruthless killing intent. When they attacked, they were incredibly ruthless, their bodies covered in various runes, filling the mist, clearly coordinating perfectly to engage in a desperate battle with the beasts. What made Wang Lin's eyes widen in concern was their extreme skill in working together. Their coordination almost impenetrable, showing that their combined strength could be amplified several times over. If they weren't protecting the children and women, and not exerting their full power, they would likely be even more agile and sharp. Wang Lin's eyes showed a pensive expression as he used his divine ability to transport the women and children of the Immortal Selection clan into the cage, thus greatly increasing their speed. Today, the mist ahead had thinned considerably. Wang Lin charged out, followed by the other members of the Immortal Selection clan. What appeared before them was a dazzling expanse of starry sky. The Luotia star domain, gazing at the starry sky, Wang Lin was somewhat dazed. After his trip to the Thunder Immortal realm and being teleported into the Netherworld Beast realm, everything he had experienced, seeing the starry sky before him at this moment, felt like a dream from last night. I've returned to the Luotia star domain. Now I must figure out which Luotia domain this is. First, I need to find a cultivation planet to determine my direction. Wang Lin muttered to himself, patting his storage bag, and a jade slip immediately appeared. This was the map Shen Gonghu had given him years ago. After glancing at it, he put it back into his storage bag. Turning around, Wang Lin's gaze fell on the members of the Immortal Selection clan behind him. This is the Luotia star domain under the Thunder Immortal realm. Here, you are free. The old ancestor of the Immortal Selection clan remained silent for a moment, then looked up at Wang Lin and said in a low voice, "Benefactor, I am unfamiliar with this place. Do you have a cultivation planet that would allow us to temporarily reside here? Once we become familiar with this Luotia star domain, we will definitely leave." Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly. The vast azure spirit star was large enough to contain these members of the Immortal Selection clan. He took a step forward, his entire being resembling a shooting star, heading straight ahead. The Immortal Selection clan members followed, and immediately hundreds of rainbow-colored streaks roared through the starry sky, flying forward. Along the way, Wang Lin used his divine consciousness to investigate, searching for cultivation planets. This place was extremely desolate, and cultivation planets were very rare. After 10 days, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly flashed, stopping at a planet ahead. The spiritual energy on this planet wasn't dense, but it wasn't weak either. Flying rapidly, Wang Lin and the others created too much disturbance, spreading in all directions, and were detected by the cultivators on that planet from afar. Almost immediately after Wang Lin arrived, 3 beams of light shot out from the planet, transforming into 3 figures. These 3 were of different ages. One was a middle-aged man wearing a bronze robe, while the other 2 were elderly. All 3 possessed considerable spiritual energy fluctuations, clearly indicating they had reached the Yin Void realm. Upon appearing, their expressions became serious. The middle-aged scholar among them looked at Wang Lin, clasped his hands together, and calmly said, "Fellow Taoist, you've arrived so hastily. What brings you here?" The other 2's eyes also brightened as they glanced at the Immortal Selection clan members behind Wang Lin. The more they looked, the more astonished they became. These people had no spiritual energy fluctuations, yet a strange power permeated their bodies, a power they had never encountered before. Moreover, they could sense a palpable aura of killing intent emanating from these people, an extremely strong one, clearly the result of considerable bloodshed. More importantly, their faces radiated an icy coldness. Their expressions remained unchanged in the face of their gaze, even vaguely hinting at a murderous intent. What puzzled them even more was that among these people were children and women, leaving them unable to discern their origins. Just then, the middle-aged scholar finished speaking, cautiously glancing at Wang Lin. His expression suddenly changed, his heart slightly shaken. He felt Wang Lin's appearance was extremely familiar, resembling the image on the Heavenly Sky Decree painting recently issued by the Yao family. Wang Lin, his expression unchanged, calmly clasped his hands and said, "I've lost my bearings. I don't know where this planet is, what kind of Luotia domain this is, or what this planet is called." The middle-aged scholar remained expressionless, silently stepping back a step and saying, "This is the Luotia Western region. This place is Zhuanchen Star. May I know your esteemed name, fellow Taoist?" Wang Lin glanced at the middle-aged scholar, but did not reply. He immediately patted his storage bag, took out a jade slip, and used his divine consciousness to search, confirming that Zhuanchen Star belonged to the Luotia Western region. After comparing it, he determined his current location. At this moment, the middle-aged scholar stepped back a few steps, his right hand resting on his storage bag, then immediately placing his hand on the jade slip, silently concentrating. This jade slip contained the image of Sumu after the Yao family issued the Heavenly Sky Decree, distributing it to numerous families. Anyone with a clue to the Heavenly Sky Decree's pursuit would be handsomely rewarded. Upon seeing it, the middle-aged scholar's heart pounded. The image on the jade slip was almost identical to the person before him, except for the clothing. Sumu, he is Sumu. The middle-aged scholar's heart was in turmoil, but his expression remained unchanged. "Fellow Taoist, you've traveled a long distance to get here. Why not stay on my Zhuanchen Star for a few days to rest?" "It's not too late to leave then." The middle-aged scholar smiled calmly. Wang Lin retrieved a jade slip, glanced at the middle-aged scholar, then looked at his right arm, which had just moved, and said calmly, "No need." After saying that, he lightly stepped forward, his whole body like a rainbow, heading straight into the distance. Behind him, the Immortal Selection clan members, their expressions unchanged, followed, hundreds of rainbows flying at extremely high speed, and in an instant, the echoing roars had disappeared into the distance. Rather eyeing, these people's origins are unknown. Why would you invite them into my Zhuanshan star? This is the pre-immortal ascension stage. I have to prioritize what matters most. I must go into seclusion to cultivate and strive to join the immortal ascension group. The old man among them said, watching Wang Lin and his group disappear. Brother Chen, don't you think that person looks familiar? The middle-aged scholar's eyes flashed, and he threw out the jade slip in his hand. The two old men were stunned, receiving the jade slip. After exchanging glances and carefully examining it, their expressions immediately changed drastically. Unexpectedly, it's him. It's rumored that this person has been missing for a long time, and unexpectedly he suddenly appeared here. The Yao family offers a huge reward for anyone who provides clues. If this succeeds, the three of us achieving immortal ascension will be much simpler. The middle-aged scholar licked his lips, his eyes revealing a greedy look. The only problem is that Sumu isn't some nobody. If we reveal this information, won't he seek revenge? One of the old men said hesitantly. A man without ruthlessness is not a true man. He won't have a chance to take revenge on us. He'll be killed by the Yao clan. The middle-aged man said with a cold laugh. He took back the jade slip he had given to the two, squeezed it tightly, and the slip instantly transformed into a wisp of mist. The mist stirred slightly, and after a moment, it condensed into a phantom figure, a young man with an extremely cold and arrogant expression. Aoyang Dan of Zhuanshan Star, greetings to the Yao clan sky envoy. I have just discovered Sumu's whereabouts in the starry sky. Wang Lin moved at incredible speed, followed by 100 roaring rainbows. As he flew, Wang Lin's eyes showed a pensive expression. That middle-aged man from Zhuanshan Star is a bit strange. I don't know him, nor have I ever met him before. Or perhaps I'm being overly suspicious. Wang Lin pondered, feeling that something was amiss. After a moment, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he stopped abruptly. The Immortal Selection clan members behind him quickly stopped and looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin patted his storage bag, took out a map jade slip, imprinted a symbol on it with his divine consciousness, and threw it to the Immortal Selection clan's ancestor, calmly saying, I've included the location of Qingling Star on this map. Follow it, and I'll follow behind. The old man remained silent, accepted the jade slip, examined it briefly, then bowed to Wang Lin, respectfully saying in a low voice, if that's the case, I'll find it myself. Benefactor, we'll meet on Qingling Star. Wang Lin nodded, watching the members of the Immortal Selection clan walk away. After they disappeared into the horizon, Wang Lin turned around and took a step towards the Zhuanshan Star. Those three people from the Zhuanshan Star are too strange. This might not be a problem, but it's better to be cautious. With this step, ripples suddenly appeared beneath his feet. After landing, Wang Lin took another step, and the ripples increased. His entire body merged seamlessly into the heavens and earth. When the third step appeared, he vanished from the spot. Outside the Zhuanshan Star, the middle-aged man finished speaking, and the mist before him transformed into a young man. His eyes gleamed with a bright light, even a hint of excitement, as he said, very well, you three have provided clues. I will report this to the family. If it's true, you will naturally receive rewards. With that, the mist dissipated. The middle-aged scholar's eyes gleamed with joy as he turned to his two companions, smiling and saying, it's very simple. We only provided the clues. Sumu is undoubtedly doomed. This opportunity is bestowed upon others. It's better for the three of us to share it. This is a heaven-sent chance. Otherwise, why would Sumu come here instead of another cultivation planet? The two old men fell silent, then after a moment, smiled bitterly. The die was cast, and nothing could be changed. However, for some reason, a sense of dread filled their hearts. Hopefully, Sumu isn't as powerful as the legends say. This time, he might be killed by the Yao family. Otherwise, once he finds out that we've leaked his whereabouts, I'm afraid. The old man's expression suddenly changed drastically as he stared back at the middle-aged scholar, his face pale and bloodless. The old man beside him, trembling, his eyes filled with disbelief and intense fear, stammered, Sumu. The middle-aged scholar's hair stood on end, a chilling sensation filling his heart, making him afraid to even turn his head. He felt as if he had been electrocuted. Behind the middle-aged scholar, ripples spread out, and Wang Lin emerged from within. His eyes gleamed with cold light, and a thick aura of killing intent emanated from him, seemingly materializing. You three are incredibly audacious. Upon appearing, Wang Lin formed his fingers into swords, taking a step forward and directly stabbing the middle-aged scholar in the back. A resounding crash echoed around the scholar, his body spewing thick blood, his torso arching into a bow before collapsing. His soul, having just escaped, was instantly seized by Wang Lin, his face filled with murderous intent, who directly captured it with his bare hands. This scene, like a massive hammer pounding down on the chests of two old men, intensified the fear in their eyes. Almost without thinking, they immediately retreated. Having seized the middle-aged scholar's soul, Wang Lin's icy gaze swept over the two men fleeing in different directions. He didn't pursue them himself, but a phantom image appeared from behind, the tower mountain materializing. With a single step, it hurtled forward, its impact resounding as it hurtled towards the two opponents. The two Yin Void cultivators trembled uncontrollably. The Tower Mountain's young real cultivation level posed no difficulty for them. Senior, spare my life, senior. Spare my life. The middle-aged scholar's courage was completely shattered, his soul in Wang Lin's hand continuously begging for mercy. Wang Lin's expression was cold. He pressed his left hand against the top of the middle-aged man's primordial spirit, unleashing a powerful surge of primal energy to seize his consciousness. The middle-aged man's eyes were momentarily paralyzed, and in an instant, his primordial spirit became listless, his face contorted in agony. His primordial spirit trembled incessantly, as if it could collapse at any moment. He clearly felt his consciousness being tossed about by a pair of large hands, seemingly digging inside. This intense pain drove him almost insane. In the midst of the agony, an overwhelming wave of regret engulfed his entire primordial spirit, causing his consciousness to gradually dissipate. Sometimes, even with thousands of years of cultivation, a single wrong choice can turn everything into dust from the memories extracted from the middle-aged scholar's consciousness. Wang Lin's eyes suddenly blazed with cold light. In the end, his whole being seemed like a sharp sword unsheathed, a dense aura of killing intent rising within him. So that's how it is, Wang Lin muttered to himself. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from afar, and Tower Mountain, holding both his primordial spirits and storage bags, advanced. Following the old method, Wang Lin also performed the spirit-searching technique on these two primordial spirits. Combining the memories of the three of them, Wang Lin naturally had a fairly clear understanding of the two major events that had occurred in the Luotia star domain in the past 6 months. He naturally wouldn't let these three primordial spirits, who had provoked him, go unpunished. He threw them into the soul-suppressing banner to be used as sustenance for later use of the wine summoning technique. As for the 3 storage bags, Wang Lin also briefly examined them. They contained some magical artifacts and treasures, which had been continuously crushed by the primordial spirit's essence, turning them into liquid and controlling their integration into Tower Mountain's body. The physical strength of the immortal guards mainly comes from the rare treasures of the immortal Emperor Qinglin, but these treasures were extremely rare back then and have now become extinct. Therefore, Wang Lin could only skip the next requirement and use the materials from the magic treasure to make the immortal guards' bodies even stronger. In the storage bags of the 3, there were 2 jade slips, which were indeed related to the Yao family. Through the memories of the 3, Wang Lin also learned that the Yao family was hunting him down, and it could be said that they had already deployed a very large force. Almost all cultivators in the Luotia star domain had entered the 2nd stage. Each of them had a jade slip containing a portrait of Wang Lin. Holding these 2 jade slips, Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he looked towards the distant horizon. The Yao family, the leading family among the 4 great inheritors of the immortal realm. What exactly is their reason for deciding to attack me? Wang Lin's eyes showed a pensive expression. He had many enemies with the 4 great inheritors of the immortal realm, especially the Yao family. Not only had the blood ancestor incident happened, but the Yao family's young master had also died at his hands. Besides all that, there was also the treasure pavilion. It wasn't the blood ancestor. The blood ancestor knows my real name. If it were the blood ancestor who did this, the name written on the sky decree wouldn't be Sumu, but Wang Lin. However, it's also possible that my real name isn't commonly used in the Luotia star domain, and everyone only knows me as Sumu. That's why the Yao family's sky decree only has these 2 words written on it. Furthermore, the Yao family's young master intended to torture Li Yuan to death in the Thunder Immortal realm, and he also died at my hands. With the Yao family's strength, they would naturally possess some divine abilities to know how their clansmen died. Conversely, the matter of storing the treasure pavilion disappeared with the collapse of the immortal realm. The chances of hearing about it are not very high. Wang Lin pondered inwardly, a strong surge of killing intent rising within him. The heavenly firmament decree reminds me of the decree of the 100 days of slaughter of 10,000 demons, held in the cultivation demon Sion Vermilion Bird Star. A cold glint appeared in Wang Lin's eyes as he swiftly moved forward. His entire being transformed into a streak of white light, soaring into the sky. This Yao family is too powerful. Even in the Luotia star domain, it's not safe. Moreover, within the Yao family, there's certainly someone like the Blood Ancestor, or even far stronger than the Blood Ancestor. Wang Lin frowned, his heart sinking. As he flew, a ripple appeared beneath his feet, causing his body to merge with the heavens and earth. But he didn't take a single step forward, maintaining this state as he continued flying. He calculated that the Yao family had already learned of his whereabouts and would need time to send someone to kill him. Not long after, Wang Lin stopped, his eyes flashing as he looked into the distance. He saw 7 streaks of sword light, like rainbows, hurtling towards him from the starry sky ahead. At the same time, 7 streaks of rainbow light were approaching from both sides at top speed. Simultaneously, 7 streaks of sword light were rapidly advancing behind Wang Lin. With all directions seemingly blocked, a cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as he muttering to himself. From the moment the middle-aged scholar appeared until now, only 2 incense sticks worth of time has passed. It seems the Yao family members have almost completely covered all the regions in the Luotia star domain. Wang Lin remained motionless, his gaze sweeping across the area, his eyes serious. No, it's impossible that any of these people are Yao family members. Otherwise, there would be too many Yao family members. That would explain it. The Yao family in the Luotia star domain mostly resides within their own territory, and so do their family members. These family members must be from nearby cultivation planets with connections, which is why they were able to find me in such a short time. Having made up his mind, a murderous glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as he muttered, "It's been a long time since I've unleashed such a massacre. It's been ages since I fought, damn it, one by one, I'll kill one." A murderous aura permeated Wang Lin's entire body. He wasn't exactly a kind person, and now, being hunted by the Yao family, he was surrounded by 28 cultivators. These people flew towards him incredibly fast, their murderous aura overwhelming, clearly harboring the intention of eliminating him. Scanning with his divine sense, Wang Lin clearly saw the cultivation levels of all 28 approaching cultivators. The 7 on the left were the weakest. Of the 7 streaks of sword light, 4 were yin void cultivators, and the remaining 3 were peak-level cultivators, all approaching with intense killing intent. Wang Lin's body still rippled with energy, his entire being radiating an icy coldness as he took a step to the left. In an instant, Wang Lin's figure vanished, causing the cultivators who had been focused on him to change their expressions. Just then, beside the 7 streaks of sword light flying from the left, the ripples in the starry sky dispersed, and Wang Lin's figure reappeared. The moment his figure appeared, Wang Lin, without hesitation, formed his fingers into a sword, raised it, and fiercely slashed down. The Luo slaying technique roared forth, like an invisible, incredibly sharp force. And the 3 peak-level cultivators among the 7 instantly let out a miserable groan as their bodies shattered and they died. 2 loud explosions followed, turning into large clouds of blood mist that spread in all directions. The remaining 4 immediately changed their expressions and scattered, but in Wang Lin's eyes, with his young realm cultivation, their actions were still too slow. His eyes were filled with intense killing intent as he chased after a yin void cultivator. This man, a middle-aged fellow, faced Wang Lin's pursuit, a vicious glint appearing on his face. He clasped his hands together, chanting incantations, and channeled his elemental power, clearly employing an elemental power divine ability. Wang Lin's lips curled into a cold smile. With a flash, his right hand pointed forward, and the middle-aged man's body suddenly paused. In an instant, Wang Lin lunged forward, stomping on the man's head as if he were trampling the starry sky. With a thud, the middle-aged man's body shattered into pieces, his soul flying out in terror, trying to escape. But the surroundings were immediately filled with black mist, enveloped by the soul-slaying banner that appeared in Wang Lin's storage bag. All of this happened in a split second. In the blink of an eye, Wang Lin had killed 4 people. The smell of blood permeated the air, and at this moment, cultivators from the other 3 sides also quickly approached, heading straight for Wang Lin. A fierce roar erupted from the starry sky, and at the same time, various magical artifacts and divine techniques materialized in the hands of these cultivators, all directed at Wang Lin. The most powerful and sharpest attacks came from 3 individuals. These 3 were all elderly men, their cultivation levels comparable to Wang Lin's, and one even surpassed him slightly, reaching the peak of the young realm. No matter how powerful Wang Lin was, under the combined attack of over 20 cultivators, a direct hit would have severely injured him, if not killed. But at this moment, Wang Lin remained calm, his eyes flashing with killing intent. He took a step forward. While flying, Wang Lin wasn't unprepared. From beginning to end, he consistently merged half his body with the heavens and earth. In this state, he could also shrink the distance to mere inches, increasing his speed. With a single step, Wang Lin's figure vanished in a strange manner, the divine abilities and magical artifacts attacking him, howling in the air, instantly losing their target and stopping in midair. Wang Lin suddenly reappeared behind one of the young realm cultivators. The moment he appeared, Wang Lin didn't hesitate for a moment, directly unleashing the slaying Luo technique. With a loud bang, the young cultivator finally reacted, his body trembling. However, he was still a young cultivator. Under Wang Lin's sneak attack, he channeled his elemental power, enduring the pain, and tried to resist. Wang Lin formed his fingers into a sword, suddenly pressing down and stabbing into his back. Boom! The cultivator's body collapsed, his soul just escaping before being caught by the soul-slaying banner. At the same time, Wang Lin took a step back, his body disappearing. All of this happened so quickly that by the time the surrounding cultivators reacted, Wang Lin had vanished. Wang Lin realized that the divine abilities he possessed, the integration of heaven and earth, of the 3rd stage of cultivation, made him invincible in battle. The previous immortal Lord Than 3 also did the same, able to protect hundreds of cultivators without harming himself in the slightest. Wang Lin had learned this now. This bizarre method of killing caused a great shock to the surrounding cultivators. The old man with the peak young realm cultivation level now had an extremely gloomy expression. He could sense that the opponent's cultivation was roughly the same as his own, or even slightly stronger. However, the opponent possessed a strange divine ability that greatly frightened him. Absolutely not teleportation, and certainly not the great teleportation technique. The old man's face darkened as he potted his storage bag, and a silver bell instantly appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he quickly shook it, and a resounding sound echoed, creating large ripples that disturbed the power of heaven and earth in all directions. There are still 22 people left. Wang Lin's body flashed, appearing behind a peak-level cultivator. His pupils narrowed slightly as he looked at the opponent, raising his hand. The slaying Luo technique flashed, without any sword light, yet the cultivator's body was instantly split in 2, shattering into pieces. As for the cultivator's soul, Wang Lin paid no attention to it, but he still retrieved the soul banner. At the same time, he grimly glanced at the old man shaking the bell. This man's magical artifact was somewhat miraculous, unexpectedly capable of shaking the power of heaven and earth. Although it didn't have a huge impact on Wang Lin, if it lasted this long, it might cause some stagnation. With a cold snort, a phantom image flashed behind Wang Lin. Tower Mountain stepped forward, completely disregarding the surrounding cultivators, and flew straight towards the old man at the peak of the young realm. Tower Mountain flew out with incredible speed, his right hand clenched into a fist and unleashed a powerful blow, a deafening explosion echoing as he stopped in place with the old man Yang Shai. The two engaged in an extremely fierce battle, the sounds reverberating loudly. The old man didn't try to stop him, but retreated, unleashing various divine abilities and magical techniques with both hands, yet his expression remained grim. No matter what divine abilities or magical artifacts struck Tower Mountain, they didn't faze him in the slightest. He seemed impervious to pain, his body seemingly made of steel, relentlessly charging forward. In the instant Tower Mountain charged out, Wang Lin took a step forward. He hadn't yet merged with the heavens and earth, but instead opened his mouth and spat out, instantly sending the wind immortal seal flying out, transforming into a force over 10 meters long, crashing down from the sky. Cries of anguish echoed in all directions after the wind immortal seal struck. The two monks were subdued, their faces changing drastically, and they were about to flee, but Wang Lin let out a soft sigh. Seal. Then, golden talismans emerged from within the immortal seal, moving with unpredictable speed, instantly sealing the two fleeing cultivators. At the same time, the great seal descended with a thunderous roar, leaving the two cultivators in a state of utter disintegration. Their souls were also largely shattered, but not annihilated. Instead, they were absorbed by the golden talismans that surrounded the immortal seal. The immortal seal contained over 100,000 golden talismans, two of which emitted a particularly dazzling golden light. These two talismans seemed alive, their differences extremely clear. Wang Lin let out a soft gasp. He hadn't expected the immortal seal to possess such peculiarities. But this was clearly not the time for reflection. A murderous glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, and with a cold laugh, his body flicked, disappearing from sight amidst the attacks of the surrounding cultivators. He let out a cold, sinister laugh, the sound echoing in the eyes of the surrounding cultivators, as if a chilling aura had filled their hearts. Except for Tower Mountain, who was battling the old man, the remaining cultivators included 7 who were at the peak of the nascent soul stage. These 7 were clearly trembling like leaves in the wind. Sumu's reputation was immense in their hearts. Recalling a scene involving Sumu that they had heard rumors about, in their fear, these 7 retreated without hesitation. They fled at top speed, deeply regretting not obeying the Yao family's orders to stop him. You can't escape. Wang Lin's divine sense swept through the void, and at the same time, within 100 jang radius, the power of heaven and earth twisted and appeared with terrifying speed. The 7 who were teleporting were instantly forced out of the void, and Wang Lin's figure flashed beside them. His figure, like a rainbow, flashed and instantly appeared beside these 7 people, carrying large chunks of blood mist. The moment Wang Lin appeared, the only thing left in the eyes of these 7 was terror before they shattered and died with a loud crash. In the distance, Wang Lin's figure flickered slightly. He licked his lips, his eyes blazing with intense red light, looking like a bloodthirsty demon. He stared at the cultivators not far away, lowering his voice. There are still 13. The dozen or so cultivators all turned pale, their faces grim as they stared intently at Wang Lin. At this moment, in their eyes, Wang Lin seemed like a ravenous wolf. The name Sumu flashed through their minds. Among them, a yin void cultivator, after gritting his teeth and chanting a spell, immediately channeled his primal energy, forming a white light that appeared outside his body. Under the flashing light, it transformed into a giant sword. He then spat out a mouthful of primordial essence, and instantly extremely agile and sharp auras emanated from the great sword, seemingly capable of piercing through all void. The majority of cultivators around him, especially the last of the 3 young realm cultivators, patted their storage bags, and countless black needles appeared from their bodies. After pointing, they flew straight towards Wang Lin. Behind him, the remaining cultivators naturally unleashed their divine abilities without hesitation. Their speed was extremely fast, almost instantly reaching Wang Lin. A murderous glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, and he retreated, disappearing without a trace. The moment he disappeared, the cultivator Yang Shai immediately opened his hand, shouting loudly, "Teleportation! Disturb the surrounding power of heaven and earth." As soon as he spoke, all the cultivators behind him teleported. Under the simultaneous teleportation, their figures instantly appeared and disappeared, their movements uncertain. At the same time, dense ripples continuously swirled within 100 jang radius, condensing and immediately distorting the power of heaven and earth within this area. Very clever, but not enough. Wang Lin appeared, seemingly unaffected by these ripples. The moment Wang Lin's body appeared, his right hand, without hesitation, placed itself on the person in front of him. That person didn't turn around but decisively abandoned their physical body, their primordial spirit rushing outward. The cultivator's body instantly transformed into a cloud of blood mist with a loud bang, their primordial spirit, having already flown away, flashed and sped away more than 100 jang. Without looking back, continuing its relentless flight. Fellow Taoist Sumu, from now on, all the families of my Lingming Star will absolutely not participate in your affairs and those of the Ya family. Please spare me this one time. The fleeing primordial spirit urgently pleaded. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, but he didn't pursue. At this moment, the cultivator Yang Shai, who had just unleashed black needles in all directions, let out a low shout. The black needles around his body emitted a dark light, instantly rushing towards Wang Lin like a rain of arrows. Wang Lin sneered, raising his right hand. Immediately, the mother-child Dao withered materialized. A flash of killing intent appeared, and the dense gray aura of the black needles instantly turned to stone. At the same time, within the killing intent, including cultivator Yangshai, 3 people had faint white halos flashing beneath their feet. Wang Lin's body moved swiftly, like lightning, striking the foreheads of these 3 people. Immediately, countless fragments of stone shattered, and the 3 people died. There are still 9. Wang Lin's voice was incredibly deep and resonant, and the other cultivators' eyes grew increasingly filled with terror as they vanished with each step. At this moment, except for Tower Mountain, who was fighting the old man in the distance, the remaining cultivators gave up trying to stop him without hesitation. The Yao family's promise had many advantages, but everyone knew what was more important than their lives. Moreover, it was clear that Sumu before them was not someone they could resist. With just one bizarre divine ability, even if they had more people, they couldn't possibly avoid defeat. To kill this person, unless one possessed extremely powerful cultivation, it would be difficult. The remaining 8 didn't think much, quickly retreating and scattering in 8 directions to escape. The killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes not only didn't diminish, but intensified, as the 8 fled with overwhelming force. His body took a step forward, and with this step, the power of heaven and earth surged from all directions, making it impossible for them to use teleportation in a short time, cutting off the escape route of these 8 people. The Wind Immortal Seal was also immediately controlled by his mind, spinning and flying towards one person. As for the mother-child Dao withered sword, it also targeted another. At the same time, Wang Lin lightly patted his storage bag, and the immortal sword immediately flew out. Suleguo transformed into it, and without Wang Lin's command, he let out a strange howl, hiding himself inside the immortal sword, chasing straight ahead. Suleguo felt a little scared. Although he inherited the sword intent from ancient times, he had never fought against an Yin Void cultivator before. He also charged forward, shouting in his heart, "Damn it, I'll risk it. I'll risk it." The 3 magical treasures pursued 3 people separately, and Wang Lin's body took another step forward, his entire body disappearing from the spot. Almost instantly, Wang Lin appeared beside a fleeing cultivator. The monk's face was filled with terror, and he was about to speak, but Wang Lin pointed his finger at him. With his young-level strength, Wang Lin placed his hand on the monk's forehead. Withdrawing his finger, Wang Lin's body vanished. After a moment, the Wind Immortal Seal and the Mother-Son Dao withering flew back. Only Suleguo was now almost insane, constantly cursing and controlling the immortal sword to attack. The Yin Void cultivator, pursued by Suleguo, had an extremely gloomy expression. He didn't want to engage in a struggle with this sword spirit. Seeing his companions fleeing in all directions, each one dying, his heart was filled with extreme fear, especially the sword spirit's constant cursing during attacks, which annoyed him immensely. He instantly formed a surge of primal energy, forcefully pushing the immortal sword and Suleguo apart. He didn't want to prolong the fight, so he flew 100 feet away and instantly teleported. Just as he was about to teleport, the pupils in his eyes suddenly contracted, and Wang Lin's right finger had already pointed at his forehead. With a loud bang, the man shattered, his soul captured. Wang Lin's expression was cold. He glanced at Suleguo and said icy coldly, "I don't need weaklings." Suleguo's heart turned cold, and he hurriedly patted his chest and flattered, "Master, rest assured." Before Suleguo could finish speaking, Wang Lin took a step forward and went straight to where Tower Mountain was fighting. Only one person left. A cold, murderous voice appeared, making the old man fighting Tower Mountain tremble. At this moment, in the distance, a sword light several meters long, carrying an aura that seemed to tear through the starry sky, roared towards him. Old man Yangshai, who was fighting Tower Mountain, felt relieved, thinking to himself, "The Yao family's people have finally arrived. I consider myself to have completed my task of stopping them." Inside that sword light, there was a person, the young man who had transformed after the middle-aged scholar from Zhuan Star crushed the jade slip. At this moment, his eyes revealed a murderous intent, concealing a hint of excitement. "Sumu, I never thought I, Ya Changkong, would meet you. It's a great achievement." Wang Lin's gaze was serious. From the moment he killed the cultivators blocking him, he knew that none of them belonged to the Yao family. They were merely lured by the Yao family's generous rewards. Killing more of these people wouldn't hurt the Yao family. If it truly caused the Yao family pain, then it would require killing their clansmen. If the Yao family wants to kill me, then I will kill all of their clansmen. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, his murderous intent surging. The Yao family member was rapidly approaching from afar, his cultivation clearly having broken through the Yang realm and reached the Nirvana realm. Ali Nirvana realm. A battle rage flared in Wang Lin's eyes. Since his cultivation reached the Yang realm, he had never truly fought a battle against a Nirvana realm cultivator. At this moment, amidst the overwhelming killing intent, an endless fighting spirit surged within him. The moment the sword light, several meters long, roared towards him, Wang Lin swiftly moved forward. He had to deal with the Yang realm cultivator before this one arrived. Otherwise, with the two of them working together, Wang Lin would be at a disadvantage. The old Yang realm cultivator, now relaxed, retreated without hesitation, no longer wanting to engage in a standoff with Tower Mountain. His mission was now complete. Next, he needed to cooperate with the Yao family members to receive a great reward. As he retreated, under Wang Lin's control, Tower Mountain, without hesitation, stopped his foot and pursued, his hands clenched, his entire body flashing with dazzling golden light, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. But amidst the deafening roar echoing through the starry sky, the old man with the young level cultivation retreated, his hands forming incantations, continuously unleashing his divine abilities. Wang Lin's eyes glowed red, his body like a flash of lightning, attacking the young man from the Yao family ahead. His speed was incredibly fast, like a shooting star, flashing and disappearing into the distance in an instant. Yao Chengkong quickly flew over from afar, a sinister smile playing on his lips, even tinged with contempt, his speed increasing. Seeing this, the old man with the young level cultivation felt a slight sense of relief, but remained cautious. He felt a chill run down his spine at Wang Lin's elusive and unpredictable movements. At this moment, the Yao family's people are approaching. This Sumu probably won't have any clones to pay attention to me, the old man, who was dueling with Tower Mountain, retreated, his eyes flashing as he looked at the figures of Wang Lin and Yao Chengkong. The further away he was from Wang Lin, the more relaxed he felt. But at this moment, the golden light on Tower Mountain suddenly intensified dozens of times, erupting wildly. This golden light was so powerful that any ordinary person would be blinded instantly. Even cultivators would feel pain in their eyes. Although the old man's cultivation had reached the Yang realm, the distance between him and Tower Mountain was truly too close. At such a close distance, in an instant, Tower Mountain's entire body burst into golden light. The old man's eyes couldn't help but contract, his vision filled with golden light, making it impossible to see clearly into the distance. He wanted to spread his divine consciousness, but Tower Mountain's attack was extremely frenzied, forcing the old man to fight with all his might. Just as the old man's eyes were blinded by the golden light, Wang Lin saw Yao Chengkong's figure suddenly take a step forward. Ripples swirled beneath his feet, and his figure vanished. The moment this figure disappeared, although the old man with young level cultivation couldn't see it, his mind trembled slightly, and his eyelids twitched violently. He almost didn't need to think. His elemental power quickly surged out of his body, forming massive chunks of it. With a loud bang, a vortex of elemental power formed within a 10-jang radius around him. But he was still a step too late. Wang Lin's figure was already behind the old man just as the old man managed to create the vortex with his elemental power. His appearance was filled with intense killing intent, yet his finger contained immense elemental power, striking fiercely. The old man's elemental power vortex hadn't even fully formed, but Wang Lin's finger had already penetrated it, like a lightning bolt striking deep into the old man's heart. The old man's face instantly turned pale. He struggled to suppress a mouthful of blood, his elemental power surging out wildly, propelled by Wang Lin's force, attempting to escape. At this moment, a dazzling golden light enveloped Tower Mountain's entire body. The runes on his forehead seemed to merge into his right fist, and in the instant the old man attempted to escape, he unleashed a powerful punch. This punch was incredibly explosive, seemingly without end. With a resounding crash, Tower Mountain's fist descended. The old man, worthy of his reputation as a peak young devourer, under extreme danger, spat out a mouthful of his primordial spirit essence. A shield immediately formed around his body. After the shield shattered from the attack, it recoiled. The old man's eyes showed resentment, and he uncontrollably spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. In that instant, his body, covered in blood, transformed into a blood-red blur, directly merging into the blood. In a flash, his figure, like a ghost, unexpectedly escaped Tower Mountain and Wang Lin's encirclement and fled. Wang Lin's expression was grim. The moment the old man used his blood escape technique, he raised his right hand, and the blood-slaying technique fiercely slashed down. Instantly, the fleeing blood shadow of the old man split into two with a loud bang. Amidst the agonizing screams, the old man's primordial spirit, the peak-level Yangshai, was engulfed in the bloodlight, abandoning his body and fleeing rapidly. All of this happened in a flash. Wang Lin didn't want to pursue. After unleashing the blood-slaying technique, he immediately chanted a spell with his right hand, and the immortal seal descended, standing upright in front of him. Yao Changkong's sword light, several meters long, suddenly changed speed, directly advancing and stopping in front of the immortal seal. As soon as the immortal seal was erected, a deafening explosion resounded, causing a violent roar to continuously echo within a radius of 10,000 meters. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, but his blood was surging. The immortal seal, struck by the sword light, recoiled, forcing Wang Lin to retreat further. He continued to retreat for more than 10 meters before finally stopping. Yao Changkong, a third-generation member of the Yao family. After the sword light struck, a young man in white, with an arrogant expression, stared intently at Wang Lin. At his feet lay a 3-meter-long greatsword. Wang Lin had never seen such a large flying sword before. A dense sword aura, seemingly capable of shattering the void, emanated from the blade. "Sumu, encountering me is your misfortune. If it were another member of the Yao family, perhaps someone would accept your pleas for forgiveness. But before me, Yao Changkong, your requests for forgiveness are useless." Yao Changkong's expression was utterly arrogant. He thought to himself, before Yao Bingyun arrives, I must kill Sumu, otherwise the credit will be stolen by that ice-cold woman. Wang Lin's expression was calm, his eyes icy. He had long since discovered that the people of the Luotia star domain all possessed a kind of superiority, a kind of arrogance that was a form of family cultivation, clearly different from the constant slaughter within the Star Alliance. Wang Lin nodded slightly, clasped his hands together, and opened his mouth as if to speak. But the moment he opened his mouth, a stream of primordial spirit energy shot out, transforming into an illusory sword, which, with extreme speed, frantically lunged towards Yao Changkong. At the same time, Wang Lin took a step forward, directly dissolving into nothingness. The primordial spirit energy transformed into a sword, moving at an incredibly fast speed, almost instantly reaching Yao Changkong. Yao Changkong's eyes flashed, and he snorted coldly. He pressed his right hand forward, chanting a spell. Immediately, a beam of green light flashed in his hand, instantly transforming into a skull that fiercely devoured the illusory sword. Just as he raised his right hand, ripples spread behind him. Wang Lin stepped out, his right hand forming a sword, and thrust it forward. Without waiting for the result, he immediately retreated and disappeared. Yao Changkong's expression darkened. The moment Wang Lin reappeared, he also forcefully turned around, his eyes flashing with a dark light. Two beams of black light shot out, but they didn't hit Wang Lin, stopping in midair. At this moment, the winged immortal seal in the air suddenly rushed forward, carrying immense pressure, and fiercely struck Yao Changkong. As the winged immortal seal approached, over 100,000 golden talismans flashed, each transforming into a different form. In an instant, the entire world was covered by countless golden talismans, densely packed together to seal Yao Changkong. Just as Yao Changkong's face darkened as he looked up, Wang Lin reappeared beside him. The slaying Luo technique flashed, and Yao Changkong forcefully turned, but still failed. Wang Lin's figure was like a ghost, the winged immortal seal raining down relentlessly. He continuously flashed and appeared beside Yao Changkong, each time attacking briefly before instantly merging into the heavens and earth. From then on, Yao Changkong's expression grew even more somber. Wang Lin's attacks, while not overwhelmingly powerful, were still quite significant to him. Therefore, every time the opponent appeared, he had to strike immediately. But each time, he couldn't even touch the opponent's figure. This bizarre fighting style filled him with frustration. Yao Changkong had fought countless people in his life, Not a huge number, but certainly not a small one, but never like this. Ever since his opponent spat out a mouthful of spiritual energy, his right hand, which had been raised, instantly dissipated, rendering him incapable of taking the initiative. He could only defend himself, unable to launch an attack. Just as he took a breath, preparing to charge forward and unleash his divine power, the Tenjiang Wind Immortal Seal advanced, infuriating Hao Changkong beyond measure. The deafening roar in his ears intensified, and countless golden talismans frantically converged towards him. The eerie figure continued its relentless attacks around him. A murderous glint flashed in Yao Changkong's eyes. He chanted incantations, and the great sword beneath his feet instantly vibrated, emitting boundless sword energy. In an instant, the three Zhanglong great swords split into 19 smaller swords, rotating to form a bizarre sword formation, powerfully surging outwards. As the 19 small swords attacked, a dense surge of heaven and earth's primal energy instantly surged forth, moving with the sword formation, unexpectedly forming a whirlwind. The sword formation spun around his body, roaring, and the power of the surrounding heaven and earth was immediately twisted violently. Wang Lin's figure flashed, appearing hundreds of feet away, his eyes revealing cold light, staring intently at the opponent in front of him. Wind! A low shout came from Wang Lin's mouth, and at the same time, more golden talismans appeared, their speed increasing, frantically rushing down into the swirling sword formation. The Wind Immortal Seal in the air also roared fiercely and advanced. Yao Changkong, inside the sword formation, his face covered in vans, forcefully raised his head, his hands forming incantations, and immediately the speed of the sword formation increased. Sword energy filled the inside, and his right hand fiercely pointed forward. The swirling sword energy immediately rushed out to meet the Wind Immortal Seal descending from the air. A deafening explosion resounded. As the Wind Immortal Seal descended, it paused for a moment. Yao Changkong, without hesitation, stepped directly out of the seal's range. But at that moment, the mountain tower flashed, appearing before Yao Changkong, and unleashed a punch. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with killing intent. He grabbed the void with his right hand, and a sword appeared. Su Legu had already entered the sword, and holding it, Wang Lin frantically channeled his primal energy. The Slaying Luo Technique 1, 2, 3, 10, 15, 20 times. 20 Slaying Luo techniques consumed a large amount of Wang Lin's primal energy, but in an instant, they condensed into a colossal sword technique that roared forward. The sword technique shattered the rules. In the roar, a crack seemed to form in the starry sky between Wang Lin and Yao Changkong, heading straight towards Yao Changkong. A ruthless glint flashed in Yao Changkong's eyes. A whirlwind of sword energy surged around his body, stopping at Tower Mountain's fist. Tower Mountain trembled, his face instantly turning pale, but instead of retreating, he unleashed another punch. In an instant, the Slaying Luo technique advanced, furiously stopping at the swirling sword energy surrounding Yao Changkong, splitting the whirlwind into and striking Yao Changkong inside. At the same time, a large number of golden runes quickly entered through the gaps in the whirlwind, forming a seal on Yao Changkong. After unleashing the Slaying Luo technique, Wang Lin didn't pause, directly stepping out, appearing beside the immortal seal in the air. He sat cross-legged, his hands forming incantations, and pressed down on both sides. With a rumbling sound, the immortal seal, filled with Wang Lin's primal energy, descended furiously, fiercely throwing Yao Changkong below. At this moment, the seal, the Slaying Demon technique, the Tower Mountain Fist, and the immortal seal almost simultaneously attacked Yao Changkong below. Following the thunderous descent of the immortal seal, a deafening explosion resounded in the starry sky. The sound was so loud that it could be heard clearly within 1,000 miles, as if a cultivation planet had collapsed. A furious roar erupted from beneath the immortal seal, instantly unleashing a terrifying aura that made it difficult to breathe, like a raging frenzy. The moment the immortal seal descended, it was directly lifted up by this force, countless golden talismans seemingly torn apart, retreating in all directions. From Tower Mountain's fist, rumbling sounds emanated. The bones in his entire right fist were shattered, and this continued to affect half of his body. His body felt as if it had been struck by a powerful force, and he was thrown directly backward. At this moment, Yao Changkong's previous carefree and arrogant demeanor had vanished like smoke. His hair was disheveled, his clothes were torn in many places, and his eyes blazed with intense anger. Before him lay a small, fist-sized bead, or perhaps not quite a bead, but something resembling a cultivator's golden elixir. It was indeed a golden elixir, having absorbed all of the previous attacks, leaving Yao Changkong battered but unharmed. You are the second person to force me to use the immortal golden elixir bestowed upon me by my ancestors. Yao Changkong gnashed his teeth, his murderous intent towards Wang Lin not stemming from his family's heavenly firmament token, but largely from the rage burning within him. Since cultivating, he had never been as passive as he was just now. After the sneak attack, he had almost no chance to retaliate, relying entirely on passive defense. Combined with that bizarre divine ability, it put Yao Changkong in a very precarious situation in a short time. Wang Lin's face darkened. He retreated, potted his storage bag, and the soul-slaying banner immediately appeared. With a grab of his right hand, he instantly extracted the Ti Yin Void primordial spirits, directly swallowing them. His elemental power circulated, and he stared intently at the golden core in front of Yao Changkong, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. In the previous scene, Wang Lin had seized the initiative, preventing Yao Changkong from attacking. He had calculated every move, creating a deadly trap, but ultimately he failed. The difference between Yangshai and Kuini was now completely clear to Wang Lin. He was confident that the killing formation he had just used could have killed a Yangshai cultivator, but it had caused no harm to Yao Changkong. Although this aspect heavily relied on the golden core, even without it, Yao Changkong possessed other immortal techniques and divine abilities. A cultivation family inheriting the immortal realm, the immortal techniques passed down from ancient times are certainly not few. A ruthless glint flashed in Yao Changkong's eyes. Without hesitation, he chanted a spell with his right hand, and the golden core immediately rotated around his body. At the same time, he raised his left hand, pointing forward and softly shouting, "Immortal technique, Void Ace." Without a second thought, Wang Lin immediately retreated. In the instant he retreated, the starry sky collapsed, forming a massive attacking force. This scene caused Wang Lin's pupils to contract. Immortal technique, shadow following ice. Yao Changkong chanted incantations with both hands, his eyes revealing a ruthless expression. A rumbling sound echoed, the space continuously collapsing in a dramatic fashion. Wang Lin didn't stop for a moment. The collapsing starry sky attacked, almost penetrating to his very bones, relentlessly pursuing him. Wang Lin's expression turned grim, yet he remained calm. In an instant, ripples appeared beneath his feet. In a moment of collapse, he vanished without a trace. Almost immediately, he appeared behind Yao Changkong, more than 10 meters away. Raising his right hand, the slaying Luo technique roared forward. But the moment the slaying Luo technique approached Yao Changkong, the golden core outside his body directly wrapped around it, colliding with the slaying Luo technique and instantly absorbing its power. Immortal technique, 19 souls. Yao Changkong forcefully turned, a wicked smile appearing on his face, and directly spat out a cloud of white mist. Within the mist, even mournful sounds could be heard. Unexpectedly, 19 children emerged from the mist, their bodies blackened, resembling ghosts, ferociously appearing and disappearing within the mist as they lunged towards Wang Lin. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He stepped back, his entire body merging with the surrounding landscape. The 19 vengeful spirits missed their target and returned to Yao Changkong's side, circling around his body. Yao Changkong's face contorted with ferocity. Without hesitation, he raised his right hand, grasping the golden core in front of him, and shouted, "I, Yao, will risk my life and not fear the ancestors' punishment to shatter your divine power." Having said that, he squeezed the golden core tightly, and immediately a destructive whirlwind erupted from within it. This power was so immense, spreading everywhere, that within a radius of 10,000 feet, the power of heaven and earth twisted violently. This twisting caused the balance of heaven and earth to be disrupted, as if an invisible giant hand was constantly fluctuating and merging within. No matter how much the heaven and earth twisted, unless it could be stabilized, they had to leave quickly. 100 feet away, Wang Lin's figure appeared. In his eyes, the killing intent was overwhelming. He raised his right hand, pointing into the void, and immediately the mother-child Dao bone materialized. Its ferocious, bone-like eyes flashed with a dark light, instantly filling the heavens and earth with intense killing intent. Yao Changkong's expression changed slightly. He quickly chanted incantations, and the 19 spirits outside his body let out roars and spun violently around him. In an instant, a phantom image formed around Yao Chengkong's body, a magnified image of a child. After appearing, it let out a roar, but only managed to utter half a roar before its body was enveloped in a hazy white aura, turning it into a stone statue. Wang Lin seized the opportunity to leap backward, immediately taking out to Yin Void primordial spirits from the soul-suppressing banner and swallowing them. Then, without hesitation, he raised his right hand and shouted, "Summon Wind!" The black wind roared, engulfing his right hand, expanding rapidly in an instant. In the blink of an eye, a dense black wind surrounded Wang Lin's body. At this moment, the illusory child formed outside Yao Chengkong's body immediately petrified and collapsed. Yao Chengkong emerged unharmed. "Is that all the strength you have? You're dead today." He stared at the black wind surrounding Wang Lin's body, sneering. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Lin swung his right hand down, and the black wind immediately surged towards him. The black wind filled the sky, forming a black dragon that roared, opening its mouth and spewing out its chilling wind. Yao Chengkong initially disregarded the black wind, but his entire body instantly felt cold, as if his soul was about to collapse. He recoiled in panic, but the black wind had already penetrated his bones, relentlessly pursuing him. Terrified, Yao Chengkong saw the black wind engulfing him. He immediately clasped his hands together, chanting a spell, and whispered, "Immortal technique, cloud tribulation." A rumbling sound suddenly erupted around Yao Chengkong's body, instantly filling the area with mist. Lightning flashed within the mist, continuously swirling to form a protective barrier. However, as the black wind blew, the mist instantly dissipated, revealing the terrified Yao Chengkong inside. What kind of immortal technique is this? Yao Chengkong's body trembled. He gritted his teeth, spitting out a mouthful of blood from his primordial spirit. He bent his right hand and shouted, "Blood Soul 6 transformations." After performing this divine technique, Yao Chengkong's face immediately turned pale. This Blood Soul immortal technique was passed down by his ancestor, the Blood God's son. It was said to be one of the 5 great immortal techniques of the ancestors in the immortal realm. Reaching the highest level, one could attain the 19th transformation of the Blood Soul, but with Yao Chengkong's cultivation, he could only reach the 6th transformation at most. Even so, it would still consume a great deal of his elemental power. The blood immediately moved, unexpectedly forming a vortex, roaring straight towards the horizon. This blood-colored vortex seemed to possess an immense impact force. The yin wind that attacked the blood-colored vortex instantly dissipated. Yao Chengkong stared at Wang Lin, who was half hidden in the yin wind, gritted his teeth, and patted his storage bag. Immediately, a talisman appeared in his hand. With this ancestral divine talisman, no matter how many divine abilities you possess, you will undoubtedly die. Raising his hand, the talisman flew up. Red characters were engraved on it, encircling an extremely complex symbol. Yao Chengkong clasped his hands together, chanting a spell, bit his tongue, and channeled his elemental power, directly spitting out a mouthful of immortal blood onto the talisman. In an instant, the talisman was instantly stained blood. The characters carved on it suddenly seemed to come alive, emitting strange lights, and at the same time, a red flame flared up on the talisman. "Imperial Immortal Talisman, kill this man!" Yao Chengkong pointed his right hand at Wang Lin, his voice ferocious. The talisman instantly flashed, piercing through the blood soul whirlwind, and directly through the yin wind without the slightest injury, flying directly towards Wang Lin's forehead. Wang Lin's pupils contracted. This talisman looked extremely familiar to him. He had 2 identical talismans in his storage bag. At this moment, the talisman erupted with an aura that shook Wang Lin's mind. This aura was extremely terrifying. Unstoppable. Wang Lin's hair stood on end, a powerful sense of danger enveloping his entire body. He retreated without hesitation, but the talisman paper remained undissipated, instead moving even faster. Facing extreme danger, Wang Lin didn't hesitate, retreating and patting his storage bag. As the divine archery chariot flew out, he pointed at Yao Chengkong not far away, simultaneously producing a talisman paper. Following Yao Chengkong's example, he bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood, upon merging with the talisman paper, immediately emitted a red light, igniting a red flame that quickly struck Yao Chengkong's talisman. An overwhelming aura emanated, causing Wang Lin's thrown talisman paper to instantly crumble, burning to ashes. However, Yao Chengkong's talisman paper hadn't completely dissipated. A fingernail-sized piece remained, piercing through and, with unbelievable speed, suddenly stopping on Wang Lin's forehead. Wang Lin's body trembled. He felt a burning sensation in his forehead, as if a fire was burning within, instantly spreading throughout his body. An unimaginable sealing force emanated from his forehead in a short time, frantically spreading throughout his body, threatening to completely seal his primordial spirit in an instant. This is the rune power of the Immortal Tribe. But how can the runes of the Immortal Tribe be so powerful? Wang Lin gasped, his eyes filled with terror. His entire body's primal energy was sealed in an instant, leaving him like a mere mortal. His body immediately became weak and powerless. If it weren't for the Tower Mountain rushing over and allowing Wang Lin to sit cross-legged on top, he would have instantly fallen into the endless, starry sky below. Beside him, the divine archer chariot transformed into a butterfly, gently flapping its wings, seemingly unharmed. Ya Changkong laughed heartily. Wang Lin had no more elemental power. All his magic treasures were now completely inactive, and the wine summoning technique also instantly dissipated. Yao Changkong took a step forward, his right hand forming a sword, pointing directly at Wang Lin. Just a mere young-level cultivator dares to challenge me, Sumu, you're going to die. Grinning viciously, Yao Changkong moved with astonishing speed towards Wang Lin. His right hand, imbued with dense elemental power, if it pointed at Wang Lin's forehead, not only would his body shatter, but even his soul would be utterly annihilated, dying along with his body. Just as Yao Changkong's fingers advanced, the butterfly beside Wang Lin, though lacking Wang Lin's elemental power, was clearly different from other magic treasures. Once opened, it began to circulate on its own, its wings gently fluttering. Yao Changkong's body trembled slightly, and with a loud bang, something exploded in his chest. He was pushed back 10 meters before stopping, and his wings immediately fluttered again. A murderous glint flashed in Yao Changkong's eyes. The moment his wings fluttered, he potted his storage bag, and a talisman paper appeared. This time, instead of throwing it, he suddenly placed it on his forehead. Immediately, the power of the talisman paper erupted, filling Yao Changkong's body. In an instant, large chunks of talismans transformed around his body. A rumbling sound echoed, and with each flutter of his wings, a large number of talismans around Yao Changkong's body shattered, but he directly lunged towards Wang Lin. I must kill this Sumu. He's only at the young realm cultivation level, yet he's so powerful. If he reaches the Nirvana realm, I won't be his match. Wang Lin sat cross-legged on the left side of the Tower Mountain. Tower Mountain continuously retreated, intending to maintain distance from Yao Changkong, but the opponent's speed was too fast. In an instant, he appeared beside him with a rumbling sound. The killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes dissipated, replaced by a calm expression. He closed his eyes and softly said, "My Tao first follows the cycle of life and death, then enters the realm of karma. In worldly affairs, only karma can escape reincarnation. There is no escaping karma." A kind of primal force emerged. It wasn't a divine ability, nor a magical artifact, but rather a lifetime of cultivation or perhaps a kind of belief or enlightenment. 1,000 years of cultivation and enlightenment encompassing everything that was Wang Lin's state of mind. In this moment of life and death, Wang Lin unleashed a state of mind he hadn't used in a long time. Fighting with that state of mind was a form of Tao-based combat. Within that Tao-based combat, there were countless transformations. No victory or defeat, only life and death. Wang Lin spread his arms and calmly spoke. "My left hand holds the cause of the world. My right hand holds the effect of heaven and earth, because this cause and effect is my cause and effect." He opened his eyes, his left eye holding the sun, his right eye holding the moon, looking at Yao Changkong, raising his left hand and pointing. Cause emerges. The entire intention reached him, and in an instant, the starry sky was empty, everything vanished, and Yao Changkong's figure suddenly stopped. He had no choice but to halt. In his eyes, Wang Lin's figure at this moment was infinitely tall, especially these two hands, which seemed like illusory whips, forming a circle from beginning to end. This circle was cause and effect. Yao Changkong had a strong feeling that if he took another step, he would inevitably enter the other's realm. At that point, although he could kill the other, he himself would fall into an inexplicable mystery, fearing that his life would be forever trapped in cause and effect, unable to awaken. Speaking of the Tao realm, one can only counter it with the Tao realm. However, truly being able to unleash one's own Tao is rare, even extremely rare. This has nothing to do with cultivation level, but rather with enlightenment of heaven and earth, enlightenment of life, understanding one's own Tao. Yao Chengkong never expected that Sumu could actually unleash his own Tao realm. His expression was gloomy. He didn't retreat, but instead sat down cross-legged less than 3 meters away from Wang Lin, closed his eyes, and immediately a golden phantom spread out above his head. This golden phantom, with its immortal aura and overflowing immortal energy, was clearly an immortal. Who is about to die? I'll show you the Tao of the Yao family. The Yao family are immortals, my clan, inheriting the immortal realm, are descendants of immortals. Immortals don't cultivate the realm of thought, but we, their descendants, possess a subtle and wondrous realm of thought. The glory of our ancestors is the Tao realm of our Yao clan. The illusory image of the immortal above Yao Chengkong gradually solidified, finally leaving Yao Chengkong and stepping forward, throwing a punch at Wang Lin, who was in the realm of cause and effect. My clan worships the glory of our ancestors. All realms in this world must shatter under the glory of our ancestors. Yao Chengkong's face showed fervent reverence. As his fervor intensified, the illusory immortal became even more solid. The glory of the past, what does it matter today? All things in the world are governed by cause and effect. This cause is the glory of the immortals. Wang Lin's expression was calm. His left hand lowered, his right hand raised. This effect is the collapse of the immortal realm. Wang Lin gently clenched his right hand and calmly said, "Your glory, are you still alive? Your Tao, is it possible to escape the law of cause and effect?" The karmic circle surrounding Wang Lin's body suddenly spun, forming a vortex. Outside the vortex was the cause, inside was the effect. Immortals perish, they cannot escape the law of karma. This descendant cannot escape either. Your Tao realm cannot withstand a single blow. What good are countless immortal techniques? The glory of the Tao realm is laughable. Wang Lin shook his head. He had shattered the opponent's Tao, the kind that takes glory as an illusion, and fanatical reverence as its essence. Even if it reached its peak, it could not escape the ancestral veil. The karmic circle suddenly flew out, heading straight towards the illusory immortal figure, stopping just before reaching it. Immortals who don't cultivate their essence, relying on immortal power to exploit the power of heaven and earth, that's a huge mistake. Otherwise, how could the immortal realm have collapsed? With the power of an immortal emperor, without cultivating the Tao realm, one would still die. How do you compare to your ancestors, to an immortal emperor? The immortal emperor did not cultivate the Tao, that is the cause, but going mad and dying is the effect. Your immortal clan's status is inferior to the immortal emperor's. Your cultivation cannot compare to the immortal emperor's. Your divine abilities are not equal to the immortal emperor's. You did not cultivate the Tao, pursuing power in heaven and earth. Under the heavenly Tao, your ancestors perished. That is cause and effect. Your glory, in my opinion, is all in vain. Everyone has been destroyed by heaven. What glory is there? Yao Chengkong, you cultivate that Tao concept. It's all in vain. Your ancestors perished. You did not seek resistance. Instead, you took your ancestors' glory to cultivate that glorious Tao realm. Not only is your cultivation useless, even your Yao family's ancestors are all in vain in the end. Your Yao family will inevitably be destroyed. Yao Chengkong's eyes blazed with anger. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his mind severely damaged. Wang Lin's words were like a sharp sword, piercing his heart with furious intensity, leaving him utterly speechless. Even in his heart, upon hearing these words, a faint hesitation arose. The illusory image of the immortal outside the circle of cause and effect suddenly became blurry, seemingly on the verge of dissipating at any moment. You take glory as your master. You take the Tao realm as your glory. This glory is merely an illusion. But have you truly encountered the glory of your ancestors? Have you truly felt the glory of your ancestors? Your thoughts are empty. This glory is nothingness. You have cultivated to the early stage of nirvana, yet your fundamental Tao concepts haven't been personally comprehended at all. Everything is born from illusion. How can you possibly contend with me? My Tao concepts have experienced the vicissitudes of life, the pain of separation from loved ones, the hatred of bloodshed, the suffering of the deaths of loved ones. Only through life and death have I understood reincarnation and the affairs of the family. Although it is said that cultivating the Tao must go against the heavens, not be controlled by fate. The great Tao of life and death reincarnation has been achieved. The realm of understanding has transformed, comprehending the realm of cause and effect. Your Tao realm is merely illusory glory, long since perished along with your ancestors. With the collapse of the immortal realm, everything vanished like smoke. Yao Changkong, you are greatly mistaken. Yao Changkong's body trembled, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. His face was devoid of color, as if dead, his eyes dim, and his whole being appeared dazed. The illusory image of the immortal outside the circle of cause and effect became even more indistinct. Yao family, you killed me, that's the cause, but you were shattered by my Tao concept, that's the effect. Your glorious Tao concept, under cause and effect, is unbreakable. Wang Lin roared, his eyes revealing a strange light. Yao Changkong's body trembled, the illusory image of the immortal vanished, and as the immortal collapsed, everything around returned to normal. The starry sky reappeared, but in Yao Changkong's eyes, it seemed as if tens of thousands of years had passed. Wang Lin's Tao concept of cause and effect also dissipated, the talisman on his forehead also vanished with the battle of Tao concepts. His primal energy instantly surged back, and he leapt out. At this moment, the butterfly beside him gently flapped its wing, and Yao Changkong's body quickly collapsed, shattered, and turned into a pile of blood and flesh. Even his storage bag vanished under this rule-destroying force. His entire being was devoid of any trace of his existence in this world. Wang Lin recovered his vital energy, his face pale, and spat out a mouthful of blood. This battle of Tao concepts was too perilous. He truly did not want to use it unless absolutely necessary. The glorious Tao concept was not as weak as he had previously claimed. It only meant that Yao Changkong's Tao heart was unstable. Without experiencing 100 years of life, he was like a flower in a greenhouse, unable to truly experience the storms of life. Compared to this, cultivators of the same level in the Star Alliance would be far stronger than those in the Luotia Star Domain. After all, in the Star Alliance, everything depended on oneself. What was a sect? It couldn't protect oneself. Everything could be lost with just a slight mistake. The strong devour the weak, self-killing, was the predetermined law. Apart from a select few, the vast majority of the monks from the Luotia Star Domain clan could not even begin to imagine how dark the Star Alliance truly was. If they were brought to the Star Alliance, these people would find it very difficult to survive, unless their cultivation was extremely high, capable of disregarding all rules. Taking a deep breath, Wang Lin retracted his magic weapon, and the mountain tower also transformed into a phantom image, merging behind him. His weakened body was still heavy with killing intent, but Wang Lin's eyes were filled with intense killing intent. Yao family, if you want to kill me, Wang Lin, you will pay the price. With a sharp, agile cold light, Wang Lin took a step forward. Amidst the ripples, he merged into the heavens and earth, disappearing without a trace. But the moment he vanished, ripples appeared in the starry sky, and a woman in a white dress, cold as ice, stepped out. Her appearance was breathtaking, especially her icy expression, which could both inspire hope and make one's heart pound. Her delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly, and with a single step, she vanished, merging into nothingness, chasing after Wang Lin in the direction he had fled. At this moment, in the Luotia Eastern region, on a blood-red planet, stood a massive ancestral hall. A single character, radiating a fierce and menacing aura, was carved into a towering wooden pillar more than 10 meters tall inside. Inside the hall, an old man sat cross-legged, his long, curled eyelashes a deep crimson. Behind him lay a collection of spirit tablets, each brimming with concentrated elemental energy. Suddenly, one of the lower tablets cracked with a loud snap, splitting in two. The old man slowly raised his eyes, glancing at the shattered spirit token, muttering to himself, "Finally dead." Wang Lin from the Star Alliance, I want to see how many people you can kill. Don't disappoint me, blood god's son. A sinister glint appeared in the old man's eyes. He raised his right hand, and a stream of white energy immediately flew out from the shattered token, which he collected into his sleeve. Continue killing in the Luotia Star Domain. Within a dazzling expanse of starry sky, ripples spread outwards. Wang Lin's figure emerged. His steps were slightly unsteady, his face pale. The battle with Yao Changdong was extremely perilous. Even the slightest carelessness could have cost him his life. Ya Changdong is indeed a true cultivator of the second stage of the Nirvana realm. I am still far inferior to him. But if I reach the Nirvana stage, killing this person will certainly not be as difficult as it is now. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a sharp glint. He couldn't merge with the heavens and earth for a long time. At this moment, after appearing, he quickly flew forward. After a while, without hesitation, he merged with the heavens and earth again, disappearing. Now I must find a place to heal my wounds, and after my injuries recover, I will go back to the Yao family to cause trouble. The moment Wang Lin's figure disappeared, ripples appeared in the starry sky, and an ice-cold woman materialized. She frowned, glancing at the void where Wang Lin had vanished, and whispered, "He's used the shrinking ground into inches technique twice in a row. This Sumu truly possesses immense power over heaven and earth." At this moment, anyone familiar with the Yao family would instantly recognize her. Her name was Yao Bingyun, revered as one of the three phoenixes of the Luotia Eastern region, the cold phoenix Yao Bingyun. Among the third generation of the Yao family, her cultivation was considered among the top three, and her demeanor was icy cold. Even towards her own family, she was reserved and spoke little. Her talent within the Yao family wasn't exceptional, only considered top tier. However, her pursuit of the Tao was beyond imagination. In pursuit of her Tao, after successfully reaching the peak of enlightenment, she immediately began cultivating the Yao family's divine confinement immortal technique. This technique requires self-sealing of the 7 orifices, prohibiting sight, speech, hearing, and thought. It is one of the 3 great forbiddance techniques of the Yao family. Very few can achieve such a state of tranquility. Furthermore, this technique is classified as forbiddance because even the slightest carelessness will cause the practitioner to completely sink into a state of self-sealing consciousness and die. Many generations of the Yao family have died practicing this technique, so its practitioners have become increasingly rare. Yao Bingyun maintained this state, secluding herself for 500 years in one of the Yao family's forbiddance areas on the cold ice star. After emerging from seclusion, her demeanor remained icy cold, as if she were made of millennia-old ice. Wherever she went, she carried an aura of chill. This woman's devotion to the Tao was unimaginably unwavering. In the third generation of the Yao family, only 2 people had reached the realm of the divine power of shrinking the ground into inches. Yao Bingyun was the first. Moreover, of these 2, her understanding of shrinking the ground into inches was the deepest. Yao Bingyun stepped forward, her expression cold, continuing the pursuit. This chase lasted for 10 days, and Wang Lin gradually realized something was wrong, becoming even more cautious. During these 10 days, Yao Bingyun relentlessly pursued him. With her temperament, she would normally not participate in the Heavenly Sky Decree event of the Yao family. If possible, she would choose to go into seclusion to cultivate and comprehend the Heavenly Tao. However, the blood god ancestor of the Yao family, when issuing the Heavenly Firmament Decree, had said, killing Sumu requires mobilizing the entire Yao family's forces. It is the most important matter for the family. This is the reason why Yao Bingyun took action. "Sister, I will definitely save you." Yao Bingyun's lips trembled. Her figure vanished from the spot, merging with the heavens and earth, continuing the pursuit. During these 10 days, news of Sumu's appearance spread rapidly, especially the fact that several families had joined forces, forming a group of 28 people to intercept him, with Sumu killing 26 of them, and only 2 escaping. This event immediately caused a huge stir. Some people involved with the deceased cultivators immediately recalled the rumors about Sumu's various actions in the Thunder Immortal realm. What was even more shocking was that among these 28 people, 3 had true Yang cultivation, 9 had Yun Void cultivation, and 16 were at the great perfection of the peak-seeking realm. Surprisingly, this group was easily annihilated by Sumu. Of the 2 lucky survivors, one immediately declared upon returning to his cultivation planet that he would never again participate in the affairs between Sumu and the Yao family. The other was also a true Yang cultivator. This one was even more severely affected, his primordial spirit damaged. After returning to his family, he immediately went into seclusion, making a similar declaration that he would no longer be involved. This series of events deeply etched Sumu's name into the memories of the cultivators in the Luotia star domain. Almost simultaneously, in the third generation of the Yao family, Yao Changdong, a cultivator at the early Nirvana stage, died at the hands of Sumu. After the news spread by some unknown source, it swept across the Luotia star domain like a whirlwind. The heavenly decree of the Yao family, the one who pursued and killed him was killed himself. This undoubtedly terrified all the cultivators, making the name Sumu even more memorable. Similarly, the Yao family's reaction to this was extremely swift. The majority of their clansmen contacted other cultivation families to gather and head towards the Luotia western region. The number of these people was enormous, almost forming a blockade line, constantly encircling them. At this moment, Wang Lin was extremely cautious, constantly merging with the heavens and earth. However, he didn't move in large groups, instead trying to shake off the pursuers who were also able to merge with the heavens and earth. Although he had never met these pursuers before, he felt a deep-seated hatred for them. Wang Lin simply merged with the heavens and earth, not escaping but constantly changing his position. Therefore, they were competing in their ability to comprehend the heavenly Tao. Whoever comprehended it more deeply could merge with the heavens and earth for a longer time. Once the opponent emerged from the heavens and earth, Wang Lin would naturally take the initiative, preventing them from sensing his location. Wang Lin had experienced a flame thunder's fusion, in which his primordial spirit and body merged with the heavens and earth for an extended period. At this moment, he gritted his teeth, striving to survive in this state of merging with the heavens and earth. Time slowly passed. Although Yao Bingyun had a fairly deep understanding of the heavens and earth, she had never experienced anything like Wang Lin. By the 6th day, she finally couldn't bear it any longer, and her body reappeared from the void. The moment her body appeared, her consciousness, vaguely merging with the heavens and earth, lost its ability to focus on Wang Lin. Yao Bingyun's expression was calm. She patted her storage bag, and a small mirror immediately appeared in her hand. With her left hand, she formed a hand seal, as if performing a divination, holding the small mirror, resting for a moment, and then merging with the heavens and earth again. On a desolate planet at the intersection of the western and northern regions of Luotia, Wang Lin's figure suddenly appeared. His face was devoid of color. After all, he had been injured earlier, and after more than 10 days of fleeing, the prolonged immersion in the heavens and earth had severely aggravated his injuries. At this moment, his eyes flashed, and only after confirming that his pursuers had been left behind did he breathe a sigh of relief. The Yao family must have already taken action. From now on, it will be very difficult to travel. Wang Lin's body flicked, heading straight towards the desolate planet. This planet lacked spiritual power. Everywhere were ruins, clearly indicating that it had once been a place of glory. In this cultivation planet, Wang Lin found a valley and sat down. Then he potted his storage bag, and immediately the soul thunder flew out, transforming into a black mist that enveloped the surroundings. He unleashed a series of restrictions, then closed his eyes and began to breathe deeply. Behind him, Tower Mountain emerged from the illusion and sat cross-legged to one side. Tower Mountain's right arm was shattered, his body was covered in wounds, and he looked utterly exhausted. Wang Lin knew time was of the essence. He had to quickly heal his wounds and restore his state to its peak in order to survive. Breathing deeply, Wang Lin raised his right hand and grabbed the black mist formed by the soul banner, instantly drawing a yin void primordial spirit into his grasp. Without waiting for the spirit to beg for mercy, he squeezed it tightly, and it transformed into a ball of primal energy which he devoured. A moment later, Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he grabbed another primordial spirit and swallowed it, circulating spiritual power within his body, continuously absorbing it. 6 hours later, Wang Lin had successively devoured 4 primordial spirits. A vast surge of primal energy filled Wang Lin's body. He opened his eyes wide, revealing a cold glint. His right hand reached into his chest, and several storage bags appeared. These storage bags belonged to the 26 people Wang Lin had killed earlier. At this moment, Wang Lin didn't hesitate, destroying the spiritual imprints one by one, taking out all the magical artifacts inside, crushing them, and turning them into liquid before injecting them into Tower Mountain's body. The storage bags of these people contained almost every kind of magical artifact. Now Wang Lin had destroyed them all, continuously repairing Tower Mountain's body. After another 2 days, Tower Mountain's entire skeletal structure had recovered, though he was still somewhat weak, but he was no longer in any danger. A murderous glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, and he soared into the air. The mountain tower followed closely behind, transforming into a phantom image and merging behind Wang Lin. Simultaneously with Wang Lin's ascent, his right hand reached downwards. Immediately, the black mist condensed, transforming into a large banner which Wang Lin grasped, shaking it before storing it in his storage bag. At this moment, outside the cultivation planet where Wang Lin was healing, Yao Bingyun's figure materialized. Her expression was icy cold, and the small mirror in her right hand flipped up, revealing the image of Wang Lin leaping from the ground. With a cold expression, she raised her hand, her index finger pressing against the mirror. But the instant her hand pressed down, the mirror shattered with a loud crash. A surge of killing intent erupted from the cultivation planet. At the center of this killing intent was Wang Lin. He was like a sharp sword unsheathed, thrusting forward. Surrounded by purple lightning spheres, which transformed into rumbling thunder, Wang Lin's speed increased even further. Almost instantly, he had left the cultivation planet and was charging straight towards Yao Bingyun. Yao Bingyun's expression remained calm. She coldly watched Wang Lin rapidly approaching her, then raised her hand and pointed forward. Immediately, a blue snowflake condensed on her finger, emitting a faint chill. "Ice shatter," Yao Bingyun whispered. With a single ice shatter, a surge of icy coldness instantly filled the surroundings. A series of crackling sounds echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Starting from Yao Bingyun's finger, a vast expanse of starry sky ahead instantly transformed into a frozen wasteland, rapidly spreading outwards. Wang Lin's pupils contracted, but he did not retreat. Instead, his entire body was enveloped in powerful lightning spheres, colliding with the rapidly spreading ice. Boom! 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 A series of earth-shattering sounds echoed. All of Wang Lin's lightning spheres completely collapsed, and the approaching ice storm slowed down slightly. At this moment, the illusory figure behind Wang Lin suddenly flickered. Tower Mountain took a step forward, his uninjured left fist striking the ice storm without hesitation. At the same time, Wang Lin raised his right hand, and the wine summoning technique instantly surged, forming a black wine that rushed straight towards Yao Bingyun, who was at close range. Wang Lin was always ruthless towards his enemies, regardless of gender. The black wind roared, and as it swept through, the ice storm instantly crumbled, shattering into countless fragments. Tower Mountain's punch, from within the scattered ice, directly struck Yao Bingyun. Yao Bingyun's expression remained as cold as before, without the slightest tremor. The moment Tower Mountain struck, she opened her mouth and lightly spat out blood, ice. Tower Mountain's entire body suddenly trembled. A large amount of fresh blood instantly spurted from his body, forming a cloud of blood mist around him. He couldn't even throw a punch. His body was immediately struck by a powerful force, pushing him backward and quickly returning him to the illusory figure behind Wang Lin. In that instant, Wang Lin also sensed a strange force converging from all directions. This force was a kind of fluctuation, unexpectedly causing the blood in his entire body to circulate rapidly, as if boiling and about to burst out of his body. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes, and Wang Lin clenched his right hand. The black wind created by the wine summoning technique, which had been sweeping in all directions, suddenly condensed, transforming into a black dragon. This black dragon roared, its mouth wide open. Immediately, a massive gust of yin wind rushed straight towards Yao Bingyun. For the first time, Yao Bingyun's expression changed slightly. She stared at the black dragon, her hands immediately forming a hand seal. At that moment, Wang Lin's body also suddenly retreated, his entire being merging into the heavens and earth. Since the opponent could also merge with the heavens and earth, the previous fighting methods were completely ineffective against this woman. Wang Lin's eyes showed determination. He couldn't defeat this woman. Therefore, he simply needed to escape quickly. Ripples appeared beneath Wang Lin's feet, and his figure instantly vanished. Yao Bingyun wanted to pursue, but the yin wind created by the black dragon was unexpected. Even merging with the heavens and earth, it was unavoidable. A chilling aura enveloped Yao Bingyun's face. She formed a hand seal, and a blue primordial pill immediately appeared before her. This pill flashed with a dazzling and beautiful light, and after its appearance, it met the yin wind. Cracking sounds echoed, and the yin wind dissipated. However, the color of the blue primordial pill faded, seemingly losing its vibrancy. Yao Bingyun's expression darkened. She grasped the blue primordial pill, gazed into the distance in the direction Wang Lin had disappeared, and in a flash, continued her pursuit. Since her debut, she had never encountered such a formidable opponent. Despite such relentless pursuit, she was still unable to subdue him. At this moment, Yao Bingyun's expression was icy cold. Her divine consciousness merged into the heavens and earth, then spread out, searching for any fluctuations. After merging into the heavens and earth, Wang Lin headed straight towards the Luotia northern region. He had already devised a grand plan. Within the boundary between the Luotia western region and the northern region lay a galaxy. Crossing this place would lead to the northern region. However, outside this galaxy, countless cultivators were gathered, all heading towards the Luotia western region. And it wasn't just this place. At this moment, the entire Luotia western region was filled with cultivators. Among these cultivators, besides the Yao family members, the vast majority were cultivators from various cultivation families that the Yao family had contacted and invited. Of those, native monks from the western regions of La Fine accounted for more than half. These people were certain Wang Lin was doomed. At this moment, they weren't worried about retaliation. They were all rushing to seize the Yao family's bounty. In reality, there weren't many true Yao family members. Yao family. Wang Lin gritted his teeth, turned around, and vanished in a flash. Just then, several divine senses suddenly swept towards him. One of them, without hesitation, immediately disrupted the surrounding heaven and earth's elemental energy. At that moment, a roar echoed from afar, and a large number of cultivators rushed forward frantically. With the elemental energy disrupted, Wang Lin's figure flashed, and he reappeared 1,000 feet away. His expression grew even more grim as he quickly fled backward. Sumu, he's here. Sumu, he's here. Kill him. Sumu, he's Sumu. Loud shouts came from all directions. A group of cultivators in various robes rushed forward at high speed. Among them, the most amusing were the Yao family members who remained behind, coldly observing the scene before them. It was difficult to say who was smarter. In the Yao family's thinking, using benefits to exchange for the assistance of several cultivation families could attract many powerful forces. The same was true in the calculations of these cultivation families. If many cultivation families had already mobilized, Sumu would undoubtedly die. Simply participating in the battle would yield benefits. But if they could kill Sumu, the benefits would be even greater. Therefore, why not act? Wang Lin's body continuously retreated. Ripples appeared beneath his feet, forming a wave of energy. His eyes were cold, filled with icy light sweeping over those pursuing him, deeply imprinting their appearances in his memory. The moment the cultivator's divine abilities and magical treasures struck, Wang Lin took a step forward, disappearing from the spot and merging into the heavens and earth. Although the heaven and earth forces in front of him twisted, Wang Lin didn't advance but retreated, so the disturbance didn't affect him much. Yao family, since you've launched such an attack, if I, Wang, don't retaliate appropriately, I'll be ashamed of my title as a rebellious cultivator. And there are the families assisting the Yao family. If it weren't for those who are attacking because of the Yao family's reward, the Yao family members alone wouldn't be able to form such a siege. Wang Lin vanished with a cold smile. The approaching cultivators saw Wang Lin's expression, and some felt their hearts instantly turn icy cold. This kind of expression contained intense killing intent, signifying only one thing: Wang Lin was about to unleash a massacre. If you people want to blockade me, then come here. During this process, Yao Bingyun's aura immediately focused on him. A murderous glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, and he didn't stop for a moment. Somewhere in the starry sky of the Luotia western region, his figure materialized. Ahead of him was a cultivation planet. Wang Lin didn't know its name, but after appearing, he proceeded into it. His divine consciousness swept across, discovering that surprisingly, there wasn't a single cultivator above the great perfection stage of the questioning peak realm on this cultivation planet. This is a very clear sign. With the level of spiritual energy on this cultivation planet, there absolutely cannot be no cultivators at or above the Yun Void realm. These people must have joined the group chasing after me. In fact, Wang Lin's judgment was extremely accurate. At this moment, if a large number of cultivators with cultivation levels from Yin Void and above were absent from a cultivation planet, there would only be one answer. Killing intent filled Wang Lin's eyes. Any cultivator at the nascent soul stage or higher, as soon as he spotted them, he would immediately fire a finger without hesitation. Those involved in the matter between me and the Yao family must be prepared for my revenge. If I don't eliminate these cultivation families, I fear more and more will join in. The only way to resolve this is to deter them. And the most effective deterrent is to exterminate them. Wang Lin's eyes blazed with killing intent. He was not a kind person to begin with, and now he was being forced by the Yao family and other cultivation families to the point where he couldn't leave the Luoqiao Western region. Furthermore, under the siege of so many cultivators, his range of activity was likely shrinking. Without a little ruthlessness, he feared he could only sit there and wait to die. What worried Wang Lin even more were the extremely powerful experts in the Ya family, the cultivators with great divine abilities who had entered the pure nirvana stage. He feared that these people could appear at any moment. If even one of them arrived, Wang Lin would be powerless to resist. Why was Donglin Star in the Luotia Star domain so renowned, causing people to tremble at the mere mention of it and dare not provoke it? Because whenever a great successor of Donglin Star appeared, anyone who dared to provoke them would inevitably be slaughtered, paying the price with blood, thus ensuring everyone would remember them. Wang Lin originally didn't want to do this, but now he was forced to. Only this method could make the vast majority of the participating cultivation families retreat. Not a single sound of death was heard. Wang Lin transformed into a deadly whirlwind, sweeping across this entire cultivation planet in less than half an incense stick's time. He vanished in a flash, merging into the heavens and earth. Only a cultivation planet remained, its blood flowing like a river. Not a single cultivator with a cultivation level of at least the nascent soul stage was left. As for the mortals, Wang Lin suffered no harm. Even those cultivators below the god transformation stage, Wang Lin knew they weren't qualified to participate, so he didn't even bother to attack them. Before leaving, he raised his right hand and pressed it against the ground from a distance. After a violent tremor, two large characters appeared on the ground. Sumu. Immediately after Wang Lin left, ripples appeared in the void. Yao Bingyun emerged, and after glancing at the scene on the cultivation planet, her expression turned extremely grim, a murderous glint flashing in her eyes. She then swiftly pursued him. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot. He constantly appeared in the western Luotia region. Each time he appeared, there was a cultivation planet beside him. If there were Yun Void cultivators on it, he would immediately turn and leave. But if he encountered a cultivation planet without any Yin Void cultivators present, obviously those who had joined the hunt, he would unleash a massacre. This is because you forced me. There's no enmity, no grudge. You hunted me down for the Yao family's reward. Because of this, my massacre is merely a consequence. Those with karma will enter reincarnation. Wang Lin wasn't bloodthirsty, but he was forced to do so. In just 30 days, a bloody storm swept across the entire Luotia Western region. This earth-shattering event, which enraged and terrified all cultivators, spread like wildfire. On more than 10 cultivation planets, all cultivators with cultivation levels from nascent soul upwards were slaughtered, leaving rivers of blood. Only the two words Sumu written in large letters on the ground. This is a brutal revenge. A complete and utter retaliation against all those who participated in the pursuit and assassination of Wang Lin. This kind of behavior is the path of the demonic path. The title demon Dao Sun, whose origin is unknown, was bestowed upon Wang Lin. Those involved in the affairs between me and the Yao family will surely pay the price. This brutal revenge continued relentlessly. After each such incident, the aftermath left behind sent shivers down the spines of all the cultivators from the families who had hunted Wang Lin's downfall. The fact that the enemy didn't kill all the cultivators below the nascent soul stage meant they were leaving a way out, but the meaning behind this bloodshed was self-evident. If you participate in this, the dead will be cultivators below the nascent soul stage. Countless waves of rage erupted. The cultivators from the families who had been slaughtered seemed to go mad, refusing to back down, vowing to find Sumu and take revenge. However, most of the cultivators from the families hesitated, especially those from the Luoqiao Western region. It's unclear who started it, but some of those who had participated in the siege had already left, quickly returning to their own planets. In a short time, the blockade across the Luoqiao Western region had significantly eased. Most of the cultivation families, faced with Wang Lin's bloody revenge, chose to back down after careful consideration. In any case, a small benefit from the Yao family shouldn't be enough to cause such overwhelming disaster for the younger generation and disciples of the family. This was beyond their control. Moreover, the crucial point was that Wang Lin's methods had instilled a chill in the hearts of the cultivators in the Luochia Western region, who prioritized family interests. They had sensed Wang Lin's madness and knew that if things continued like this, they didn't know what he would do in the end. Except for the cultivation families of the Luochia Western region, people from the other 3 regions hesitated. However, not many cultivators left. Their family residences weren't in the Luochia Western region, and Suma was undoubtedly doomed this time. This was merely his final struggle. Even if this person struggled even more frantically, he could only remain within the Western Luo Heaven region. He couldn't leave, so naturally, there was no chance of revenge. Even so, Wang Lin could still sense that the pressure from the blockade line within the Western Luo Heaven region had significantly decreased. However, in recent days, the woman who could merge with the heavens and earth had been pursuing him ever closer. Several times, she had almost caught up with him. Wang Lin frowned. The pursuit was intense, and Wang Lin's range of movement within the Western Luo Heaven region was rapidly shrinking. Therefore, if he couldn't find a way to escape, it would be very dangerous. In the starry sky, Wang Lin's figure materialized. He frowned. The killing intent in his eyes, accumulated over the past few days, was extremely intense, almost tangible. The woman chasing me has at least reached the mid-stage of the Nirvana realm. With my current cultivation, I can't kill her. It's really troublesome. A glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. His body flicked, and he vanished from the spot. As soon as his figure disappeared, Ya Bingyun, radiating killing intent, emerged from the void. Upon appearing, her phoenix eyes gazed into the distance, and she coldly said, "You can't escape." She took a step, then merged back into the heavens and earth, continuing her pursuit. Wang Lin, now merging into the heavens and earth, was also calculating how to escape Ya Bingyun. With this woman chasing him, he simply couldn't get away. By merging into the heavens and earth for an extended period, even at the cost of his own health, Wang Lin finally managed to once again disrupt Yao Bingyun's focus. However, this also consumed 3 days. For these 3 days, the blockade line created by the cultivators in the western region of Luochia continued to shrink, seemingly shrinking without end. A dense aura of killing intent condensed within this blockade line. This killing intent was extremely intense, almost forming a whirlwind, stirring up dust in the starry sky. Temporarily escaping Yao Bingyun's attention, Wang Lin's figure flashed, appearing beside a desolate cultivation star with no sign of life. After carefully examining this cultivation star, Wang Lin's eyes gleamed with brilliance, and he muttered, "I'll choose this one." Wang Lin knew time was of the essence. The woman pursuing him, besides being able to merge with the heavens and earth, also possessed another method of deduction that could determine his location. Therefore, he seized this brief opportunity, clasped his hands together, and a wave of primal energy spread out, transforming into countless imprints that entered this abandoned cultivation star. The imprint, upon entering the cultivation planet, instantly flashed and disappeared. Wang Lin's body didn't stop, circling the cultivation planet, continuously imprinting more marks. After a long while, his face turned slightly pale, and he took a step forward, directly entering the cultivation planet. The planet was mostly desolate ruins, with countless cracks in the ground, dried up rivers and lakes, and a pervasive aura of death. Upon landing, he immediately potted his storage bag, and the soul banner appeared in his hand. After shaking it, the soul banner transformed into a black mist that filled the sky. Inside the black mist, the blood ancestor's soul lay with its eyes closed, its entire body enveloped in countless seals. Numerous other souls surrounded him. Without hesitation, Wang Lin reached out his right hand, instantly pulling out a yin void primordial spirit from the soul banner and crushing it. Then, raising his left hand, he directly placed a seal on it. The yin void primordial spirit, transformed into primal energy, immediately trembled, its eyes revealing a terrifying cold glint. Thrown away by Wang Lin, the yin void primordial spirit merged into the heavens and earth and disappeared. Wang Lin gasped slightly. Years ago, when Li Yuan was about to leave, he had passed on all the Annihilation Forbiddance techniques to him. Although he didn't inherit the Annihilation Heart Forbiddance technique, he couldn't fully utilize it, and its power didn't reach its limit. However, some of the Forbiddance techniques could be unleashed without the Heart Forbiddance technique. The 9 Absolute Annihilation God Formation was one of them. Among the Forbiddance techniques Li Yuan taught him, it was known as one of the 3 Great Forbiddance Techniques. This formation didn't require the Annihilation Heart Forbiddance technique, but it required many primordial spirits. Although Li Yuan knew about this formation, its requirements were too stringent, and he had never been able to set it up. Wang Lin's face turned slightly pale, but he didn't stop, continuing to seize the primordial spirits within the soul-seeking banner. There weren't many Yin Void primordial spirits. After all, the vast majority had already been devoured by Wang Lin. He could only take the primordial spirits of the peak-seeking stage. After continuously imprinting his mark, Wang Lin released them to merge into the heavens and earth. Several hours later, Wang Lin's face became even paler. His eyes suddenly flashed, staring intently at the blood ancestor's primordial spirit. After a moment of hesitation, his eyes showed determination. He raised his right hand and directly seized it. After leaving an imprint on its forehead, he didn't throw it away but left it within the black mist of the soul-seeking banner. Taking a deep breath, Wang Lin, without hesitation or much thought, sank down, disappearing into this cultivation planet. He completely concealed all his aura, not revealing a trace of it. He also employed the concealment technique that Li Yuan had taught him years ago. This concealment technique is extremely miraculous. Back then, after Li Yuan used it, Wang Lin didn't detect it at all. However, this technique requires the heart-shattering seal to be perfected. Otherwise, it's still possible for others to discover it. This is also the reason why Wang Lin didn't use it when he was besieged before. He sank into this planet, sitting cross-legged. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes as he muttered, "The Yao family, and other cultivation families chasing after me. I have prepared a grand gift for you all. This is just the beginning." With a cold laugh, Wang Lin closed his eyes, concealing all his aura, not revealing a trace, as if he had merged with the entire cultivation planet. Time passed. 3 days later, the blockade line of the cultivators in the Luotia Western region gradually tightened. The first to head towards Wang Lin's hiding place were 3 cultivators. The leader was a woman, none other than Yao Bingyun, her expression icy cold. Her right hand formed a hand seal as if performing a divination, her gaze fixed on the cultivation planet where Wang Lin was hiding. Her eyes flashed, and she said coldly that Sumu is here. Behind Yao Bingyun were 2 members of the Yao family, a man and a woman, both dressed in ornate robes. The man, with a natural expression, chuckled softly. This person probably knows he can't escape, so he set up some kind of formation here. Having said that, he took a step forward, heading straight towards the cultivation planet. Yao Bingyun frowned and followed suit. Following them, a group of cultivators from various cultivation families sped towards the planet. However, including the young man, everyone stopped outside the planet. No one actually entered. Fellow cultivators, I invite you to assist my Yao family in destroying this cultivation planet. Then, no matter what schemes Sumu may have, he will be annihilated along with this cultivation planet. The young man from the Yao family smiled slightly and said loudly. The cultivators from the various cultivation families all agreed, and without hesitation, they unleashed their divine abilities, launching a fierce attack on the cultivation planet. In a short time, various elemental forces and divine abilities created a thunderous roar, all attacks falling upon the cultivation planet. The rumbling sound echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The cultivation planet immediately shook violently. Large chunks of earth and rock were torn apart, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Yao Bingyun frowned. She had been pursuing Wang Lin for many days and knew that he was extremely perceptive and would never leave such a large opening. She saw that under the attack of so many cultivators, large chunks of earth on the cultivation planet were being blasted away, scattering in all directions across the starry sky. Unseen cracks spread throughout this cultivation planet. Finally, when the young man from the Yao family unleashed his Yao family's immortal technique, the shattered cultivation planet immediately shook violently. The dense tremors gradually dissipated. From afar, streaks of sword light roared and struck, and a group of cultivators from another blockade line arrived. Seeing the scene before them, these people didn't waste any words and directly launched an attack on this desolate cultivation planet. Yao Bingyun's eyebrows furrowed even tighter. She still felt that something was amiss, but she couldn't figure out the reason in such a short time. Countless divine abilities attacked, causing the cultivation planet to collapse in large chunks, scattering debris and almost completely obscuring the surrounding area. Finally, a deafening roar resounded, and a powerful wave of energy spread out. The cultivation planet completely collapsed. At this moment, this collapse was filled with destructive power, everything within instantly vanishing. Large chunks of rubble, carrying the impact force, shot out in all directions. The entire cultivation planet collapsed, causing the surrounding heaven and earth forces to become extremely distorted, creating a dense wave of death energy. At this moment, along with the violent sound, countless streaks of light flew in, indicating another group of cultivators from another blockade line. The feeling of unease in Yao Bingyun's heart grew stronger. She looked around intently, only to see that the area had transformed into a vast expanse of floating debris, covering a radius of 10,000 feet, almost encircling all the cultivators present. Something's wrong. Yao Bingyun's eyes narrowed, preparing to warn them. But at this moment, suddenly, a piece of rubble 1,000 feet away suddenly emitted purple lightning. This lightning struck another piece of rubble not far away. And it didn't stop there. In an instant, lightning flashed across almost all of these rubble fragments. In a blink of an eye, countless fragments within a radius of 10,000 feet were instantly connected by electrical energy. A series of booming sounds echoed. Within this area, a barrier of electrical energy formed. All of this happened in an instant, incredibly fast. Almost all the surrounding cultivators had barely noticed it when it had already taken shape. At the same time, a wave of yin void cultivation energy emanated from one of the scattered fragments. The moment this wave appeared, the fragment exploded with a loud bang and collapsed. A force resembling the self-destruction of a yin void cultivator created a massive shockwave, severely injuring the cultivators surrounding it, especially those below yin void cultivation. Two of them even spat out blood, their eyes instantly becoming dull. The self-destruction of the fragment seemed to be a signal. Immediately afterward, numerous fragments also collapsed one after another. Finally, within this 10,000-foot radius, all the fragments self-destructed, forming a frenzied force that impacted the area. Roaring sounds echoed incessantly. The surrounding cultivators unleashed their divine abilities, resisting the storm while simultaneously rushing to escape. However, this self-destructing force appeared repeatedly and merged together, making it extremely powerful. Under its spread, if a cultivator perished, their soul would be unable to escape and would be instantly absorbed by the storm, then self-destruct, becoming part of its power. But among the cultivators and Yao family members chasing Wang Lin, most were at the true Yang realm. Therefore, after a brief moment of chaos, they combined their attacks, which were unimaginably powerful. Especially with Yao Bingyun leading the charge and unleashing her full power, the self-destructing force dissipated over a large area. The scene resembled a raging storm contracting inward. But after contracting halfway, it could no longer retract, resisting the attacks of the other cultivators and continuously expanding outward. In a short time, within this 10,000-foot radius, a deafening roar echoed incessantly. A silent black mist enveloped everything, and a frenzied howling sound erupted. The Blood Ancestor's primordial spirit gradually condensed. The moment the Blood Ancestor's primordial spirit appeared, an icy voice rang out, "Explode." This voice came from a pile of rubble outside the 10,000-foot radius. As this voice emerged, the Blood Ancestor's primordial spirit within the black mist dispersed, emitting a dense blood-red light. A ripple of energy, the moment it dissipated, spread wildly in all directions. Any cultivator who came into contact with this ripple, unless their cultivation was extremely high, would be instantly swept away. A yin void cultivator from a cultivator family in the northern Luotia region, his eyes now showing terror. He was very close to the Blood Ancestor's primordial spirit. At this moment, when the Blood Ancestor's primordial spirit collapsed, he let out a miserable groan, his entire body instantly shattered. Even his primordial spirit couldn't escape, completely dissipating. Beside him, a cultivator from the southern Luotia region was also terrified, wanting to rush out, but his body instantly stiffened, struck by the ripple, and with a loud bang, his entire body turned into a blood mist. In a short time, countless people died within a radius of 10,000 feet. Wang Lin's figure appeared outside 10,000 feet, his right hand grabbing at the void, and immediately the black mist condensed into his hand, transforming into the soul banner, which he grabbed and threw into his storage bag. His figure flashed, and he went straight forward. Just as his figure was about to disappear, Yao Bingyun also took a step closer, and with a single, fierce finger strike from a distance, her phoenix eyes were filled with killing intent. This strike, though from a distance, was extremely vicious. She had prepared this strike for a long time, waiting only for the moment Wang Lin appeared. She was confident that this strike could absolutely take Sumu's life. The strike contained a divine immortal technique called the soul-shattering seal, which specializes in injuring the primordial spirit. With your young true cultivation, dying under the soul-shattering seal is an honor for you. Wang Lin's body trembled, his figure was forced back 100 meters, and he directly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His face was ashen, but without hesitation, he merged into the void and immediately fled. Not dead. Yao Binyun was stunned, her eyes flashing with brilliance, and she rushed forward, continuing the pursuit. Within a radius of 10,000 feet, the blood ancestor's primordial spirit caused countless cultivators pursuing Wang Lin to die. No one could have imagined that Sumu possessed such a deadly move, especially since members of the Yao family were also within this radius. They too could not escape and perished on the spot. At this moment, as the ripples dissipated, the area within 10,000 feet was filled with blood mist. The number of dead was truly immense. However, this number only represented half of those pursuing him. From afar, countless streaks of light tore through the wind and rushed towards them. Gradually, all the cultivators who had entered the Luotia Western region were heading towards this place. The 10,000 feet annihilation. This caused their minds to be greatly shaken, and their killing intent towards Wang Lin intensified. We absolutely cannot let this Sumu escape, otherwise, once he takes revenge, it will be a catastrophe. This is no longer just a battle between the Yao family and Sumu, but a battle of annihilation. Only by killing this demonic Dao Sun Sumu can I rest easy. Chase him. A group of cultivators immediately rushed out. The Yao family members' eyes were bloodshot as they swiftly pursued Wang Lin. In this battle, countless cultivators perished within this 10,000-foot wide formation. The name Sumu instantly spread like wildfire throughout the Luotia star domain. Even some high-level old monsters turned their attention to the conflict between the Yao family and Sumu. With the strength of one person, he resisted countless cultivators from various families and the Yao family not only surviving but also achieving the title of demonic Dao Sun. And using that terrifying formation to kill countless cultivators, all those pursuing him were utterly shocked. This even caused some cultivation families to tremble with fear, abandoning their pursuit. This behavior made Sumu a rising star in the Luotia star domain. The scene and details of the battle between Sumu and the Yao family in the Luotia Western domain were deliberately leaked, becoming known to most people in the Luotia star domain. The name Sumu was gaining immense prestige. Inside the Leishan Palace, above the clouds, Qing Shui opened his eyes from his meditation, looked into the distance, and muttered, "This person has the same style as I did back then. Well done." The pursuit showed no end, only intensifying. Behind Wang Lin, countless cultivators transformed into streaks of light, dense as shooting stars, rapidly chasing him. Wang Lin's figure flickered in the void, slightly unsteady, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression was grim, and the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. If it weren't for the ancient god skin armor, that single divine ability would have undoubtedly killed me. Wang Lin charged forward again, merging into the heavens and earth, rapidly fleeing. There was no longer a blockade ahead, and the power of heaven and earth was unwavering. But Wang Lin didn't directly escape too far from the relentlessly pursuing cultivators. Wang Lin knew that no matter where he ran, the Yao family woman chasing him would be able to catch up. Moreover, even without the pursuing woman, Wang Lin wouldn't choose to run too far. If he did, the cultivators behind him wouldn't be able to catch up. Wang Lin's principle was, if others didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend them. But if they did, his principle was to kill them all. The pursuing cultivators had naturally fueled his killing intent and anger. How could he easily let them go? Those who want to kill me will have to pay the price. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, instantly merging into the heavens and earth. At the border between the western and northern regions of Luotia, countless cultivators chasing Wang Lin rushed past. Their speed was incredibly fast, each employing powerful divine abilities like teleportation, relentlessly pursuing him. Their bodies were enveloped in a concentrated killing intent, like a sharp sword pressing directly towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's figure appeared in the northern Luotia region. This was the first place he had come from the Star Alliance. Now, returning once again, his mind remained unwavering, his divine consciousness constantly spreading out, searching for something. After a moment, Wang Lin's expression changed slightly. Ripples appeared in the starry sky behind him, and Wang Lin stepped out without hesitation. The moment Yao Bingyun emerged from the ripples, Wang Lin had already merged into the heavens and disappeared. Yao Bingyun's killing intent intensified. She snorted coldly and continued her pursuit. Not long after, behind them, streaks of light roared, and the cultivators and clansmen of the Yao family chasing Wang Lin quickly rushed forward. Along the way, because Wang Lin was waiting for these cultivators, he hadn't gone too far, always maintaining a certain distance. A strong killing intent lurked in his heart. He was determined not to let any of these people go. He had to catch them all in one fell swoop. Especially that ice-cold woman who could blend into the heavens and earth. Only then could he have time to relax. Otherwise, under the relentless pursuit of these people, he wouldn't even have time to rest. Not only that, even the cultivators from other cultivation families who were chasing him were not spared. He had warned them, but these people still intended to kill him. Since that was the case, they would definitely pay the price. Filled with intense killing intent, Wang Lin's eyes grew even colder. In the northern Luotia region, Wang Lin's figure appeared from the void. Most of the time, he would release his divine consciousness and begin searching. However, he would immediately retract his divine consciousness, not wasting any time, and reintegrate it into the heavens and earth. Even a slight delay would allow the woman to catch up. Therefore, his speed slowed down considerably, and those pursuing him gradually caught up to the northern Luotia region. However, among them, some from cultivation families in the northern Luotia region became hesitant, even choosing to leave. After all, the incident of the star slaying in the western Luotia region had severely shaken their minds. The feeling they had when they were in the western Luotia region, though intense, was not personal. But now it was different. Once Sumu unleashed his fury, the consequences would be unbearable. After this thought, the cultivation families from the northern Luotia region slowly retreated, dispersing. However, not all of them did. There were still some who, unaware of the consequences, relentlessly pursued their own family's territory. In Luoyang, the central location of the northern Luotia region, not far from the 5 main stars, Wang Lin's figure materialized. He was very familiar with this place, especially Rendyun Star, where he had stayed for nearly 100 years. Returning to this place now, he had no time for reflection. After releasing his divine consciousness, his eyes immediately flashed with excitement. Found it. It's still in the northern Luotia region. Wang Lin's body flicked, heading straight towards the 5 major stars. In the Luotia star domain, among the 5 major stars, an object appeared several years ago. Countless cultivators witnessed it firsthand. It was an incredibly gigantic life form. Its body had countless tentacles extending endlessly, looking extremely terrifying. Fortunately, it hadn't harmed anyone, and after entering the middle of the 5 major stars, its body contracted, unexpectedly transforming into a planet. Over the following years, countless dust particles in the starry sky were drawn to it, forming a layer of earth and rock on top. From afar, it looked like a cultivation planet, indistinguishable from anything else. But everyone in the northern region of Latia knew that it wasn't a cultivation planet, and it was not to be trifled with. Even just passing by, people would circle around at a distance, not daring to approach. A thick, dark mist enveloped the area, emanating an ominous aura. 10,000 years ago, this place had almost become a forbidden zone of the northern Luotia region. It was Wang Yue. One day, outside the planet transformed from Wang Yue, Wang Lin's figure emerged, staring intently at Wang Yue. His eyes revealed a cautious glint, but without hesitation, he took a step forward and entered the mist. The moment Wang Lin's figure disappeared into the mist surrounding the planet transformed from Wang Yue, Yao Bingyun's figure appeared. She stared at the mist outside Wang Yue, her delicate eyebrows furrowed. This person leading me here must have some ulterior motive. Yao Bingyun's eyes flashed, seemingly able to penetrate the mist and see inside. At this moment, from afar, streaks of light roared towards them. Those pursuing Wang Lin had arrived. Among them, the cultivators from the northern Luotia region, who had already sensed something was wrong on their way here, immediately turned grim upon seeing the planet transformed by Wang Yue. That's not a cultivation planet, but one transformed by an extremely bizarre and malevolent entity. I witnessed its transformation into this planet with my own eyes back then. Although it lacks offensive power, it's clearly not something simple. Could it be that Sumu led us here to use us as pawns to kill us? Yao Bingyun cautiously observed, not acting rashly. At this moment, Wang Lin directly pierced through the black mist and entered Wang Yu's body. The ground above was extremely thin, a tentacle constantly swaying, and changed from before. A cold smile appeared on Wang Lin's lips, and with a flash, he directly sank into Wang Yu's body. Following the traces left from years ago, he entered a bone within its body. Attack, just anger Wang Yue, and everything will be resolved. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with a sinister light. Since being chased by the Yao family, Wang Lin remembered Wang Yu's power very well. If Wang Yue was angered, what were the Yao family members and cultivators from other cultivation families compared to him? At this moment, inside Wang Yu's body, Wang Lin's speed was extremely fast, not caring at all about harming or provoking Wang Yue, running between its bones. Not long after, he reached the depths, where only half of Wang Yu's bone could be seen once again condensed there. Back then, Wang Lin had planned to take the whole thing, but in the end, he had to let go of half of it. At this moment, his eyes suddenly flashed, and he muttered, that year, the extremely bizarre Great Cauldron of the Greedy Wolf was swallowed by Wang Yue, remembering that Great Cauldron. Wang Lin felt conflicted. He had carefully analyzed it before, and it was highly likely that the ancient god diagram master had discarded it after refining it, dissatisfied with the result. Under different circumstances, Wang Lin wouldn't have considered touching that Great Cauldron. After all, Wang Yue was terrifying. Upon awakening, it would undoubtedly unleash a catastrophe. But now, with so many cultivators outside helping Wang Yue quell its anger, Wang Lin gritted his teeth, making a decision. His body flashed, and while he continuously moved within Wang Yu's body, he simultaneously released his divine consciousness. Wang Lin knew that being inside Wang Yu's body wasn't safe. A smaller version of Wang Yue could appear at any moment. That year, when he took the bone from Wang Yu, he encountered one, and it took a great deal of effort for him to escape. At this moment, outside the planet transformed by Wang Yue, countless cultivators surrounded it tightly. Some cultivators showed hesitation in their eyes. They had witnessed Zumu's ruthlessness firsthand during their pursuit, and it was deeply ingrained in their bones. A slight mistake could cost them their lives. Under such circumstances, when they saw Wang Lin entering this planet, they immediately thought that there must be something strange here. Moreover, hearing the discussions of the cultivators from the northern Luotia region made everyone realize that the planet before them was a bizarre monster. Even if it is a monstrous beast, so what? With our strength, let alone the thing having no offensive power, even if it did, with our combined efforts, we could still kill it. A man from the Yao family stared at Wang Yue, sneering coldly, his eyes filled with contempt. His Yao family's ancient texts recorded many ferocious beasts from the time of the immortal realm. Some were even larger than the creature before him. Yet these beasts were ultimately killed by the combined efforts of the immortals. The beast before him, however, was not mentioned in the family's texts. Clearly, it wasn't ranked. Otherwise, it would naturally appear in the ancient texts left behind by the immortals. This beast, it's not difficult to kill. Ya Yunhai withdrew his gaze. He was a third-generation disciple of the Yao family. Although his cultivation wasn't top tier, only at the late stage of the true young realm, he was extremely arrogant. At this moment, he didn't even consider Wang Yue a threat. Yao Bingyun stared intently at the black mist surrounding the planet transformed by Wang Yu. Her eyes flashed, and her graceful figure leapt directly into the mist. Her movement immediately acted as a vanguard. Behind her, several high-level cultivators followed suit, leaping into the mist. Ya Yunhai was among them. With a single step, his entire body transformed into a streak of light, his feet propelling him on his flying sword as he entered the fog. Gradually, more and more cultivators entered the mist. Except for a few exceptional individuals, most of them released their divine consciousness into the mist. Only after confirming there was no danger did they penetrate the mist and enter the surface of the planet transformed by Wang Yu. What appeared before them were countless tentacles wriggling on the ground. This bizarre scene caused those who had just jumped in to stop. But some immediately scattered in all directions, searching for Wang Lin's whereabouts. Others decided to go deeper inside to search. Yao Bingyun stepped out, passing through the swaying tentacles and falling directly to the ground, sinking directly beneath them. The moment her body descended, she felt uneasy. The surroundings gave her a very strange feeling. This feeling intensified as she continued to sink. What kind of beast is this? Yao Bingyun wasn't the only one sinking beneath the ground. Yao Yunhai had also sunk into Wang Yu's body. He showed no restraint, fighting wildly and charging straight down. Not all cultivators had entered the planet transformed by Wang Yu. A large number of cultivators were still surrounding it outside, including some members of the Yao family. Their eyes shone brightly as they provided support from the outside. The influx of so many cultivators into Wang Yu's body caused a slight tremor in the planet she had transformed into. This tremor was very weak. It would be undetectable without careful observation. Even within Wang Yu's body, the tremor wasn't particularly noticeable. It only gave the feeling that the pressure from all sides seemed to increase slightly. However, this kind of tremor caused Wang Lin, who was currently moving within Wang Yu's body, to suddenly stop, halting all his movements. A sinister expression appeared on Wang Lin's lips as he muttered, "Signs of awakening." Wang Yue hasn't been asleep for long. A slight stimulation to awaken, then let me help you awaken a little faster. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He charged forward, aiming for Wang Yu's bone core. That was a sensitive spot for Wang Yue. That year, when Wang Lin entered Wang Yu's body, he tried everything to prevent her from awakening. But now, having arrived here, everything had changed. After walking for a while, Wang Lin's expression changed slightly, and he looked up towards the front. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes, and he immediately surged forward. Inside Wang Yu's body, Yao Yunhai's expression was arrogant, his divine consciousness spreading out, striking wildly, launching a powerful attack downwards. But at this moment, a sudden surge of sinister energy instantly filled the surroundings. Yao Yunhai's face changed instantly, and he stopped immediately. The cultivators behind him also quickly moved forward. Suddenly, just as the cultivators behind them arrived, the mud inside quickly split open, creating a crack. In an instant, the air became thick and gloomy, and 100-foot-long moon-gazing beast shot out with lightning speed. Numerous tentacles on its body simultaneously thrashed about, looking extremely terrifying. The moon-gazing beast's speed was incredibly fast. In a single lunge, before the cultivators could react, one was swallowed whole by its gaping maw. The cultivator's body thrashed about, seemingly struck by a powerful attack, and he spat out blood. His eyes showed terror, disregarding his body. His soul directly plunged into the mud, fleeing for his life. This scene unfolded too quickly, almost instantaneously. Yao Yunhai's pupils contracted, his hair stood on end, and without hesitation, he immediately retreated. He formed hand seals, preparing to unleash his divine power. But at this moment, Wang Lin emerged from the mud behind him, charging straight at Yao Yunhai, whose entire focus was on Wang Yue in front of him. Wang Lin's sword directly struck Yao Yunhai's back. By the time Yao Yunhai realized it was too late. A look of determination flashed in his eyes, and his soul left his body, attempting to escape through his skull. But Wang Lin had anticipated this. The moment Yao Yunhai's soul appeared, his right hand, overflowing with primal energy, directly grabbed it. Yao Yunhai was about to resist, but at that instant, the kanji immortal instantly materialized, binding him. Yao Yunhai let out a pain groan as Wang Lin seized him. Simultaneously, Wang Lin wasted no time kicking Yao Yunhai's body with boundless primal energy, wreaking havoc within him. With a loud crash, the body crumbled, turning into a mass of blood, its surrounding energy fluctuating to block Wang Yu's attack. Wang Lin used the force to retreat, then suddenly vanished. Taking Yao Yunhai's primordial spirit with him, Wang Lin, without hesitation, directly plunged into the soul banner in his storage bag. His speed didn't slow down for a moment. He vanished in a flash. Behind him, the 100-foot-tall Wang Yue pursued, carrying a thick, chilling aura. After searching for a while, it opened its mouth wide, as if sucking up the remaining breath of Wang Lin. Its tentacles immediately curled up, as if wrapping around itself. It looked like it was enjoying itself. However, a moment later, its mouth closed, and its body twisted and merged into the mud, disappearing without a trace. In the distance, Wang Lin's eyes gleamed with a strange light as he approached Wang Yu's skull. Along this path, he was extremely cautious. As soon as he sensed anything amiss, he would immediately change direction and conceal himself. Although it's dangerous inside this moon-gazing body, with my understanding of it, a little caution should be fine. Compared to the outside, this place is actually much safer. Wang Lin's eyes showed a pensive expression. If that's the case, why don't I hide inside the moon-gazing body and not come out? Therefore, if the Ya family wants to kill me, they must first deal with this moon-gazing. Wang Lin revealed a cold, icy smile, moving at an extremely fast speed, transforming into a blur and rushing forward. This moon-gazing body was too large. Inside its body, teleportation was impossible and required caution. Even though Wang Lin's speed had increased to its fastest level, it was still somewhat slow. While moving, Wang Lin's expression suddenly changed, and without hesitation, he dodged to the side. The moment he dodged, a blue ice crystal, like lightning, appeared beside him, instantly piercing through the spot where Wang Lin had just been standing. The snowflake nearly pierced Wang Lin's body. Although he dodged it, he could clearly feel the icy breath emanating from it. This breath contained primal energy, which, as it entered his body through his hair, unexpectedly caused him to feel stiff. "You can't escape a cold," icy voice slowly echoed. In a muddy area 10 meters away from Wang Lin, a crack appeared. Yao Bingyun emerged from within. Her eyes flashed with murderous intent as she stared at Wang Lin, coldly saying, "You bloodthirsty killer, slaughtering innocent cultivators in the Luoqiao Western region. Yao Bingyun will take your life." Wang Lin quickly retreated, his hands continuously tapping his body with primal energy, dispelling the corrosive and cold primal energy. At the same time, he spat out a mouthful of primordial spirit essence. This essence quickly condensed, transforming into a sword energy that shot straight towards Yao Bingyun. Yao Bingyun's expression was icy cold, showing not the slightest emotion. She raised her right hand, formed a hand seal, and pointed forward. Immediately, a dazzling blue light suddenly appeared, condensing at the tip of Yao Bingyun's right finger. As the light flashed, everything in front of her instantly froze with a crackling sound, forming a layer of ice that continuously spread. Even the primordial spirit essence that Wang Lin spewed out froze after traveling several meters. Seeing the freezing spreading, Wang Lin's expression turned grim as he quickly retreated without hesitation. The opponent was very strong. Wang Lin admitted that he was fundamentally incapable of resisting. A murderous glint flashed in Yao Bingyun's eyes, and with a touch of her jade hand on the ice layer, her body silently vanished. Ice escape. Wang Lin's pupils contracted, feeling an intense sense of danger instantly engulf his entire body. Without thinking, he opened his mouth and directly spat out the Wind Immortal Seal to shield himself. The moment the Wind Immortal Seal appeared, Yao Bingyun's figure emerged from the ice layer in front of Wang Lin, pointing a finger. Yao Bingyun unleashed her full power with this single strike. In an instant, a blood-colored rune condensed and suddenly transmitted from her finger to the Wind Immortal Seal. 10 divine seals of destruction. Yao Bingyun raised her jade hand, her hand gestures changing. In an instant, she continuously performed 9 different seals, immediately condensing 9 blood-colored runes. In a short time, they all imprinted themselves on the Immortal Seal. These blood-colored runes were extremely bizarre. Unexpectedly, they completely ignored the existence of the Immortal Seal and directly pierced through it, shooting straight towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's face darkened, and he softly shouted, "Seal." After this word, more than 100,000 golden runes of the Immortal Seal vibrated rapidly, forming seals. Among the more than 100,000 runes, two leading ones emitted powerful auras, constantly weakening the 10 divine seals of destruction. However, the 10 divine seals of destruction were truly too powerful. Almost instantly, they pierced through all the seals. Although the 10 techniques transformed into 4 techniques during this confrontation, it still shot out like lightning, straight towards Wang Lin's chest, shattering his body and transforming into 4 streaks of red light that directly targeted his primordial spirit. Currently, bang bang sounds echoed within Wang Lin's body. His face instantly lost all color. A mouthful of fresh blood surged in his throat, but he suppressed it. His eyes revealed overwhelming killing intent, and he used the power of the Immortal Seal to retreat. In just about half a moment, he had moved far away. Still not dead, Yao Bingyun's phoenix eyes gleamed. This sumo was extremely strange in her eyes. If, before in the Luoqiao Western region, under a soul-shattering seal, the opponent had miraculously escaped death, it could be somewhat explained. But now, she had unleashed the full power of the 10 divine shattering seals. And with her mid-stage Nirvana realm cultivation, she couldn't kill a cultivator who had just reached the true Yang realm. This made her gaze serious. This person must have an immortal treasure protecting his primordial spirit. Yao Bingyun sneered, taking a step forward. Behind her, the roaring ice layers surged in all directions, relentlessly following her body towards Wang Lin. At this moment, Wang Lin's primordial spirit was violently shaken. He stared intently at Yao Bingyun, who was rapidly pursuing him, his eyes revealing murderous intent. While retreating, he raised his right hand and directly slashed downwards. The Luo slaying technique instantly appeared, but it wasn't aimed at Yao Bingyun, but at the layer of mud beside her. A loud explosion resounded, and the layer of mud immediately collapsed. Wang Yue likes quietness and hates explosions the most. Wang Lin knew Wang Yu's habits very well. At this moment, while retreating, he continuously bombarded the layers of mud beside him. A hint of mockery appeared in Yao Bingyun's eyes. If it were outside, she wouldn't be able to catch up with her opponent. After all, she greatly admired Su Mu's technique of shrinking the distance to an inch. But in this place, teleportation was impossible, further separating them from the power of heaven and earth. She thought catching up to her opponent would be very easy. At this moment, with a flash, a blue light suddenly appeared around her feet. Although it wasn't teleportation, each step she took had the speed of instantaneous movement, and in an instant, she caught up. But as she caught up, the moment her right hand formed a hand seal, preparing to strike, she noticed that Su Mu's expression was very calm, without the slightest panic. Yao Bingyun was surprised, but at this moment, she didn't think much of it. With icy eyes, she directly attacked. Just then, from where Wang Lin had been continuously attacking with the slaying Luo technique, an unimaginable wave of cold air immediately surged out. 100-foot-long moon-gazing beast directly rushed out, roaring, and charged straight towards Yao Bingyun and Wang Lin. What is this? Yao Bingyun had never encountered Wang Yue along the way, and upon seeing her, she was immediately shocked. Wang Yu's ferocious appearance, with its tentacles all standing upright, caused a great shock to Yao Bingyun's mind. Especially the aura emanating from Wang Yue, which unexpectedly surpassed that of a Nirvana realm cultivator. The moment Wang Yue appeared, Wang Lin restrained all his aura and immediately retreated. Attracting Wang Yue was his last resort. Its appearance would certainly cause trouble, but this was the only way he could have a chance to escape. Wang Lin prepared for Wang Yu's pursuit. As its attack was unpredictable, it could be aimed at Yao Bingyun, but there was also a 50% chance it would attack him. Wang Yu's body suddenly twisted, its whiskers and hair standing on end, moving at an extremely fast speed, directly advancing. What made Wang Lin feel bitter was that after approaching, Wang Yue unexpectedly ignored Yao Bingyun and directly charged towards him. Yao Bingyun's hands were forming a hand seal, preparing to attack, but upon seeing this situation, her eyes flashed, and she followed Wang Yue, heading straight towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin continued to retreat. Under his mental command, the wide immortal seal quickly rotated in front of him, forming a barrier to stop the man and the beast. Wang Yue, 100 feet long, its tentacles swaying all over its body, appeared extremely excited, relentlessly pursuing Wang Lin, its mouth wide open, devouring him with apparent ease. Seeing this scene, Wang Lin couldn't help but be stunned. At this moment, the killing intent in Yao Bingyun's eyes intensified, unexpectedly surpassing Wang Yue and directly charging towards Wang Lin. Her right hand formed two fingers into a sword finger, containing a dense blue light, fiercely pointing towards him. Before Wang Lin could react, Wang Yue suddenly let out a furious roar, its tentacles instantly extending wildly at an extremely fast speed, directly lunging towards Yao Bingyun to wrap around her. It was as if it thought Yao Bingyun was trying to steal its prized possession. Wang Yu's tentacles were numerous, and as they lunged forward, they created a tearing sound as they shot out. Its body charged straight ahead, intending to devour Yao Bingyun. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with determination. He abandoned retreating, pointing his right hand forward. The mother-child Dao bone on the back of his hand instantly transformed into a ferocious beast bone. The eyes of this beast bone gleamed with a sinister light, instantly filling the surroundings with killing intent. Yao Bingyun's expression turned grim. At this moment, she was facing Wang Lin, and behind him, a ferocious beast seemed to be on the verge of going berserk. She truly didn't understand why, after she had assisted, the beast had turned to attack her. A thick murderous aura emanated from her eyes, and a faint white halo appeared beneath Yao Bingyun's feet, colliding with Wang Yue just as its 100-foot-long tentacles wrapped around its body. Yao Bingyun gritted her teeth and, without hesitation, formed a hand seal. Immediately, a blue pill flew out from her forehead. As soon as the pill appeared, it emitted a chilling aura. Following Yao Bingyun's hand seals, the blue pill instantly unleashed an extremely terrifying coldness. In an instant, a layer of ice suddenly spread out, radiating outwards from Yao Bingyun as her center. This diffusion speed was too fast, almost instantaneous. Even the mother-child Dao withered was frozen by the hazy white aura. More than half of the moongazing's tentacles were frozen inside. But at this moment, suddenly, roaring sounds emanated from the mud all around. Immediately afterward, 400-foot-long moongazing creatures emerged from the cracks and charged straight towards Yao Bingyun. Yao Bingyun's face instantly turned pale, her eyes showing fear. Without hesitation, she grabbed the blue pill and retreated. The moment she retreated, a murderous glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He was usually decisive and bold in dealing with people, but at this moment, his eyes narrowed, and a surge of vital energy rushed from his body. Wang Lin unleashed his attack at the fastest speed possible, transforming his finger into a sword. The wine summoning technique hidden on his fingertips suddenly burst forth, pressing forward. Wine summoning. A black wind appeared, forming a whirlwind that directly engulfed Yao Bingyun. At the same time, the several moongazing beasts also advanced, roaring and surrounding Yao Bingyun. Yao Bingyun's face turned pale. In countless years, she had never faced such danger. Glancing at the blue pill in her hand, a look of heartache appeared on her face, yet she crushed it without hesitation. The moment the blue pill was crushed, a surge of frenzied power erupted, forming a roaring vortex of ice. Everything around it froze at an astonishing speed. This power extended through the cracks in the earth. In an instant, within a radius of several thousand miles, tiny ice layers stretched across the cracks. Ice escape. Yao Bingyun's left hand formed a hand seal, and she used the ice sealing power to escape. Within several thousand miles, wherever there was ice, she could escape. The moment Yao Bingyun's figure disappeared, Wang Lin, who was performing the wine summoning technique, didn't pause for a moment. His right hand pointed towards Yao Bingyun. Immobilization technique. Yao Bingyun's body suddenly stopped, but almost simultaneously she returned to normal and vanished. However, in that instant of disappearance, the black wind pierced through the ice layer and blew directly towards him. A painful cry echoed from the void, gradually fading away. A murderous glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. As the ice layer spread, he retracted the wind immortal seal and quickly retreated, flying away without looking back. Not long after, Wang Lin carefully dodged below, following half of Wang Yu's bone as he gradually moved towards the top of her head, the point where Wang Yu's bones intersected with her nerves. Upon arriving, Wang Lin became even more cautious. The intersection of bones and nerves in Wang Yue was originally densely packed, but because Wang Lin had pulled out half a bone years ago, a gap had formed, still large enough for Wang Lin to slip through. This gap was small within Wang Yue, but to Wang Lin, it felt like a bottomless abyss. He flashed and slipped into the gap. The moment he entered, Wang Lin paused slightly. Before him lay a mass of red threads, like a spider web. These red threads stretched endlessly, densely covering everything. Wang Lin's eyes showed a thoughtful expression as he cautiously took a few steps forward, staring intently at the countless red threads in front of him. He raised his right hand and fiercely slashed. The entire Wang Yue, transformed into a cultivation planet, suddenly trembled at this moment. Large clouds of dust rose up, and even the black mist outside recoiled violently. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and without hesitation, he raised his right hand and continuously unleashed the slaying Luo technique. Each thread of light was severed and collapsed. A violent tremor emanated from within Wang Yu's colossal body. Wang Yue shook even more violently. The black mist surrounding the planet it had transformed into frantically contracted, completely sucked inside and disappearing. At this moment, large chunks of dust crumbled with Wang Yu's tremors, scattering into countless particles. A roar, seemingly from ancient times, emanated from within Wang Yu's body. Though not loud, this sound directly attacked the primordial spirit. Even the cultivators outside the planet Wang Yue had transformed felt it deeply, let alone those who had entered its body and were at the forefront. Among these cultivators were members of the Ya family and other cultivation clans. At this moment, inside Wang Yu's body, their minds were violently shaken, and a frenzied fear surged from their hearts. Their first thought seemed to be to immediately leave this place. They all rushed upwards. Among them, some cultivators were very close to the ground, rushing away. But in an instant, countless tentacles wriggling on the ground also moved, lashing out fiercely. These long tentacles formed a tight blockade, and all those who tried to break through failed. As a group of cultivators continuously rushed out of the ground, black mist enveloped the tentacles, preventing anyone from escaping. These tentacles were ineffective against any magical artifacts or divine abilities. One cultivator, rushing out extremely quickly, was caught by the countless tentacles, his body crushed. His soul, upon contact with the tentacles, was instantly absorbed. This scene sent all the surrounding cultivators into a panic. Yao Bingyun's figure, using ice teleportation, appeared in a spot within Wang Yu's body. As soon as she appeared, she spat out a mouthful of black blood, her face turning pale, as if a dark line was running across it. What kind of divine ability is this? Yao Bingyun's body trembled again, spitting out another mouthful of fresh blood. Her face darkened even more. The moment she used ice teleportation, a black wind struck her. At that time, her body was extremely cold. With the divine abilities she cultivated, she had never felt such cold before, but the chill was incredibly intense. What frightened her even more was that when this black wind entered her body, although she had clearly tried to dispel a significant amount, a trace remained, and no matter what she did, she couldn't completely get rid of it. Therefore, her body was in a state of extreme coldness and weakness. What terrified her even more was that her own elemental power was unexpectedly showing signs of dissipating. Yao Bingyun's face grew increasingly grim. She sighed and rushed straight towards the ground in front of her. But the moment she rushed out, she immediately saw countless tentacles sweeping across, and a cultivator leaping up from midair. Before, Yao Bingyun had only found these tentacles somewhat strange, but hadn't paid much attention to them. But now, with her intelligence, she immediately recognized that these tentacles were identical to those of the bizarre beast that had attacked her. Yao Bingyun's pupils contracted, a powerful chill rising from the depths of her heart and spreading throughout her body. Her scalp tingled, and she almost stared intently at the countless tentacles, her face extremely grim. Even in her eyes, there was a look of extreme fear and disbelief. These tentacles, the words of the northern region cultivator, were indeed true. This planet truly resembled the ferocious beast I had encountered before, magnified countless times. The violent tremors continued relentlessly, and finally, large chunks of earth and rock began to collapse, scattering into countless particles of dust. After a while, the roars from within the moon-gazing realm grew increasingly fierce. At this moment, Wang Lin was relentlessly slashing at the red threads. Each time a thread broke, the moon-gazing realm trembled even more. Under the relentless slashing, Wang Lin gradually penetrated deeper into this place, overflowing with red threads. The further he went, the more threads appeared. Wang Lin's gaze grew colder as he continuously unleashed the Luo slaying technique, causing the red threads to crumble one after another. Not long after, he suddenly paused. He saw a thick, pulsating thread of red silk in front of him, so large that several people would be needed to encircle it. This thread was much thicker than the ones he had seen before. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. Without hesitation, he rushed forward, grabbing it with both hands and tearing at it relentlessly. A furious roar echoed from Wang Yu's body as Wang Lin tore through the thread. A deafening crash resounded, and the planet Wang Yue had transformed into began to collapse. A wave of desolate energy instantly permeated the heavens and earth. The cultivators outside stared in astonishment. The planet cracked open with enormous fissures, gradually revealing a colossal monster. A furious roar filled the surroundings. Wang Yue had awakened. The moment Wang Yue awakened, Wang Lin concealed his aura, quickly concealing himself, and sat down cross-legged within its body, remaining extremely vigilant. A roar like a whirlwind, like countless thunderclaps striking simultaneously, erupted from within Wang Yu's body. This sound formed a sonic boom, spreading outwards with a deafening roar, causing the faces of the surrounding cultivators to change drastically as they retreated. Regardless of their cultivation level, this roar instantly instilled an irresistible fear in them. Tens of thousands of feet-long tentacles slowly extended, swaying around Wang Yu's body. At the same time, A large crack appeared, and Wang Yu's head slowly emerged.